inside the 5, touchdown.
Catch and shoot 3, yes, sir!
They scramble around in there and score!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
The Michigan football season is 2 weeks old, and the Wolverines, as expected, are 2-0 heading into tonight's non-conference finale against Bowling Green. And with all due respect to ECU and UNLV, there was not a ton of drama to the first 2 games of this season. Most expect a similar run out in about 3 hours here at the Big House. But quarterback J.J. McCarthy has been so good the main mid-September topic in Ann Arbor is about his ceiling, and in turn, Michigan's ceiling as a team. Yes, these first 2 games have been lopsided on paper and on the field, but the numbers are eye-popping. McCarthy boasts the 4th highest completion percentage through 2 games in Division I history. He possesses the top 2 completion percentages in a single game by a Michigan quarterback with 25 or more pass attempts. Michigan's non-conference schedule was almost certainly going to feel businesslike, methodical, academic, yet McCarthy is allowing Michigan fans to dream about what he and this team could look like when the matchups are a bit more even, when the games are a bit more stressful. If things go according to plan today, there won't be much stress, but McCarthy is worth the price of admission. We will see what JJ and company have in store for a Bowling Green team led by several former Michigan players. It's the Wolverines and the Falcons under the lights at the Big House, and we're getting you ready for this non-conference finale right here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
What is it? It's football. Yes, sir, there are 5 seasons across this country every year: winter, spring, summer, fall, and football. Football season makes the barber cut hair just a little bit better, and it makes the butcher slice the steak a trifle thicker. Old cars, new cars, and motorbikes are jammed with riders wheeling for the stadium from north, east, south, and west, and the back roads are jam-filled. There's something in football for everyone. Some can cheer the players, some can second-guess the coach, some can listen to transistor radios and see how wrong we radio announcers can be, while some just enjoy the ballet of young bulls in battle. There's magic on the campus sprawling beyond the boundaries of the stadium, as once again small college towns across the nation become part of the big collegiate football season.
Kickoff is 3 hours away for your Michigan Wolverines, and we're getting you ready for today's game on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Alongside former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Well, Jack, 48 of 55, that's 87% for you non-math majors out there. 5 touchdowns, no picks, no sacks. The team with only 3 negative plays in totality this season. So what has impressed you most about the work of quarterback J.J. McCarthy?
I think you got to point to the accuracy. It's just he's not missing many balls. The way he's able to thread the needle when he needs to and get a tight ball in there or throw it over the top of somebody and let it land in there softly has been awfully impressive. And obviously it's been, inferior opponents to this point. But that being said, you still got to put the ball on the money. He's done that. And then, the intangible is the poise that I think he's playing with, right? Just does not look rattled. And we even saw that last year before the passing game really came alive. His ability to throw the ball, look calm, cool, collected the entire way through. He's obviously a leader on this team, has kind of come into his own, it feels like, and so hopefully that momentum keeps going.
Here is the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh, on McCarthy and this pass game.
The passing game is just lights out. J.J. McCarthy, phenomenal game. The accuracy's off the charts. He's so locked in. I mean, he comes in practice, he's seeing everything. I mean, it's really slowed down for him, making pro throws from the pocket.
So the question is, how much of this can be attributed to the opposition and the opposition's defensive schemes? And to me, maybe how these types of games and performances from JJ could force defense to account for the pass game, certainly much more than what they had to last season, and maybe more than this season's run game. It hasn't happened through 2 weeks, but if JJ keeps throwing just shy of 90%, you got to start asking.
Well, it's a good problem to have, certainly.
Totally.
And when you're running the ball that effectively from last year, teams are threatened by that immediately, and so they're going to say, look, we're going to stop the run. part of that, too, is I think that inferior opponent mentality is, look, we're not going to get bullied, right? We're going to let him show up and throw the ball over the top of us. Teams would rather lose that way, candidly, than, just get pounded time after time and let the running game go. So, like I said, great problem to have. And it's showing the threat from the air early in the season. So as we get down the stretch here, these teams are going to have to respect that. They're going to have to account for that. They're watching that on film. And they, if they want a shot to beat Michigan, they know they have to account for it. We'll see what happens tonight. But like I said, it's a really good problem to have that passing game's coming alive early, because late in the year, that's what wins games is run the football.
We'll break down the Falcons in depth in about a half an hour here, but I mentioned the familiar faces, all in their 5th seasons at Bowling Green. The head coach is Scott Loeffler, a quarterback here at Michigan, was a quarterback's coach here at U of M. Co-defensive coordinator, inside linebackers coach Steve Morrison. He was a captain on the 94 team, won 3 Big Ten championships, and passing game coordinator and wide receiver coach Eric Campbell. Really good secondary stud for the Wolverines back in the mid-'80s with 30 career starts. 3 different stints as a member of the Michigan staff did Campbell have, including being on that 97 national championship team. It's got to be impossible for those 3 to suppress all the emotions here today. Now, once things get going, kickoff happens, yeah, you're going to lock in, but man, what an opportunity, what a moment for those 3. And I would assume sometime between now and kickoff, they'll take a moment to soak it in.
I would think so. I mean, this is one of the more special venues in all of college football. In my opinion, the most special venue in college football. And so for those guys, they feel the same way. They were a part of this. They lived it, and they appreciate it. And I don't know if you can say it in press conferences. I don't know if you can say it to your team or out in the public, but they'd love to be on this side of the sideline, right? They'd love to be here at Michigan one day. That's probably what a guy like Coach Loeffler and the rest of the staff there who have been a part of Michigan are dreaming about. It's a cool experience to be able to come up here under the lights, the atmosphere in the big house. It just, candidly, it's not something you get a whole lot in the MAC. So they'll cherish it. They'll appreciate it. They're trying to earn their keep. They're trying to knock off Michigan tonight and prove their worth. But certainly, I think those coaches will look around and say, man, look how cool this place was and has become since they were a part of it.
And the reality is, I mean, very rarely does a coaching career begin at Michigan, right? For every Grant Newsome on this Michigan staff, there are tons of Mike Harts and Mike Elstons and Jim Harbaughs, right? It's just a natural thing that Newsome was kind of right place, right time for his coaching career because of very much wrong scenario, wrong run out for his playing career.
Right.
But there's that opportunity. And I mean, certainly BG, as we'll talk about, this is a program that is in an upward trajectory.
Well, and a guy like Grant Newsome, a guy who earned it, right, was just the quintessential guy you want on your team, a career on the playing field, cut short by injuries, but a guy that Coach Harbaugh embraced, wanted to be a part of the program. Grant, that is, wanted to be a part of the program, be student coaching, and fell into a great situation where he had the opportunity to become, a position coach at a major college football program at a very young age. We'll get into it a little bit talking about the tight ends. He's done a terrific job, but it's special. And if you played here and you want to get into the coaching profession, this is where you want to end up.
No doubt. We got plenty to do here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Coming up around 5:25, we'll hear from Michigan tight end A.J. Barner, who was with Indiana last year. He caught some passes from Bowling Green starting quarterback Connor Bazelak last season. Jim Harbaugh, he's quite fond of Bowling Green. We'll tell you about that when we go in the trenches with John Jansen at 5:40. Doug Carr stops by at 6:10. And then in our final hour of pregame coverage, you'll hear from acting head coach Sharon Moore, along with defensive lineman Mason Graham. But first, as we do throughout the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, let's check traffic and weather on the 8s.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
The acting head coach carousel has spun its way to Sharon Moore, who's done an incredible job with Michigan's offensive line. He is the sole offensive coordinator this year, and tonight he'll be the acting head coach. We'll talk about him as the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show rolls along, counting down to the Wolverines and the Falcons from Bowling Green State University. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
Hey, Michigan fans, make game day memorable with your Buddies. Buddies, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, with its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, is now a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top, Buddies, the award-winning pizza you know and love, can be your game day tradition. Whether you're cheering on the Wolverines at the Big House or watching the action at home, make Buddies your official taste of game day. Order now at BuddiesPizza.com.
You're listening to University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
Everything that's happening in the air and on the ground.
For the latest local news, go to WWJNewsRadio.com and find out everything that's happening right now.
In the air with AccuWeather updates.
And on the ground with the latest traffic reports.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
Before we look ahead, let's relive the week that was for Michigan football.
It means a whole lot. It's an honor, it's a blessing, and it's a privilege. But it's not really about me. It's not really about what I'm doing, or it's really about the kids, and really just wanted to make sure that we do everything we can to win the game to help them win.
Once again, here's Brian Bush and Jack Miller.
There is this week's acting head coach, Sharon Moore, on the opportunity in front of him here today. Now, his trajectory for this season certainly has been unique because he goes from week one being in his living room with Coach Harbaugh, who's riling up his dog Bentley on big plays while they're trying to get it streamed on Peacock. And then week two, he's back on the sidelines, first opportunity as the sole offensive coordinator, and now to the head coach. There is no further step beyond this that we know of for Rutgers for him, but I have to imagine it's been quite a whirlwind. And you could tell in the lead up to last week of just how much he was excited about getting back there because, as we talked about with Coach Harbaugh, it's got to be so weird to watch the games.
I think it is. And any coach who dedicates the kind of time that they do, the commitment that they have to the program, being away from their families, the hours they put in, trying to make sure that this program and their players have the best chance to win, and then not being able to go out and you only get 12 Saturdays that are guaranteed and not be able to be a part of that, that's got to be tough. But for a guy like Sharon Moore, what a cool opportunity. And I think maybe a silver lining in Coach Harbaugh's suspension and being away from the program is how he flipped this into, all right, well, I'm going to use this as an opportunity to propel some of my assistants and get them a chance to be a head coach and get that experience for a game. I've never heard of that before. I've never seen that before. So getting those, you talk about with players all the time, being able to get reps and the repetition, the experience, rep after rep and drill after drill and just trying to make it muscle memory. What a cool opportunity for some of his assistants, Sharon Moore, tonight, to get the chance to be the head guy, make those decisions. When am I calling timeout? What do we want to do here on this play, right? Do we go for it on fourth? Being able to chime in. He's an offensive guy, but maybe chimes into the defense and says, let's get after him here. Let's blitz it, right? You never know. And so the opportunity to go do those things and have that experience, particularly in an atmosphere like this tonight under the lights and all those things, that goes a long way to, I'm sure, what his end goal is, to be a head coach somewhere. So, I give credit to Coach Harbaugh for turning what could be a difficult, murky situation into a bright spot for some of these assistants.
Speaking of a bright spot, last week, not only did we get to see another Harbaugh lead the Wolverines, Jay, during the first half, but then Michigan football's first ever black head coach, Mike Hart, was the head man in the second half. Here is one of his pupils, running back Blake Corum, on his position coach and one of the best running backs in program history, making coaching history.
I think it sets the tone, for other, African-American coaches, but especially at the University of Michigan, that means a lot. And like I said in the locker room, he's going to be one hell of a head coach. Just his demeanor, the way he attacks the game, the way, he loves the game, how smart he is. It was great seeing him, being able to make some head coach calls. And he's the best running back coach in the nation, so Coach Hart, he has it all. I'm excited to see, how his coaching career goes because he's going to be a great head coach.
And obviously having that representation is awesome with Mike Hart. And then, of course, it'll be Sharon Moore going as the second black head coach in Michigan football history here today. And then when you also talk about, recruiting is so important in college football, you got to recruit assistants too. And if you are an up-and-coming assistant, especially one who has Michigan ties or Midwest ties or Big Ten ties, you better believe that how this has transpired is going to pique the interest of, not only are we going to try to win games, win championships, but I'm going to be set up for my next step. Yeah. And, I think every person on this staff wants to be a head coach one day.
Well, and since, Michigan kind of turned the tide beating Ohio State a couple years ago, the 2 Big Ten championships, we've seen coaches graduate through this program onto other things. Mm-hmm. So it shows Coach Harbaugh's commitment, maybe not only to the players that he's trying to develop, which we see all the time in the way that he brings guys in, tries to develop them, get them ready for the NFL, get them ready for life after football, but also coaches as well, right? It's a selfless act, I think, to try to make Michigan a place where people can excel their career, whether they're playing here, whether they're coaching here. And I think that resonates. I think to your point about coaches looking at that and going, boy, that's a really selfless act. I don't think a lot of head coaches would do that or probably even think of it, to be honest with you. It shows his passion and his desire for making everyone associated with the program better than when they got here, right? That they're going to get to a place, get to a point where their careers can blossom into what they're looking for. And so these first 3 games are just a great example of that.
Now, Coach Moore did talk about the Wolverines' offensive line. He is the coach for that position group. And we learned for sure, that the Michigan method wasn't really needed for the offensive line. There was some discussion that we would see some shuffling, but the 5 are set for now. I think there's always going to be competition in practice. Michigan has a lot of belief in its second unit on the offensive line, but Barnhart, Keegan, Nugent, Zinter, and Hinton from left to right, that seems to be for now locked in.
Yeah, and I think they've done an okay job. I think the communication, particularly in pass protection, has been good to this point in the year. The East Carolina in particular, week 1 was a little shaky running the ball. We talked about it. When you load the box with 8 or 9 guys as a defense and make them throw, it's hard to run the football. But, I'm sure we'll get into this with John later when he gets in the booth, him and I both being former offensive linemen and having a passion for the running game. I think tonight it's time to go, right? It's time to get that running game going. It's time to prove that offensive line is a dominant force to be reckoned with. Blake Corum is one of the top, if not the top running back in the country. You got a chance tonight to showcase that after 2 great weeks of the passing game. Running game's still trying to figure its way a little bit. Tonight, I think it's really time to go for that offensive line, that running game, impose their will on Bowling Green and prove we're not a one-dimensional team. Last year we were talking about the running game not being able to pass. This year, only through 2 weeks. It's a little bit of the opposite. Are they a full offense? Can they do this thing down the stretch, compete with the best teams in the country? I think they can, but they got to start showing it. I think tonight's the night.
Reality is, I think Michigan fans would have been glad. Okay, through 2 games, would you like to see more of the same with the running game blocking or excelling on the pass game side? And that's what this team has done. Offensive line the same. There's belief and understanding that they will be able to do that down the road. Michigan Bowling Green coming up. Let's give you another check of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We are 1 week away from the Recycle Bowl. That's coming up next week, September the 23rd, against Rutgers, calling all Michigan fans to be sure to recycle your plastic, paper, and aluminum products while attending the game against the Scarlet Knights at the Big House. Hope to set a new world record on September 23rd. More information at mgoblue.com/recyclebowl. As the Wolverines will face Rutgers in the Big Ten opener next week. Final non-conference tune-up is Bowling Green here tonight. 7:40 the kickoff from Ann Arbor, and we'll do our self-scout next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Ready to tackle staffing challenges? Team up with DQS Solutions and Staffing, an official staffing sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Backed by experts in automotive, manufacturing, and logistics, we'll help you with staffing and so much more. Elevate your business with top-tier security services, janitorial solutions, and even employee food trucks. We're here to help your business succeed. Looking for a job? Count on us for that too. Connect at dqstaff.com or call 1-833-FOR-DQS1. Let's get to work.
He's going MIA. Touchdown! Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance are teaming up to build effective insurance solutions for you, your family, and your business. And to predict today's big win, Auto Owners and Meadowbrook offer more than 65 years experience in home, auto, life, business solutions, and more. Score an insurance quote at meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Our agency offices are located in Ann Arbor, Jackson, Southfield, and Saginaw.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
Wolverine Nation doesn't back down from a challenge. Last season, the University of Tennessee set a world record for collecting recyclable material at a college football game. This season, they've issued us a challenge, and we've accepted. On September 23rd, during home games at the Big House and Neyland Stadium, we'll see who can recycle the most and set a new world record. During our game against Rutgers, we'll count every plastic, aluminum, and paper product put in recycling bins. Remember, when we all recycle, at home, at the tailgate, and at the game, we help the planet win.
It's a Michigan game day.
Like last year, no different, last year than this year. When we were talking about how good the running game was, and where's the pass. This time last year, I knew what we were capable of in the passing game, and I knew when we needed it that it was going to be effective, and it was. I feel the same way about the running game right now. I know what we're capable of in the running game, and going to keep working on it and honing it. I know it's going to be there when we need it.
There's head coach Jim Harbaugh on a pretty interesting 180 in the discourse from last year to this year. And now, remember last year we were asking about the running game at about 11:55 a.m. in Columbus on November the 26th, and obviously that worked out quite well for the Wolverines. And I don't think we're going to be asking that question that late in the season about the running attack. But when you look at the talent in this group, the offensive line and all the skill set there, they're going to have plenty of opportunities to be heavy favorites and get that ground game going. This is one of them. You talked about it a little bit, but what specifically do you hope to see tonight from that running attack?
Well, you just got to move the line of scrimmage. You're playing an inferior opponent that shouldn't be able to hold up with you in the trenches, and that goes for both sides of the football. That they should own the line of scrimmage. They should be able to move both sides of the ball, and no matter how many people you want to put in the box against us, we should be able to run the football. To your point, we went all the way into Columbus last year thinking, are we going to be able to pass? Is this ever going to come alive? I mean, it went the entire season. It felt like we talked about it time in and time out. Every game was, can that passing game get going? We're talking about that now, about the running game. I don't think we need to worry about that or won't worry about that as long as it took last year for the passing game. And I think, Coach Harbaugh, his staff, the players, this entire program, they deserve the benefit of the doubt when it comes to that. You heard Coach Harbaugh's clip there about how he had no doubt that it could get going, and it would in the passing game. Feel the same way about the running game. Just gotta gel. It takes time. An offensive line is about chemistry. It's about experience together and all being on the same page. And sometimes that takes longer to get going than you would hope or that you would think. So certainly look for that offensive line and Blake Corum to get going. The other thing that, we haven't seen Donovan Edwards come to life yet. And I think it's tricky with him because you can use him in so many different ways. So do you want to run him behind the tackles like a Blake Corum? Do you want to put him out in the slot and do some really unique, crafty things with him? He's so electric. I think that takes time to figure out, too, is how do we position him to be successful? Because you can basically line him up anywhere and hope for good things, and you'll probably get it. But finding out how that all gels together, running the ball with Blake, the offensive line, JJ throwing the ball, Donovan, that special dynamic athlete, what do we do with him? Those things take time. That's the advantage of having, what John would call 3 preseason games like this. Yeah. Gives you some time to figure it out.
So Edwards, 18 carries, 46 yards. That obviously needs to improve, and I think we all believe it will. Got 9 catches, 59 yards as well. Last time he and the Wolverines saw a MAC team was in Week 3, 2 years ago. And Edwards, like this season, was without a touchdown. That was his true freshman season. But that changed against Northern Illinois, as we remember in today's throwback call of the game, brought to you by Pretzel Bell.
Here's the give to Edwards. Edwards at the midfield stripe. Goodbye, Donovan Edwards. 20, 10, touchdown, Donovan Edwards. Wow, he exploded out the backside for 58 yards.
That was the second of 2 touchdown runs for Donovan Edwards. Wolverines' 63-10 win over NIU back in 2021. Our throwback call brought to you by Pretzel Bell, whatever the occasion. Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite. Pretzel Bell on Main Street in Ann Arbor. Other thing of interest, Sharon Moore said this week that the tight ends blocked better than they had in any game over the last 2 seasons against UNLV. We'll talk about that with A.J. Barner coming up in a little bit, but just your impressions of Barner, Colston Loveland, Max Bredesen, and the rest of those tight ends, how do they help out an already very good offensive line from a blocking standpoint?
Well, it's fantastic to hear Coach Moore say that because if you remember in Week 1, that's what I said was one of the concerns or things to watch coming into the season. When you want to load up the box like Michigan does, you have to have effective blocking from your tight ends and wide receivers. And so for Coach Moore to say that early on in the season, I'm very excited to hear about that because I think that makes all the difference in the world. That's the difference between a 5-yard gain and something going to the end zone like we just heard from Donovan Edwards a couple years ago. But again, it takes tight ends and wide receivers, and that's still a little bit of a question mark in my mind. You got really talented wide receivers that everybody all offseason during training camp and leading in to Week 1 was talking about. There are some really talented young freshmen playing wide receiver at Michigan right now. Watch for them to make an impact this year. At the end of the day, Michigan's still going to run the ball. That's still what they want to do. And so can those guys hold up physically trying to block at times? You got to crack down on a safety. You got to make sure you stay on that cornerback long enough for a Blake or a Donovan Edwards to get to the corner and run the distance, right? That's still a little bit of a question mark in my mind. Really, really happy to hear the praise that they're giving to the tight ends blocking at this point. Let's see how the wide receivers continue to evolve in that as the season goes on.
Defensively, Jim Harbaugh raved this week about the entire front seven and the performance against UNLV. Mike Barrett has talked about the speed of the big fellas, the defensive tackles, sometimes surprises even him. The song that group is singing together has been really strong for 2 weeks.
Yeah, there's really not much to point to where you'd say there's a flaw here or there's something that they really need to correct. They've played incredibly well together as a unit. I think that's something they just seem to develop. The last couple years, it just seems to keep rolling through. They're big, they're strong, they're fast, and they're deep. So they can rotate guys in and out of the defensive line, the linebackers, the secondary. And what does that do? It keeps them fresh. And when you can play full tilt, when you're not tired, particularly as a defensive player, you always have the upper hand because of that. So, credit to that defense, credit to Coach Ben Herbert, a guy we talk about a lot and what he's done for this program. Credit to them recruiting, that they have that much depth, they have that much talent. Those guys are playing as a unit, playing well together, seem to all be on the same page. Great to see so far. Hard to point to anything that's a problem.
We shall see if they can finally pitch that shutout. 3 points for ECU, 7 for UNLV. They'll get a chance against the Bowling Green Falcons tonight. We'll preview them when we come back. First, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Before we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, let's pause 10 seconds to let our network stations identify themselves as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield. We will discuss the visiting Bowling Green Falcons as we continue along. 7:40 kick for Michigan and BG. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
This Saturday, grab a Coors Light, press play on football, and pause on everything else. We know there's nothing like game day in Ann Arbor, so whether you're at the tailgate, the bar, or just watching from home, choose the one beer that's made to chill. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshment made to chill. 2023 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Burgers and chicken sandwiches are taking over at Big Boy. Check out our new favorites like our pretzel bacon cheeseburger and Bob's hot chicken, or classics like our best cheeseburger on the planet and the Dolly chicken sandwich. Don't forget to upgrade your regular fries for one of our loaded fry options. Save room for dessert because we have a treat for you. Indulge in our Reese's chocolate peanut butter thunder cake, or satisfy your sweet tooth with our funnel cake fries. Load up on all your favorites today at Big Boy.
Brian and Jack are previewing today's Michigan game right here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
We can't allow there to be chunk yardage in the run game and through the air. Their quarterback is a special player. We've got to do a great job in our coverage. We've got to have tremendous eye discipline. We've got to understand and be able to change zone and matchup man concepts. And then also we've got to be in a position that we can load the box to try to stop the run. If they've got a weakness, I haven't found it yet. So they're really solid and a great team.
There's the head coach of the Falcons, Scott Loeffler, on trying to slow down, figure out Michigan in one way or another. Former Wolverine quarterback, a couple other staff members are former Wolverines as well, and Steve Morrison and Eric Campbell. They inherited a program in flux. Bowling Green in the mid-2010s was the team to beat in the MAC. They won it in 2013. Then their head coach, Dave Clawson, left for Wake Forest. 2 years later, won it again with Dino Babers, and he exited for Syracuse. The next 3 years, 9 total wins. Loeffler took over, and it has taken some time. 3-9 in his first year of 2019, winless in 5 games during the COVID-shortened season, 4-8 in the next opportunity in 2021. Then last year, there they were, bowling. They played for the MAC East Championship in the regular season finale. And Jack, you know the MAC well. It's not an easy league to rebuild, or in this case for Bowling Green, it really was a total build because where they were when Loeffler took over was pretty bleak.
Very tough to build a program in the MAC, particularly I think in today's day and age with the transfer portal, with NIL. Some schools, like Michigan, have an advantage when it comes to those things, and some schools don't. And in my opinion, I think it tends to be those mid-major schools that, that balancing act of how to get that right, how to recruit the right way, how to retain the right way, recruit guys who, aren't coming out of high school but have been at other programs. It's a daunting task. And I think particularly, a guy like Scott Loeffler that's got that Michigan DNA, wants to do things the right way, wants to do things above board, wants to replicate a Michigan type of program that is truly a program, not a one-hit wonder, not a flash in the pan, something that's sustainable, something that just kind of the train keeps rolling. Very hard to do at that level. And I think Coach Loeffler has done a pretty good job of that. When he took over, they were really at the bottom of the barrel, and they seem to be climbing the right way. But it's a tough task to do. They've done it before at Bowling Green. Your point, Dave Clausen and Dino Babers were able to get out of there after a couple big seasons and move their careers ahead to bigger programs. Scott Loeffler's got a task in front of him and a big challenge tonight with Michigan.
1-1 on the season are the Falcons. They lost at Liberty in Week 1, fell behind early and never really could get out of that quicksand. They beat Eastern Illinois at home last week, led by former Indiana quarterback Connor Bazelak. Several Wolverines have compared the BG offense to Michigan's pro style. They want to run the football, and the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh, is very complimentary.
Scott's done a great job there. The whole staff has. I mean, they've really turned that program around. Outstanding to watch on offense. In the way they develop their players, pass concepts are. I mean, we need to be taking some of their ideas with their pass concepts. They're outstanding, and run game you're going to see a lot like ours. It's going to look like our gap scheme, and well coached.
And what's unique, they had two guys go north of 100 yards against an FCS foe in receiving, and neither were a wide receiver. Teron Keith and a running back and a tight end in Harold Fannin Jr. They can do things in some unique ways. Don't have the personnel that Michigan does, but schematically there's going to be some things there that has a chance to throw the Wolverines off a bit.
Well, Coach Harbaugh said it in the interview, right, that they are schematically sound. They have schemes and they have a program and an offensive and defensive mind that allows for maybe the less talented guys to get open, right, or to find an opportunity for those extra yards. And that's what a good coach does, right? And Coach Loeffler and his staff have done that, as Coach Harbaugh said there. Very sound, very smart program, right? They're going to play smart. I wouldn't expect many mistakes from Bowling Green tonight. Mistakes as in, penalties, costly things that they just shoot themselves in the foot with. They're building something there, and that's a byproduct of getting more and more talent, getting better and better, but having coaches that are putting guys in the right position.
Well-balanced defensively. They have 7 players with a half sack or more through 2 games. Now, you might think, well, they played an FCS foe. Maybe that's why. But last year, they led the country in terms of number of players with 1 or more sack. They had 16 last season. Darren Anders is 3rd on the team in tackles, 12 shy of 300 for his career. The leader, and he's in the top 5 of the MAC in tackles per game, is fellow linebacker Joseph Sipp Jr., a lot of these guys are from Northwest Ohio, Southeast Michigan. This is an opportunity to play here. I know it's not an in-state type of a school, right, like a Central or an Eastern or a Western coming here, but there's still plenty of Wolverines fans on that side of the border, even though they're living in that state of Ohio.
Well, I'm from Toledo, so I know about
Sure.
it, right? There's a lot of those Michigan, Ohio State fans that sit there that love mid-major football. They love Bowling Green. They love the Toledo Rockets, and they want to see those programs be successful. It's a fun thing to watch those local programs succeed like that because they don't get usually the type of talent that the bigger programs do. Your point about the defense having that many guys contribute at that level, that's not obviously a talent thing. That's a schematic thing. That means they're well coached. Yep. That means they're putting their guys in good positions to make plays. So, we obviously know how this should go tonight, right? Michigan should be on top. Michigan should be able to control this game from the first snap until the last. But it's not one you want to look past. We've seen the MAC. They want to wave the flag when they beat big-time programs. They've done that in the past. Michigan's got to show up to play tonight.
And there's an actual flag.
There's
a pirate flag.
Yes.
That's a real-life thing. It's not, correct.
That's what they do. They want to knock you off. That's the chip on the shoulder they play with. They want to come in to big-time environments like this and make their case. And if they do, that's their Super Bowl.
We got plenty to talk about throughout the rest of college football. We'll do that with Rob Joyce here in a bit. First, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
There have been some interesting finals, some incredible finishes in college football in a week where there's not a single top 25 duel, but we'll break it all down and preview what else is to come with Rob Joyce as we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Next, Michigan and Bowling Green. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depends on us.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Your neighborhood Auto Value Auto Parts store is part of a large Midwest-based company committed to the values of honesty and integrity in all of our transactions. From Detroit to Madison, from Chicago to Marquette. We have you covered. Selection, quality, knowledgeable staff, name brands, and with competitive pricing and fast, direct-to-home shipping, you can easily get back to doing what you love, working on your ride. Come see us at your Auto Value Auto Parts store today.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 10 minutes, you'll hear from a Wolverine player. Then in 20 minutes, John Jansen joins the broadcast. First, let's take you around the Big Ten and the top 25.
Welcome back here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Wolverines and Bowling Green coming up as we are awaiting a 7:40 kickoff. John Jansen will stop by here in a bit. You just heard him there. Believe it or not, he wasn't wearing a mic, but you probably heard that well. But we do have Rob Joyce on a mic in our network studios. And, Rob, you looked at this slate, and the best thing you could say about this slate coming in for college football was that, hey, do you see next week's slate? But there are some interesting scores, some finals from earlier, but let's focus on what's happening right now. What's catching your eye?
We'll start in the top 25, Brian, where a couple of notable SEC powers are losing. Top-ranked Georgia is trailing at the half at home to South Carolina, 14-3. The Gamecocks lead. Georgia will have the ball to start the third quarter. And then Alabama is on the road at South Florida today, starting its second quarterback of the year, the Notre Dame transfer Tyler Buchner. Early second quarter, the game is delayed. The Bulls lead 3-0 in that one, so we'll keep an eye on those two in particular. The rest of the games around the top 25 have pretty much gone as the schedule would have looked like it would have gone. As for the Big Ten games in progress, I thought the ACC Big Ten Challenge was dead. There's 6 of them this weekend, including Maryland last night, but going on right now, Minnesota trails North Carolina 21-10 at the half in Chapel Hill. Northwestern trails Duke 17-7 early third quarter in Durham. Rutgers is all over Virginia Tech, 21-3 at the half in Piscataway. Other games in progress. Ohio State doubling up Western Kentucky, 20-10. They just scored a touchdown, so point after penning early second quarter. And then Iowa and Western Michigan are knotted at 7, but the Broncs have 2nd and 9 from the 10-yard line. So Western trying to go up on Iowa. Those are the games in progress, guys. So a couple of takeaways. The SEC struggles continue. The Big Ten West still isn't very good. And how about Rutgers?
Yeah, Well, to me, I think that one might be more of just kind of where Virginia Tech is right now than where Rutgers. Now, Rutgers is going to be a tough out. Certainly, Michigan has learned the last couple of years that Rutgers is not an easy team to dispose of, even though Michigan's had all these great seasons here back-to-back, and they've struggled trying to put away Rutgers. But to me, the thing that jumps out, Jack, South Carolina beating Georgia 14-3.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll see how
Sure.
Georgia responds to that in the second half. I can imagine the speech that Kirby Smart is going to give at halftime there is not G-rated for anybody, and they, if I had to guess, will come out strong in the second half. But, if you watched earlier today, too, Boston College played really, really well against Florida State. They shot themselves in the foot. I think they had 9 or 10 penalties going into halftime, and then it ended actually on a face mask from Boston College.
Yeah.
That's the number 3 team in the country. There's a lot of strange stuff going on this week, and I guess when you have no top 25 matchups, that's what's bound to happen. But a lot of that just proves you cannot take anything for granted. You got a Bowling Green team here tonight playing Michigan that you should be able to take care of the right way, but you never know what can happen. You got to show up every night ready to play with a good scheme, have your players fired up, and go execute it. If you don't, that's the beauty of college football. It can ruin your season in one fell swoop.
Jack alluded to Florida State surviving up in Chestnut Hill against Boston College. Rob, other finals from that noon window.
In the Big Ten, we had a conference game. Penn State ran roughshod over Illinois 30-13. The final, the Illini turned it over 5 times at home. Indiana fell to Louisville 21-14. Hoosiers fell behind 21-zip, made a late charge, had 4th and goal at the 1 in the 4th quarter, got denied and never got the ball back, so the Hoosiers are 1-2. And then Wisconsin kind of played with its food in the first half with Georgia Southern, ran away with things in the second half, 35-14. Top 25, Jack mentioned that Florida State survived Boston College 31-29, and then an upset from the noon window. Missouri kicked a 61-yard field goal as time expired to upset number 15 Kansas State 30-27. And then I should mention there is a game that just started. 3 minutes in, there's no score because the game's so early, though. Washington has 1st and goal from the 1-yard line at Michigan State, and obviously it's been a mess in East Lansing this week, but Washington favorites going in there.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot to say. It's an awful situation up in East Lansing, and on the football field, this always felt like an opportunity for Michigan State to get back into the conversation, right? Look at the Michigan trajectory, I think, really started 2 years ago. Mays out, night game, Washington, Michigan bulldozed the Huskies. This was an opportunity to do that against a better Washington team than the one that Michigan beat, but still, you have that opportunity. Washington did punch it in, so 6-0 PAT pending, and there's no focus on that from Michigan State.
And that Washington win, I've always said that first, I think it was the first or second play that Josh Ross came downhill and made a TFL against Washington to open that game. That was probably the loudest I've ever heard this stadium. And to your point, that was the trajectory. That was really that game, and that momentum that was building after that led to, obviously, the last couple great years for Michigan. So be interesting to see what goes on in East Lansing. Not an ideal situation there. A couple good games tonight. The backyard brawl, Pitt and West Virginia.
Yeah.
Who knows? We'll see with that. And then Tennessee going to the Swamp to play Florida. I don't think that's an easy game for Tennessee. We'll see how that works out.
No, and we talked about it going into that Michigan-Washington matchup a couple of years back. There have been some really interesting games between the Wolverines and the Huskies. And, hey, starting July 1st, we'll be able to watch those on Big Ten Classics. So that will be tremendous. Rob, thanks to you for the updates. We'll get back with you later on here in the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Coming up, though, we will chat with a Wolverines player, a transfer tight end, A.J. Barner. But first, let's give you traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Getting ready for a 7:40 kick, Michigan and Bowling Green from the Big House. We'll come back, hear from our friends at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, and then it's A.J. Barner. That's next. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
He's Detective Carter.
I need a woman gonna help me, though. I don't care nothing about fine.
Smokey. Beaumont Livingston.
Do some other stuff. You got to be able to fill out a 1099.
He's Chris Tucker, and he's live Friday, November 10th at Soaring Eagle Casino.
You can help me out with my taxes.
Tickets start at $44. On sale now at the box offices or etix.com.
Do your own business. Be careful who you listen to.
Party hard, laugh louder.
Because that's the last time I let Wesley Snipes help me out with my taxes.
Chris Tucker, live Friday, November 10th at Soaring Eagle Casino.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No. First base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
This season, we are introducing Sharifa Halal Beef Franks to Michigan Stadium. As a leader in the halal industry, the recognized brand has been on location in Michigan for over 45 years. Sharifa Halal Beef Franks will be available as a concession option at the Big House kicking off this season. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Sod Wholesale or on our nationwide delivery site, sodmeats.com.
We're heading into the Michigan locker room momentarily. But first, a word from the presenting sponsor of the Tailgate Show, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Joining us now on the Michigan Football Tailgate Show is Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Great to see you, Andy.
It's great to see you, Brian, as always. And today I want to share some information that'll make many more fall Saturdays and Michigan victory celebrations possible, especially for us men.
Andy, I've heard how important it is for men of all ages to get regular checkups and health screenings, but there's a nationwide trend of men doing exactly the opposite.
Yeah, that's true. And that trend is worrisome because avoidance of care is not only centered around times when men have a symptom or a health concern, it also affects men seeing their doctor for preventive care.
Andy, if we think about our bodies like we think about cars, preventative care is like changing the oil regularly. It's something we need to do if we want to have a functioning automobile or a healthy body.
That is exactly right. And that's why preventive care is such an important part of a good basic health strategy for all of us men. In fact, our chief medical officer at Blue Cross recently described a game plan that all men should follow, and it's published online at ahealthiermichigan.org.
Yeah, Andy, I saw that, and it's all about keeping those important preventative visits on the radar, taking a sensible approach to diet, and making physical activity a priority.
That's right, Brian. As men, our dietary needs change throughout our lives, but the idea of food as fuel for our bodies is a consistent theme. So, monitoring our intake of sugars, saturated fats, and sodium makes good sense.
Another thing that makes good sense is exercise. For men between the ages of 18 and 64, getting 150 minutes a week of moderate physical activity and focusing at least 2 days a week on muscle building is directly related to good health.
That's a great plan, Brian. No matter what our age, we've got men covered with decade-by-decade men's health tips on our Blue Cross YouTube channel. Those tips help tie components of preventive care, fitness, and diet together. For each decade, men can see nutritional and lifestyle tips, healthy priorities and risks to be aware of, as well as a care checklist.
Awesome stuff as always, Andy. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Brian. Go Blue.
Now, it's time for this week's player profile. Once again, here's Brian Bush.
And we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, joined by one of the many new Wolverines, A.J. Barner. First off, just take fans through your journey. You go to the portal, you go through the process again. What was it about Michigan that made you want to come here to play for the Wolverines?
I would say it was a little different than the first time I got recruited because coming out of high school, I wasn't very highly recruited and not too many schools. All my offers kind of came late. And then when I entered the transfer portal, I had a lot more schools reaching out to me. And then when Michigan came calling, I just felt like it was the best fit for me to play tight end here and the way they use their tight ends. And then I just felt like me as a person and as a player, I just fit the culture well here. And I'm super happy that I made the choice.
You were a team captain last year at Indiana. You know the importance, the role of being a leader. A, how has your voice still been able to be a part of all of this? And B, can you just speak to the leadership culture, not just of the captains, but of the entire program?
Yeah, I think that's something that I've definitely grown a little bit over time. Like when I first got here, didn't really say much, and I still don't talk, more than I need to. But I feel like my voice is definitely being heard a little more now. But I feel like that's one thing that we have here is that we don't need a ton of leadership. Guys kind of handle their business their own way, and our coaches help, lead that also, and same with the players. And I think we just have we do a tremendous job of doing that because of the culture that's built here.
Assess your performance through 2 weeks. What have you liked, and what are some areas you're trying to improve?
I think I've just, my blocking's been really good, my understanding of the playbook, just knowing all my assignments and whatnot has been good. And the one thing I'm looking to improve on is just more production, just making more plays out there, and that's something that I think will come as the season continues on.
Sharon Moore said this week that the tight end group's blocking last week in the win over UNLV was the best he's seen in the last couple of seasons. Does that room really do you embrace that aspect of being a tight end, going out there and laying some blocks out?
Yeah, 100%. I love catching the ball, but I love blocking too, and I think, again, that's why I came to Michigan, because that's what the tight ends are required to do, and I like being super physical. I played defense really my whole life, so I think I can bring that to the offensive side of the ball. And the rest of the tight ends, too, that's something that they love also, and I think it's because what Coach News preaches also. He's a former offensive lineman, really good about technique, and just all the tight ends buy into that, and we all know that, we're going to have to block, and we all accept that challenge.
Speaking of Coach Moore, he will be the acting head coach. How has your relationship with him developed since you've gotten here, and what do you think it is about him that will make him one day probably a pretty darn good head coach?
Yeah, I think Coach Moore, just first off, just an extremely smart guy, a really good football guy, and then also the connections that he makes with his players. He's really good about, making a connection with all of his guys, and he's going to be a hard coach on you first, but he's also going to be a good friend to you also. And I think as he continues on, he's just going to continue to do that, and he'll be a great coach one day, and I'm super excited to play for him this weekend.
Lastly, what's it like to play at the Big House as a member of the home team?
It's awesome. I mean, just all the fans there is great. Being a part of this team is, unbelievable. And playing for Coach Harbaugh is something that I could have never dreamed of, so it's a dream come true for sure.
AJ, appreciate the time. Good luck.
Sure. Thank you.
Good stuff there from Michigan transfer tight end A.J. Barner. It's time now for the tailgate tip, brought to you by Meijer. Bring a large plastic tub to throw all your dirty utensils and dishes in. This makes it so that you have an easy, organized, and clean pack-up process. Today's tailgate tip brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2023 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Counting down to the Wolverines and the Bowling Green Falcons, a little bit more than 2 hours away from a night game here at Michigan Stadium. We'll come back and welcome John Jansen to the broadcast. This is Michigan football, and this is traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Falcons, third all-time meeting between these two programs, separated by about 70 miles. We'll come back and chat with John Jansen about this non-conference finale. Next, you're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Hey, Michigan fans, make game day memorable with your Buddies. Buddies, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, with its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, is now a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top, Buddies, the award-winning pizza you know and love, can be your game day tradition. Whether you're cheering on the Wolverines at the Big House or watching the action at home, make Buddies your official taste of game day. Order now at buddiespizza.com.
Rave Associates, importer and distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Family owned since 1974, Rave Associates has distributed some of the most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers and wines available throughout Washtenaw County and Southeast Michigan. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching at home, elevate your football experience with the finest beers and wine Michigan has to offer. Think local, drink local.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning. But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Michigan football season is here, and the MDN, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics, is ready to help you suit up in officially licensed gear from brands like Nike, Jordan, and Lululemon. We have everything you need to rep the maize and blue. Shop the largest selection of Michigan gear online at mdn.com or visit the MDN location nearest you today. The MDN on State Street, on Main Street, or at Briarwood Mall in Ann Arbor. The MDN at 12 Oaks Mall in Novi, or the MDN in Detroit on Columbia Street. Get your game on with gear at the MDN. Go Blue!
It's time to hear from the two-time captain, the national champion, the Michigan Sports Hall of Famer.
She had told me on Tuesday, and I was like, yeah, I can do that. I'll get that. And so, long story short, you can probably see where this is going. I did not remember. She did not remind me. And we go to the game.
Oh, you can't put that on her.
There's nothing. Yeah, I know. I take full responsibility.
I've tried that before, too.
So fast forward, we're at the game. My counterpoint was, it was an 11 a.m. game. You know, they just ate breakfast about an hour ago. In about 45 minutes, they're going to have lunch. Do they really need snacks? I don't think they need snacks. You know? Have you ever heard the phrase that an army travels best on an empty stomach? No, they had not heard that.
John Jansen is here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show.
But I assure you that they heard it several times from Jim Harbaugh last Friday for a big win for the team. John Jansen, Coach Harbaugh was in rare form this week on the radio show.
And, I mean, I can't believe he tried to throw Sarah, his wife, under the bus by saying she didn't remind me. She told him once. I wanted to actually follow up and say, how many times does it take for you to expect when you say, hey, to your offensive lineman, this is the blocking assignment? And they said, well, you didn't remind me when I was in the game. Like, I mean, it kind of is the same thing. So, like, what the heck is going on there? But we've all been there. And today's youth, I mean, they have to be fed on the hour, every hour, or watered. Either one. Or they water. They can't go without their water bottles. So I'm not sure what we're in store for in the future, but I know tonight it's going to be – it should be a lot of fun. It's going to be a great light show. And that
was a heck of a transition.
That's about all I'm looking forward to tonight. I want to see the new lights.
John, you love these night games, don't you?
I could not be more annoyed right now. I honestly could not be more annoyed.
You're at the Big House, John. You could be more annoyed.
But I should be celebrating a victory at this point.
That's totally fair.
At my tailgate, having done all of the day's work and watching Ohio State struggle against Western Kentucky, watching all of these Michigan State going to get blown out by Washington. You heard it here first. We're breaking news. And so, like, we could be doing all of those things. Instead, we're going to sit around and wait all day for Bowling Green.
And talk about snacks.
Yeah, well, I was going to bow out of this segment because I'm not married and don't have kids, so I was going to let you guys take it. But now that we've pivoted to –
Yeah, but you like snacks.
I love snacks.
Week one, we confirmed
Well,
that.
you guys,
he is wearing the Michelin polo.
Oh, I thought we were going to be nicer to each other this week.
I was. Brian went there.
I know, Brian went there. I know.
Totally did.
I was just going to, speaking of snacks, I just had a little bit in the corner there before we got back on this segment, so I can speak to that for sure. But, yeah, looking forward to
What'd you
the
have?
light show. What did we have? A little beef, some salad.
All right.
They got the press box.
That's an old lineman snack.
Yeah, exactly.
Beef.
Gourmet food. Yeah. Low carb.
A lot of beef, a little salad.
John, you can appreciate that. Low carb.
Yeah, no carb. I would go for.
Yeah.
Just beef.
Yeah, totally. Again, I don't know how to transition from that. John tried by just mentioning the light show.
Yep.
7:30 kick.
7:40. There, I can almost guarantee you it'll be a slide. There will be a 5-minute slide. It'll probably be 7:45 because the Western Michigan Iowa game was in a delay. Yeah, there you go. You're around the building a ton. You get to know the assistant coaches, the analysts, the staff that very few people ever get to talk about or talk to in Michigan football. So for this non-conference, to give a little bit of shine, a little bit of love to a lot of people, right? Not just the 4 acting head coaches with Sherrone Moore taking over, but Kirk Campbell and Steve Klinkscale and some of these others for in essence, exhibition season. It has been really cool to see those types of guys and others get a spotlight shown on them.
Well, it does. And when you think about Steve Klinkscale, because Coach actually mentioned him on Monday night and how good the secondary is playing. Obviously, Jay Harbaugh is a part of that as well. But when you look at guys that haven't played, Will Johnson, who stepped in, Keyshawn Harris, Rod Moore not playing, Zeke Berry in, Makari Page, Keon Sabb is in. And, Mikey Sanders still, Josh Wallace alternating between the nickel and the corner position. Like, that in and of itself and the way that they have been able to develop the depth and get those guys experience so that when we do get to the Big Ten schedule, and, nobody's threatened by Rutgers right now. They're next week. But then you got to go on the road to Nebraska and Minnesota. And, just in little increments, things are going to get a little bit tougher. And somebody's going to get nicked up and dinged up and not be able to play a game. Is it going to be somebody in the secondary? Is it a linebacker? If it's Mike Barrett, Ernest Hausman's ready to go. You look up front, and we've talked about him a lot. I'm not going to go through the entire roster, but every step along the way, O-line, D-line, wide receiver, everybody has been able to develop depth and get experience for the chance at a third Big Ten title.
Look at last week's snap counts. Keon Sabb was first, Quentin Johnson was third. Now, that's not going to be the case in the big games, but what invaluable experience for those two and others.
Well, and as you get down the stretch and go, into the gauntlet of the season when you're playing bigger time opponents, the games mean more, they're going to be tougher. Injuries are part of football, and so I think it's been really underrated. It's a sneaky part of what's made this program really good the last few years is the depth that they've created. And, the expectation is for the position is the saying around here at Michigan all the time. And you can see guys flowing in and out of there. They're fresh. There's not a drop-off. They're playing hard. They're playing together. It doesn't seem like a selfish crew of guys that are worried about how many snaps am I going to get today. It's when I'm in, it's go time, and I'm going to perform to the best of my ability. And there is a number of guys, no matter what the position is, that can perform at a high level and help this team, and that's the hallmark of a good program.
Non-conference finale coming up here in a bit. We will go in the trenches in a little while and get more from Jim Harbaugh on Monday night. It was awesome. Michigan football sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Wolverines starting to warm up on the field here at the Big House. We continue with traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will go in the trenches when we come back. Michigan, Bowling Green, non-conference finale coming up in about 2 hours. This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our Varsity Burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
Non-stop fun and entertainment is closer than you think at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Whether you're an experienced gambler, sports fan, or food enthusiast, we have something for everyone to enjoy. Place your bets on over 45 live table games or spin to win on over 1,700 slot machines. Plus, enjoy live entertainment every weekend and one of the region's only Forbes 4-star steakhouses, Final Cut Steak and Seafood. It's all right here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
Dude, it's in the name. Wag and wash. Bro, I get it. We start with the wash, and then we wag. Dude, you can't start with the wash. All those sweet toys are going to go outside and get dirty. You wag first with the food and treats, then you wash.
Who are you, the wag and wash police? Dogs get dirty more than once, you know? You just come back. Full service grooming, walk-in self-wash, bingo bango, we wash and wag. Whatever order you do it, come down to the new Ann Arbor Wag and Wash during grand opening weekend starting September 1st and enter to win 4 tickets to see Michigan take on Purdue November 4th.
Wolverine Nation doesn't back down from a challenge. Last season, the University of Tennessee set a world record for collecting recyclable material at a college football game. This season, they've issued us a challenge, and we've accepted. On September 23rd, during home games at the Big House and Neyland Stadium, we'll see who can recycle the most and set a new world record. During our game against Rutgers, we'll count every plastic, aluminum, and paper product put in recycling bins. Remember, when we all recycle, at home, at the tailgate, and at the game, we help the planet win.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 20 minutes, we'll update the out-of-town scoreboard. The voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh, will join the broadcast in 30 minutes. But right now, let's go in the trenches.
And we've got some good stuff from In the Trenches 3 times a week during the season on MGO Blue podcasts. The Wednesday midweek edition, Friday, the keys of the game, and then coming up, well, it'll be Sunday morning here for the post-game edition coming out for the Wolverines matchup tonight with Bowling Green. Before we relive the week that was on the podcast, John, you have been given the availability report for the Wolverines. What catches your eye?
Both Darius Clemens and Marion Walker are out. Rod Moore out again this week. A guy that we just mentioned, Zeke Berry, is unavailable. And then a little bit of a shot to the running back depth. I know we saw a little bit this last week, but out as well this week is C.J. Stokes and Benjamin Hall. On the questionable report is Will Johnson, who's been there since the start of the season. Makari Page is questionable, and I believe he was out last week. So nice to see that there's a shot for him. And we saw Jack Tuttle take the cheap shot against UNLV last week. He is questionable. Tavi Dunlap and Peyton O'Leary, both questionable as well.
We saw Will Johnson with 8 snaps. Good to see him out there last week. We'll see if he's able to give it a go and maybe up those snaps here this week. But let's talk about some of the great stuff from the In the Trenches podcast feed this week. And from Monday's radio show, Bowling Green holds a special place in the heart of the Harbaugh family. Jack Harbaugh, Jim's dad, played there. He won a small college division national championship there. He met his wife, Jackie, there and was an assistant at BG for 3 years. Jim Harbaugh says he remembers his time as a kid there, and that was really some of the earliest full memories that he has was when he was ages 5, 6, and 7, hanging out at practices at Deutsch Perry. And Coach Harbaugh elaborated on all of that on Monday's radio show.
If there was a vacation, we were driving to Crestline, Ohio, or Cleveland, Ohio, where my mom's from, my dad's from Crestline, and we'd always go by Bowling Green. And if you're going to Crestline, Bowling Green's off on the right-hand side as you're driving.
Yeah.
And then we stop, we all look over, we look at it, and sing a I Zig a Zumba. And when you're coming home back to Ann Arbor, then it's on the left side of the car, and there it is, look at it, And even once or twice, but I remember it fully. being around practice there. I remember in 1969 when they had a 100 on the side of the helmet, and
what's that? I Zinga Zumba.
I zigga zumba, zumba, zumba. I zigga zumba, zumba, zay. Roll along, you BG Warriors. Roll along and fight for BGSU.
That's amazing.
He's going to be really mad at me if I screwed that up in any way.
And he got into it, right? Like, you heard some of the areas where he pumped the fist, and John, way to play dumb. You're like, what was that again, Coach? Can you go into that a little bit more?
Hey, you can lead a horse to water, and sometimes he actually will drink. He fed right into that one. It was great to hear him. I mean, Coach Harbaugh, I think he's obviously disappointed that he's not on the sidelines right now. There's no question about that. But I think he's very comfortable with where his team is at. He's seen J.J. McCarthy play extremely well. Everybody's questioning the run game right now. We'll talk about that in a little bit. I don't think that is as big of a question mark as some may think. Defensively, they have played extremely good. I know they're always wanting that shutout. They haven't gotten it yet. 3 points the first week, 7 last week. But Jim Harbaugh has been very comfortable around the building, and not in a cocky way, but in a way where he knows what he has. And I think he's really excited to get back next week.
You could hear it from your interview with him, the excitement, the calmness I think that he has, the inspiration that he's felt probably from the team's performance in the first couple weeks. I agree with you, John. I don't think it's a cocky or an arrogant thing. I think he's really pleased with where the team's at, how it's developing. And, when you get to a point as a program where you're always thinking about what's coming down the line, what's coming at the end of the season, what's November going to be like, not what is September, right? We're taking care of business. We're building something. Yeah. Things are gelling together. There's chemistry, camaraderie building into what should be a special back end of the season leading in to postseason play. You get the sense that not only him but his staff and the players, they feel like they're on that trajectory. It's a good place to be.
It's a tough act to follow from Jim Harbaugh's appearance on Monday, but we had a good one with John and sophomore Kenneth Grant on Wednesday's edition. Grant, someone Coach Harbaugh called a gift from the football gods last offseason along with Mason Graham. Grant was on the freak list from the Athletics' Bruce Feldman before ever taking a college snap as a true freshman. Here's Grant on that label.
A freak in my mind is just a person or an athlete that's just not normal. Like, for myself, instance, at this size, I shouldn't be. Most people say I shouldn't be moving this agile or this quickly.
So I know what the stat sheet says you are. What are you actually?
I'm just Kenny G,
No, I know. How tall? How big?
I'm 6'4". I'm 339 right now.
Okay.
335, that range, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
cheeseburger shy at 340.
Yeah.
Somebody asked, I'm just going to go, I'm Brian B.
I know. So what's the stat sheet say? I'm Kenny G. Sweet. All right. So now, I don't know how Doug will handle this, but anytime I get a chance to talk about Kenneth Grant, it will be Kenny G.
Not a chance he's going to be anything but Kenny G from here on out. I'm right there with it. Can't wait to call him Kenny G. Big night from Kenny G tonight.
Let's just make sure that's not trademarked. I don't want. It could be. I'm kidding.
There is another Kenny.
There is a Kenny.
There is another Kenny.
He's a little smaller.
One of John's favorites.
Yeah. Don't get me started, Doug. Don't get me Mr. Celine Dion. And so, yeah.
Oh, man. I want to – wait. Could we I want to dig
Celine
into
Dion?
That. I want to dig into that. Like, Doug, are you a big Celine Dion fan?
Oh, as big as it gets. Please let me tell the story first.
By the way,
this guy sits in line. You talk about tickets that are released, and sometimes people will, camp out, the night before Black Friday to get that big-time sale or whatever.
Yeah.
Celine Dion, this guy will camp out for days waiting for tickets.
What does it say to John Jansen's left? What does that sign say?
Hey, John Jansen hearts Taylor Swift.
The Big Ten Network guys know John, and they put a sign up on the wall where we can see it. John Jansen loves Taylor Swift.
She's tremendous. Show's tremendous.
John's a Swift.
By the way, can I just give one recommendation?
I think if people said, hey, would you rather be a Taylor Swift fan or Celine Dion fan, I think I probably will win that argument.
Of Taylor Swift?
Yeah,
it's a generational debate.
It's an argument I'm not.
Yeah, it's a generational debate.
And hey, in the fourth quarter tonight, we might be able to talk about it, but we've got to get to traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan will take on a team led by a Wolverine, coached by a couple more Wolverines. Scotty Loeffler and the Falcons coming to town. We'll talk about that opportunity for Bowling Green and what he says Michigan means to him as we continue on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
You can depend on the Wolverines to keep you on the edge of your seat.
After the game, you can depend on WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8s.
On your radio, online, at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Depend on us on all of your devices.
This is Michigan football.
There's a lot of guys on our staff that had the opportunity to go to Michigan, and the way that we look at it is we're super grateful for giving us an opportunity to earn a degree. Super grateful to got to play a game that we love. Tremendously grateful for all the relationships that we have from that place. And you know, I say this all the time. And I learned this from Gary Moeller the first week I was in camp. He said, you'll never be able to repay Michigan back for what Michigan's going to do for you.
It's really well said. Scott Loeffler's done a heck of a job in Bowling Green, and he, along with passing game coordinator and wide receiver coach Eric Campbell, co-defensive coordinator, and a captain on John, your first team at Michigan, Steve Morrison, will be here. It's got to be special for those guys.
Well, it's special for those guys. It's special for everybody that knew those guys. I mean, Lefty came in with Mike Elston, and I was here with Steve Morrison. Obviously, those guys were here as well. And Soup is one of the most special individuals that I think has been around. And as a player and coach, he's affected so many individuals here in Ann Arbor. So it's great for those of us, even though they're on the opposing team. I know that they're going to be excited to see some people. We're probably more excited that they're back here and that they get a chance to be a part of the Michigan family again for a day, even if it's wearing the other colors.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, I think all of them would admit the opportunity to come back here, play, have a game in the big house. What a unique opportunity for those guys, a little bit of a homecoming. I think they'd all also admit that they would one day love to be back on this side of the field and on these sidelines, in the maize and blue again. But where they're at right now, John, you know these guys. They were in your era here at Michigan. A really unique opportunity for these guys to come back, be a part of this in a special night.
We talked about this earlier. Not every coaching path is like a Grant Newsom's where it starts at Michigan, right?
Yep.
Mike Hart, Mike Elston, Jim Harbaugh, they had to take a winding road to get here, and who knows, maybe Loeffler, Campbell, Morrison will be here one day. It's time to visit this day in Michigan football history presented by Buddy's Pizza. This day back in 1995, John Jansen was there. Scott Loeffler was there. Wolverines got to 4-0 with a 23-13 win at Boston College in a game that had to have been better played than the Florida State-Boston College game earlier today. Also with the Wolverines that day as an assistant was Eric Campbell, the former defensive back, as he watched 4 different Michigan players come up with interceptions with him coaching along the sideline. This segment brought to you by Buddy's Pizza. Just like Michigan football, Buddy's has been an award-winning Michigan tradition since 1946. Stop by one of their locations today to experience the original Detroit-style pizza. We've been talking over the first few games of the season about the Recycle Bowl coming up next week for the Michigan-Rutgers matchup, and for that we've got a special guest. Great to be joined by Kristen Kelly, VP of Corporate Communications and External Affairs at Amcor. If you've been listening here to the Tailgate Show over the last few weeks, you've heard about the Recycle Bowl coming up next Saturday here at the Big House. Kristen, can you tell fans what is the Recycle Bowl and how did it come about?
The Recycle Bowl, Brian, is an extraordinary event. It's going to take place in the hallowed grounds of Michigan Stadium here in Ann Arbor and in Neyland Stadium in Knoxville. The Michigan Wolverines and the Tennessee Volunteers will go head-to-head off the field, but in their respective stadiums, basically to see who can recycle the most during their separate games. And on the line really is the bragging rights and the opportunity to set a world record in recycling. This all started because last year, the University of Tennessee set a world record for collecting the most recycled content at a game at their stadium on November 12th. As this season rolled around, they issued a challenge to the University of Michigan. And as we all know, Wolverine Nation does not back down from a challenge.
So obviously Michigan wants to win. You alluded to it being basically a recycling overall contest. So how do fans do it next Saturday, and why is it so important to help?
The University of Michigan has as we all know, a really deep commitment to sustainability. And in fact, recently featured in Waste 360 as one of the top college football stadiums in the country for recycling. So recycling is just important because it helps conserve natural resources and it reduces pollution, reduces the amount of materials sent to landfills, period. So what fans need to do at the game and at the tailgate to help assure a victorious Recycle Bowl for Michigan are just a few simple things. First, attend the Recycle Bowl in the game against Rutgers. Second, make sure you deposit each plastic, paper, aluminum, and compostable product you use during the game or that you see lying around. Make sure you get it into the recycling bins. And then build upon these habits and make sure you recycle at home, but just recycle, recycle, recycle. That's all we ask.
Fans can practice starting today against Bowling Green. Kristen, who else is contributing to the Recycle Bowl?
Amcor, Absopure, Clean Tech, Husky, LyondellBasell, the Plastic Industry Association, Plastipack, and the National Association for PET Container Resources.
Most importantly, when will Wolverines fans find out that, not if, but that they won the Recycle Bowl?
We hope to have final results in just a couple of weeks. But this event is a great reminder to us all that when we recycle, whether it be at home, at the tailgate, or at the game, it's really the planet that wins.
Kristen Kelly, VP of Corporate Communications and External Affairs at Amcor, thank you so much for joining us and telling us about the Recycle Bowl.
My pleasure.
Thankful for Kristen's time and thankful to all Wolverines fans who recycle every time they're at the Big House, and certainly coming up next week with a chance to set a new world record. When we come back, we will have a look at the out-of-town scoreboard and some early offense up in East Lansing for the visitors. But first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Plenty to update you on in the college football landscape as we count you down to Michigan and Bowling Green. Kickoff officially locked in at 7:45. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Champion Circle's mission is to empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL and ensure Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. Visit championscircleufm.com to learn about exciting upcoming events or to contribute to Michigan student athletes' NIL platforms. That's championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families who meet the income, asset, and academic requirements, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn if you qualify at goblueguarantee.umich.edu. That's goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
It's game day, Michigan, and we got something better than touchdowns to score. Remember those delicious, iconic flavors you grew up on? Well, they're here and ready to take the field at Big Boy. Craving the legendary Big Boy burger? We've got it, better than ever. Slim Jim lovers, we're calling your name. For all you fans of classics, the classic Blockbuster is here to steal the spotlight. And don't forget about the all-time favorite hot fudge cake, ready to satisfy your sweet victory. Michigan, it's time to huddle up with your favorites, relive the good times, and make new memories at Big Boy. Local tastes better, the original farm to table. That's us, and we're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
Jalen McMillan motions left to right, and they're going to throw out of the backfield. It's Jack Westover, breaks a tackle, muscles his way in. Touchdown, Washington. Jack Westover, the fourth score of his career, and the Huskies with a 2-touchdown lead in the first quarter here in East Lansing. It's 13-0 Dogs.
That is the great Tony Castricone on the Washington Sports Network from Learfield. It has been a fun start for the Huskies on the road in East Lansing. For guys, a Big Ten preview. How about that? But an interesting one, and I'll tell you, Washington has been a very interesting team off to the offensive side with Michael Penix Jr. And, I mean, quite frankly, with the week that Michigan State has had, this doesn't surprise me in the least.
No. And, I mean, they went there last year and got smoked. Yep. Michael Penix has done this, whether he's been at Indiana, he gave Michigan State fits. Obviously at Washington, he's doing the same thing. So, no, and to say it's been a tough week in East Lansing would probably be an understatement.
Yeah.
He's a guy to be respected for sure, Penix. Everywhere he's gone, created trouble for big-time opponents. You've seen that today. And, you know, an unfortunate situation in East Lansing for sure. But that was really that Washington Last year there were still some high hopes that Mel Tucker was really getting Michigan State on the right track. They go to Washington last year and got blasted, and ever since then they've just really struggled to find their footing. It looks like, it's a little bit of a game right now, but we'll see how that ends up down the stretch.
So that is ongoing about an hour away from here at the Big House as we welcome back Rob Joyce here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Other scores of interest going on. Again, this day did not project to be all that nail-biting, but for the number one team in the nation, it certainly has been.
It still is. Georgia, though, however, trailed 14-3 to South Carolina at halftime. Bulldogs came out second half, back-to-back touchdown drives. So Georgia now leads 17-14 early in the fourth quarter. Gamecocks have the ball trying to drive. Meanwhile, the other SEC team struggling. Alabama at South Florida. They're out of the weather delay. 33 seconds to go till halftime. Tied at 3. Now, the weather in Tampa is a disaster, but still, 3-3 Alabama, a heavy favorite at South Florida. Those are the two interesting games in the top 25. Big Ten, it's basically Big Ten versus ACC today with 5 games on tap between the conferences, plus a 6th last night in Maryland's win over Virginia. Minnesota trails at North Carolina, 24-13 late third quarter. Northwestern getting pounded at Duke, 31-7 early fourth. Earlier today, you had Louisville beat Indiana, 21-14, but Big Ten as all reliable. Rutgers beating Virginia Tech 21-10 late in the third quarter. Other non-ACC opponents, Iowa up at the half 14-10 on Western Michigan. And then Ohio State scored 35 second quarter points up on Western Kentucky, 42-10 at the half.
Alabama, guys, make the quarterback change, and Tyler Buckner in there as a starter today. 5 of 14 for 34 yards. And again, as Rob alluded to, weather isn't great, but Alabama, that was the one thing that Nick Saban hadn't done at Bama, and then he churned out a few pretty darn good quarterbacks. Yeah. And now, if you don't have that, it's really difficult. That's, to me, why the J.J. McCarthy trajectory and storyline for Michigan is so noteworthy, because a lot of programs that have national championship aspirations, they're replacing quarterback, and Alabama looks like they might be holding tryouts.
And I know that the joke is that they made the change to stimulate the offense, and it has been nothing of the sorts. But you couldn't be more true when you talk about the fact that you've got to have, and you don't have to have the super stud quarterback, but you've got to have a guy that's very competent and that at the very least cannot get you in trouble.
Game manager.
Right? Yeah, and we saw it 2 years ago with Cade McNamara. We see what he's doing at Iowa now, and he's not lighting the world on fire. He's just a guy that is a terrific game manager. And now that you have J.J. McCarthy at starting quarterback at Michigan, it changes the entire outlook of what is possible, not just in the Big Ten, but nationally.
Well, and you don't want to look ever past your opponent or down the road to the end of the season. But frankly, we're at a place, Michigan, where you are curious about what is the end of the year going to look like. And, I'd be lying if I said it's not a little encouraging to see Alabama struggling a little bit, Georgia struggling today, Florida State struggling today. Ohio State ran up the score a little bit before halftime, but they didn't start all that strong. So you're looking at these big national powerhouse programs struggling when, JJ in particular and Michigan as a whole is really finding their stride, starting to come together. Some of the pieces we didn't know, are they going to be successful, are proving themselves successful, a la the passing game early in the year. That's really, really encouraging to watch. You just do your job, keep getting better as the season goes on. There's a really, really good chance that we're in a great position come the end of the year.
Quickly, Rob, just a few finals of note from earlier today.
First off, quick update. It's now 21-0. Washington just scored again on Michigan State. Other finals from earlier. Big Ten game, Penn State forced 5 Illinois turnovers. Nittany Lions win 30-13. Wisconsin pulls away for 6 turnovers today to the Badgers, beat Georgia Southern 35-14. The only real notable top 25 final is Missouri upsetting number 15 Kansas State 30-27 on a 61-yard field goal as time expired. Pretty much everything else, again, no top 20 or no ranked matchups today. Florida State did avoid an upset scare at Boston College 31-29. Otherwise, everything's pretty much gone according to script.
Sorry, Rob, did you give that score in Champaign?
30-13 Penn State over Illinois.
How many turnovers did Illinois end up having? I know their first quarterback threw 4. Okay.
5.
Yeah. The point that Brian is trying to make is
Illinois is to you what Purdue was to Doug for all those years.
Yes, but I'm willing to jump off the bandwagon
and
say that Illinois now
Probably not going to win the West, huh?
Yeah, okay.
Who's going to win the West
look
then?
at Jack coming in there.
Yeah, they blow.
Not going to work. All righty, on that note, let's go to traffic and weather, please.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan and Bowling Green, a little bit less than 2 hours away from kickoff here at the Big House with the Wolverines wrapping up non-conference play. We'll visit with Doug Karsh when we return here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Miller Lite is tried and true and bleeds blue just like Ann Arbor crowds on football Saturdays. When you're in the mood for a light beer, you don't want a beer that's light on taste, right? So crack open that Miller Lite on game day, and with just 96 calories and 3.2 carbs per 12-ounce serving, Miller Lite has more of the flavor you want and less of the stuff you don't. Light beer with the flavor you love tastes like Miller time, the perfect pairing for that game day spread. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories and 3.2 carbs per 12 ounces.
Friday, October 27th, TVs and Practical Jokers are up to their usual tricks.
If you're not here, you are missing out.
It's the Tenderloins at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Sal, James, and Brian for 2 shows and twice the laughs. 7 and 10 p.m. Tickets start at $59. On sale now at the box office and etix.com. Don't miss the Drive Tour with the Tenderloins, October 27th. Party hard, laugh louder. Details at SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Michigan fans, tailgate without the hassle this season through Revel XP's full-service tailgating packages. Let us go to work so you can go blue. Turnkey package options for all group sizes are now available. Reserve your premium space for home and away games by visiting revelxp.com or call us at 734-680-5170. Go blue.
Olga's Kitchen is bringing their great Mediterranean flavor to Michigan Stadium. Enjoy Olga's in the Big House on the second level concourse at Gate 9, where Wolverine fans can get favorites like the original Olga, the Philly Olga, and Olga's Snackers. Can't make the game? Visit one of Olga's 24 restaurants to enjoy these classics or new items like the 3-cheese dip, Hellfire Detroit wings, or Brussels sprouts. Having a party? Go to olgas.com for wing platters and hot buffet catering. The best fans in the world deserve the best bread on the planet. Olga's Kitchen, the restaurant you know and love, is more than you remember.
Let's talk about the game with the man who will call the action. We welcome in the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
I didn't expect Michigan Bowling Green to be a shirt and tie game from Doug Karsh, but it is.
That's what his wife set out for him.
I don't trust myself. And
what was the inspiration today then? What happened there? Do we know?
What was laid out on the bed.
That's it, huh?
I put on. And so
it looks like you got all the right parts in the right places.
I did.
Well
Shoes
done.
are on the right feet. Yeah. The belt's through every loop.
Do the socks match?
No. Socks are black.
No, I'm saying are they the same socks?
Oh, yes.
Okay,
they're the
good.
same socks.
But I got to ask, did you clarify, is this a tucked in or out shirt? Because, I mean, it looks good out. I'm just saying that would be his decision that I don't think I would be qualified to make.
So it's what we're going to be wearing during the TV show.
Yeah.
So the audience will be able to see it for Inside Michigan Football tomorrow. And I will probably have the pullover on, and it'll be it'll be flared out the bottom.
We have another piece to the ensemble.
Yeah, we do have another. When it gets a little colder, which, by the way, I love it when the weather starts to turn.
This is the best weather of the year.
It's going to be like 60 degrees.
I know, right?
Bundle up, everyone.
But that's
yeah. So make sure you tune in tomorrow morning, 10:30, to watch it. Doug will have his gloves on as well.
I might. Yeah. I'll never forget this, doing a pregame show years ago. And there's nothing worse than trying to do a show when you're outside and you're freezing cold.
Oh yeah.
So I would always bundle way up.
Yeah.
And I came walking up. Don't let Jason Avant hear this. I came walking up to the stage. I had, layers on. I had a vest, a hat, gloves. And you looked at me. You were just wearing a sweatshirt. And John looked at me and said with absolute disgust, "You look like a wide receiver."
Yeah.
And I was like, wow. Apparently that's an insult.
From an offensive lineman.
Yeah, and I would say that in front of Jason, too, our number 8. He disappeared.
Yeah.
Apparently he knew what was coming.
It's not a shirt and tie game for John. I look forward to that game.
No, I got my Bill Belichick on tonight.
The cutoff.
Might be the same sweater he wore when he made fun of you.
That might be. It actually might be, yeah.
Listen, no knock to ECU and UNLV, or last year Colorado State, Hawaii, and UConn, but I do enjoy the bye games, the non-conference games with Michigan against a group of 5, when there's some sort of local ties to the region, to the program, and this game has both of that, which is really cool.
Yeah, I don't know how much this matters to the average fan, but to the people down on the field and the people in the athletic department and the people on the Bowling Green sideline and the Harbaugh family, this one is special.
Yep.
The story that Jim told about his parents meeting at Bowling Green. His dad was a running back. His mom was a cheerleader. I think it was probably the first time in the history of college football that a coach on his radio coaches show sang the coming opponent's fight song.
Yeah.
But Jim did it.
And John tried to extend the hitting streak to 2 by asking Sharon Moore to go boomer sooner.
Yeah.
And boy,
he declined that in a heartbeat.
Pretty quickly, yeah.
But it means a lot to the people that are involved. And, I mean, Scott Loeffler quoted as saying Lloyd Carr's like a second father to him. He's got a picture of Lloyd in his office. So the ties run deep.
Yeah.
And, these are guys that very well could end up on the home sideline someday. And given the fact that there's probably going to be Michigan assistants that get their opportunities to be head coaches maybe as soon as next year, you would have to think that, some of these guys, Steve Morrison, and Soup could come back for a third
stint. Yeah. And to even go deeper, like Lefty came in with Mike Elston. They played in the same state. They're both from Ohio. They played high school all-star games together. They came in a freshman class together. They were both dinged up early in their careers, so they were GAs together. Like their careers as starting coaches really mirrored each other, and they spent a lot of time together. So now that they're back, obviously on both sidelines, it's great to be able to have some of those moments just to be able to see those guys get back together. And, hey, for 3.5 hours, just like we do every single Saturday, it doesn't matter who the opponent's head coach is or who their defensive coordinator is. We're going to try and rip your head off. But before and after, it's okay to have some of those moments.
There's a strong tie, obviously, between the state of Ohio, guys who left the state to come here and be a part of Michigan, be a part of this place. And so, Bowling Green, 70 miles down the road, all the ties from the Harbaugh family, from Jack Harbaugh all those years ago, all the way down to now. It's a special homecoming for a lot of people in the stadium tonight. Good to see Bowling Green here. Good to see a lot of familiar faces. And, take it in. You don't get this opportunity all that often.
No, and since we own that state, it's okay to welcome any team up here from that state.
Look at this guy.
That's right, Mr. Hoodie over there. Hopefully, this is the biggest storyline from this game is the light show. That would be great, right? And I've heard great things. I mean, again, John's scale of frustration from 1 to 10 about a night game is at a 9 because of the light show, which is a career low for John.
It is, yeah. There is something I'm looking forward to. And so it'll be nice. All right, we could turn the light switches on and off. I mean, I wish they had them up here so we could play with them a little bit.
Dude, I believe that those who put those in would have been fired had there been a switch in here.
Oh, well, I mean,
Tony might be able to rig it up.
Yeah.
John would have pulled a fuse and say, we got to play this game at 3:30.
Yeah, sorry. Lights won't work. I don't know what happened.
I'm surprised you didn't push out the ones that were brought in pre-lights so that you guys would play at noon every week.
I'll tell you what was interesting, though, with the lights is $2.75 million project, and they were installed via helicopter, which meant it took 1 day to install the light banks. In the crane days, it would have taken 2 weeks.
Well, and so remember some of the fires from Canada, they had to reschedule that several times. I believe that the time frame was trimmed a little bit because of that, because, well, believe it or not, I've never flown a helicopter, but I would have to imagine it's probably a little challenging when it's a very smoky environment.
I would imagine,
that's my analysis on helicopter flight. We'll get Doug's thoughts at the bottom of the hour for Michigan and Bowling Green. We'll get John's keys to the game coming up as he tells you how the Wolverines will take care of business tonight. But first, a check of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan and Bowling Green coming at you here for the Wolverines' non-conference finale before Rutgers comes to town for homecoming and the league opener. We'll come back and wrap up the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show next. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
In a world full of empty promises like, we can do that, oh yeah, no problem, you'll have it quick, isn't it nice to know that one company delivers beyond expectations? The Three-Dimensional Services Group. When it comes to a seasoned workforce of manufacturing problem solvers who navigate design complexities and compressed timing, count on the Three-Dimensional Services Group, where our team is your team. Learn more at the3dimensional.com or call 800-959-0804.
Michigan versus Michigan State. Mays out. Chrysler Center. You don't want to miss one of the biggest games of the season for Michigan volleyball, Friday, September 22nd at 7 o'clock. Not only are the Wolverines eyeing a win over the rival Spartans, but they're hoping to set a new home volleyball attendance record. So be part of it all for as low as $6 at mgoblue.com/tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets for a Michigan volleyball maze out against Michigan State on Friday, September 22nd.
He's going MIA. Touchdown! Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance are teaming up to build effective insurance solutions for you, your family, and your business. And to predict today's big win, Auto Owners and Meadowbrook offer more than 65 years experience in home, auto, life, business solutions, and more. Score an insurance quote at meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Our agency offices are located in Ann Arbor, Jackson, Southfield, and Saginaw.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show.
Let's get to the John Jansen keys to the game, and I got to tell you, I love that your keys to the game are written down on the back of a paper plate. And I think from here on out, we will have a sponsorship opportunity with the John Jansen back of a paper plate keys to the game. And let's start with the Michigan offense.
I hate doing dishes, so paper plates are big in my house.
And this year, there is no paper plate, and I am not lying to you folks.
Nope.
On Monday, John and I are getting ready to record in the trenches for this week, and John is looking for something, and he just says, I can't find the keys.
Can't find my keys because I like to keep them all.
Not the keys to his truck.
No.
The keys to the game.
Which
for this game is they were done on Sunday morning.
Pretty much. So we'll get to our exciting keys to the game. Please hold tight.
But genuinely, you lost them. And
I did, and so the part of the reason where I had them on the paper plate was because I started on the outside, and it was, hey, working our way around so that I would get to Ohio State in the middle, and then the Big Ten championship game. And I would have them all so I could go back and reference, all right, here's what we did in week 1, 2, 3, all the way down. And now, because I haven't done them on the paper plate, and part of it was the Bacon's fault at the beginning of the season, and then I said, you know what?
No. Do not pull a Jim Harbaugh and blame the Bacon.
I am going to blame the bacon. It was very good, greasy bacon that ruined my plate. So I couldn't use it. Anyway, all right, aside.
Transition.
Now I've got them all in different folders, and then the one I had last week, it just up and disappeared. I have no idea where it went. I have literally spent all week trying to find my last week's keys to the game. I actually had to go back and listen, so there you go, another download.
Perfect. I believe that's called fudging the numbers.
It's okay.
Hey,
you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Here's your chance, John. I know you'll remember them this week. It's time to find out how the Wolverines are taking care of business. Brought to you by Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance. We start with the Michigan offense.
Yeah, and number one is the run game. I'm not as concerned as some are about getting this going. I know it's there. And it's just a matter of this offensive line gelling and Drake Nugent in the middle, making sure that everybody's on the same page. But we need more explosives. Jim Harbaugh went through the 0-3 being a lot, not lost, but he went through the 0-3 yard runs, 3-8, 8-10, and longer. And we need more of those closer to 8 yard runs earlier in the game. Number two, find a number 3 target at wide receiver. And we know what Roman Wilson and Cornelius Johnson can do. I truly believe it. I saw Fred Moore in the building this week, and I asked him, I'm like, hey, when are we going to have that one moment from you? And he goes, hey, it might be this week. I'm out there running my routes. I'm just looking for an opportunity. So look for them to identify who that number 3 is, as well as getting the tight ends more involved in the pass game. And number 3, probably the most important when you finish up the preseason games, is just stay healthy. And yes, I know it's offensive for me to say that, the non-conference game or preseason games, that's in essence what these are. We've seen the availability reports. We've seen the questionables. We've seen some of those guys get in to get some reps. JJ, coach addressed it on Monday night. Get out of bounds. If you're on the sidelines, get out of bounds. If you're down the field and you're running the ball, get down. We do want him to get hurt. Get up, get out, get down, whatever it is. It's just stay healthy across the board.
Defensively, so close to a couple of shutouts to start. How do they get there tonight?
Hey, number one is that shutout, and it really comes down to late in the third quarter, early fourth quarter. It does not matter who's in the game. You've got to know your assignment. You've got to play with the same intensity if you're the second guy in, third guy in, fourth guy in, because they are looking to try and move up the depth chart. So we got to find a way to get that shutout tonight. That's number one. Number two, win those one-on-one battles up front. If we get into the late season, Penn State, they're playing well. Offensively, they're explosive. We may need to drop 7 into coverage, which means we're going to have to win with 4 up front. Win those one-on-one battles. Get comfortable with winning and just a win-now move. Force a fumble is number 3. Got to get that ball on the ground. We didn't see it a lot last year. We haven't seen it much this year. We got to find a way, whether it's first guy there, helmet on the ball, it's second, third guys that are punching, ripping at the ball. We got to find a way to knock that ball free.
And quickly, special teams.
Hey, I want one big play. Opportunities have been somewhat limited for big plays, but if you get that chance, make sure you get that one big play. And here's the chance. Pressure the punter. Make all those other special teams that are coming up in the near future work on some of those punt rushes that we've seen before.
Bowling Green has a punter who's 27 years old, so that's the rusher that they will try. The punter they will try to rush.
Sounds like Notre Dame's quarterback.
Hey, transfer portal era, COVID era. What are you going to do? Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance understand each client is unique and every situation is different. Let Meadowbrook review your current policy, listen to your insurance needs, and present you with coverage options that fit your lifestyle. Uncover your new rate today by visiting meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Pre-game show, we'll hear from Doug, John, Jack, and Jason, Mason, Graham, Sharon, more as we get you ready for Michigan and Bowling Green. You're listening to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Thanks for joining us for the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Stay tuned for the pregame show, which includes more analysis from the crew. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
You're listening to University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
Everything that's happening in the air and on the ground.
For the latest local news, go to WWJNewsRadio.com and find out everything that's happening right now.
In the air with AccuWeather updates.
And on the ground with the latest traffic reports.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
Ann Arbor has a goal to reach 100% renewable energy by 2030, and DTE is committed to helping the city get there. Between DTE's wind and solar projects and local participation in My Green Power, we're already 30% of the way there. Right now, you can reduce your carbon footprint and join My Green Power at no additional cost to your monthly bill. Learn more at migreenpower.com. Together, we can power a sustainable future.
Ready to tackle staffing challenges? Team up with DQS Solutions in Staffing, an official staffing sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Backed by experts in automotive, manufacturing, and logistics, we'll help you with staffing and so much more. Elevate your business with top-tier security services, janitorial solutions, and even employee food trucks. We're here to help your business succeed. Looking for a job? Count on us for that too. Connect at dqstaff.com or call 1-833-FOR-DQS1. Let's get to work.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Over the middle, inside the 5, touchdown.
Catch it, shoot 3. Yes, sir! They scramble around in there and score!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
The passing game is just lights out. J.J. McCarthy, phenomenal.
The way J.J.'s playing, the way the receivers are getting open, it's unbelievable.
He prepares. He knows what the defense is going to give him. He knows where to go with the ball fast. He's not taking sacks.
Sometimes you feel like it's a video game. Like, man, you call this pass, it's going to work.
When a guy like J.J. throws you the ball, I just got to make an opportunity and make something happen.
Roman Wilson goes up and gets it. Touchdown, Wolverines. Wow, what a throw from J.J. McCarthy downfield. Roman Wilson inside the 5. Skips into the end zone for a Michigan touchdown to the 30, down the near sideline, 20, 10, 5. Roman Wilson, touchdown, Michigan. J.J. McCarthy to Roman Wilson for the 5th time this year.
I feel like I'm closing my eyes and throwing the ball because I just know where they're going to be, and I know how they run, know their speed, know their cuts.
He's just doing a phenomenal job, and I'm just so happy for him because the sky's the limit for him.
The goal is for JJ to be the best quarterback in the country on the best football team.
We have the potential to do it. We have the talent to do it. We have the dedication and commitment and hard work to do it. It's all about just putting it together and executing the plan.
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the pregame show. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines and chat with players and coaches. Wolverines football is brought to you by Absolpure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream. For whatever your day brings, choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do. Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. And by SeatGeek, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Michigan Athletics. Now, let's go live to the stadium with national champion John Jansen. Here's the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
The air is getting a little cooler around the Midwest, and the conference schedule is right around the corner. The tailgating here in Ann Arbor, it's been an all-day affair, all in a build-up to this. Michigan football here at the Big House. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh alongside the captain, John Jansen. The new LED lights will be turned on tonight. The Wolverines going with the all-blue unis. here in the greatest atmosphere in college football.
Yeah, and I know I complain about 7:30 evening starts, but once everybody gets in here, there really is no better environment in college football. It's still running out of the tunnel. We got a great student section, and the lead up to the game, the tailgates that are going on out in the parking lots, it is an amazing environment, and everybody's really excited. The first couple of games have been good. This is, again, going to be one of those good games. But they're excited about next week getting that Big Ten season up and running.
Michigan, the final game without the leader. Jim Harbaugh on the sideline, and John Sharon Moore is likely to be a head coach somewhere soon. He's been an elite O-line coach, offensive coordinator, and I suspect he's going to have his choice of some pretty good head coaching opportunities sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you never really know until you get to the end of the year when the dominoes start falling. Some guys will be relieved of duties, other guys will retire, and guys will move up to different positions, and which ones are going to be a good fit for Sharon Moore. And I got one that I've got my eye on just because I know Sharon and the standards that he holds academically, and that's Duke. What does Mike Elko, who has, last year 9 wins, this year has had a couple of big wins, does he try and move up in the ranks? I think that would be a great fit for Sharon Moore.
Well, we're looking forward to Coach Harbaugh getting back on the sideline next week against Rutgers. Today, the last non-conference game, Bowling Green, and a focus on cleaning up some stuff. Like what, John?
Well, the run game. You got to find a way to gain more yardage, and it's Coach Harbaugh talked about this a little bit on Monday. You got to have all 11 guys doing the right thing. If you have one guy that makes a mistake, it could cause a lost yardage place. That's the difference between offense and defense. A guy on defense goes the wrong way, and all of a sudden he makes a spectacular play just because he's lucky in the right place at the right time, and you're like, wow, that was a great defense. Well, he shouldn't have been there. And offensively, you got to have everybody on the same page, and it feels like whether it's right tackle, right guard, center, left guard, left tackle, it's one guy on every play. And not that there's a big mistake, but that there is just something that is preventing them from being as effective in the run game. Now, in pass protection, they have been excellent. And by excellent, I mean they're passing off games. They're on the same levels. When they're not on the same levels, they're communicating, and they've got to stay with their man. They're doing a really good job there. So it's just a matter of getting it going. And I have absolutely no doubt with the talent and the experience up front that they will.
0 sacks allowed by the Michigan offensive line so far, and just 4 negative rushing plays, which is amongst the best in the country. But certainly, Jim Harbaugh said to you this week on his coach's show, a year ago everybody's saying, yeah, they can run it, but can they throw it? And Coach Harbaugh said a year ago at this time, he knew they could throw it and knew it would show itself as the year went on. And he said the same is true about the Michigan run game so far this year. John, speaking of the Michigan offense, you played with some Michigan greats, Brian Griese and Tom Brady here at Michigan, and Jason Avant, our sideline reporter, played with Chad Henne, and Jack Miller, who does pregame, halftime, and post. He played with Shoelace. And look, there's a lot of season to go, but J.J. McCarthy's combination of accuracy, arm strength, mobility, toughness, people might talk about J.J. in that for a long time.
Well, I mean, what he's doing right now and what growth he has shown from last year. Last year was a good quarterback. But now we see him with the ball handling skills in the backfield. And it's not been a lot of opportunities, but when he sticks the ball in there, making that decision whether to keep it or not. And the biggest growth has been his accuracy in the passing game, his ability to have that pocket presence. And sometimes it's just a half-yard shift this way or a step up or a step back, and then delivering a ball that is on the money, but it's somewhere where the receiver can do something with it. And I go to a couple of them. Roman Wilson is the obvious one, 47 yards. Hits him and doesn't even break stride. That, if he holds him up at all, he's tackled as soon as he catches the ball. Max Bredesen in week 1, hard pass to make where he's the fullback basically is running into the flat. It's over his outside shoulder. If that pass is not on the money, it's first of all very hard to catch, but it's hard to catch and then do something with.
Defensively, no sacks in week 1, but 5 in the first half last week against UNLV. And how about the secondary? Playing primarily without 3 starters, they look pretty solid so far. The backups, I know it's a position that Jesse Minter loves as young players.
Well, yeah, you look at Quentin Johnson, Keon Sabb. Mikey Sanders still has showed that he can not just be that nickel guy, but a corner. We saw Josh Wellis step in and step up, Keyshawn Harris. I'm really excited about the guys that have had opportunity to fill in while the starters are out, so that they've been able to develop that experience that we're going to need at some point this year when they have to, again, come in and play.
The weather tonight, a bit overcast, 68 degrees, currently on its way down to 59, no chance of rain, and wind, as we look at the flags atop the goalpost, not moving at all, shouldn't be a factor tonight. We'll preview tonight's opponent, Bowling Green. Also coming up, our scouting reports, offense, defense, and special teams. Brian Bush anchoring our coverage. We will hear from the aforementioned Jack Miller and Jason Avant. Later, Michigan acting head coach Sharon Moore. It's number 2 Michigan in Bowling Green coming up this evening right here from the Big House. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan has realized its destiny and won the national championship in the Rose Bowl.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better-for-you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the Big House or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain, and at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, we're giving you 2,500 reasons to choose Lexus. Right now, get up to $2,500 off MSRP on a new NX, RX, or ES, all in stock and available today. Come experience amazing at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started at LexusofAnnArbor.com. Exclusions apply. See dealer for details. Available to qualified customers on approved credit.
We're live at Michigan Stadium for the Wolverines and the Bowling Green Falcons. Today's broadcast is presented by the experts at University of Michigan Health. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To learn more about Michigan's best hospital, visit MichiganAnswers.com. Now, here's your host, Brian Bush.
In a lot of ways, the non-conference slate has felt like an exhibition season. While Michigan still has eyes for a third straight Big Ten title, there is a bigger picture in mind, and so far the Wolverines have been able to stay relatively healthy for John with Jim Harbaugh suspended and cruise to a 2-0 start. Speaking of the big picture, the goal is to play well the entire season because to win it all, you probably have to win them all while ascending each week. Heading into tonight's clash with Bowling Green, that's exactly what head coach Jim Harbaugh sees in the Wolverines.
A ton of good things to teach off of, MAs, some missed assignments and things that we can really improve. So just ecstatic, really, that we could be playing as good as we're playing, but still have this many things to coach and keep improving on.
And as we welcome back John Jansen. John, in this final tune-up before Big Ten play, what do you hope to see from the Wolverines tonight?
Well, I want to see two things offensively. That is, I want to see a couple of deep shots from JJ. And whether they're completed or not, I just want to know that that threat is there. I want to know that we have a receiver that can just blow by a defender and make something happen down the field. I also want to see a more consistent run game and production. And that is, I know it'll be there. I know it's there, but we need to see it on Saturdays. We need to see it today. And this is a defense that they should be able to manhandle up front.
Certainly the star of the show so far for Michigan has been J.J. McCarthy. Week 1, he was 26 of 30, 280 yards and 3 touchdowns through the air. Last week in the win over UNLV, 22 of 25, 278 and 2 touchdowns. He leads the nation in completion percentage at 87%. That's the 4th best Division I completion percentage through 2 games ever. And last year in non-conference play, when he was the quarterback, 1A and 1B with Cade McNamara, JJ was elite from an efficiency standpoint. He was 30 of 34 last year. That's 88% in non-conference. After that, JJ was at 62%. Still very solid, but not quite at this level. I'm not saying he needs to be 87, 88% once Big Ten play rolls around, but how can he use this non-conference to propel him to be better than 62% once the conference games start?
Well, so last year a lot of those were catch and tackle. This year they're catch and run. He is so much more accurate at hitting guys where they need to receive the ball. And not only that, but and sometimes you're going to have a guy that, catch, hit, tackle. But they're very tight windows to throw the ball into. A.J. Barner last week, it was about a 7-yard pass play, 8-yard pass play, and 2 linebackers converging, both of them outstretched to try and pick off the ball. And J.J. fits it right in this tight window. Right timing, accuracy was all right there. So I think that is the big difference from last year's numbers in the non-conference to what we're seeing this year, is that the receivers now have a lot more that they can do after the play. And I believe that carries over much more when we get into the Big Ten play.
Tonight, the last of 4 acting head coaches as Jim Harbaugh concludes his university-mandated 3-game suspension. It's Sharon Moore's chance. He's Michigan's outstanding offensive coordinator and O-line coach. Here is Sharon Moore on how the rest of the offensive staff has helped him this week.
I mean, I think they've just kind of done what they've done, and, they all do their job extremely well on an elite level, so I'm very comfortable with them, and they just give me comfort that all I got to do is be ready to call the game, and they're going to have my back and have my side and have the team side. So it's been a pretty smooth transition. Obviously, there's some other things that I'll have to make decisions on as the head coach. So excited for that opportunity, but I know the staff will be fully involved in that.
And John, you and Doug talked about it off the top. Each of the 4 acting head coaches for the Wolverines likely on head coaching radars in college football, but it does feel like Sharon Moore has gotten the most buzz of that group.
Well, the beautiful thing about Sharon Moore is that he understands the advantage he has. He doesn't have to take a head coaching job. He's the offensive coordinator at Michigan. Coordinators are making more now than they ever have before, so he can keep testing those waters, taking those phone calls. Doesn't mean he has to take the job. And then all of a sudden, hey, Michigan, another little bump in salary, another little incentive, another little, year after year until the exact right job opens up for him. And that's where he does have the advantage, because you don't just want to take a job as a Power 5 coach at a position with a school that maybe they're coming out of some type of controversy, or it's just, hey, it's always going to be tough to recruit at a certain school. He can pick and choose right now because, hey, time is on his side. He's young. He's very dynamic as a coach. He's 2-time award-winning offensive line coach for the Joe Moore Award-winning offensive line. And so there's no pressure on him. He just has to go out there and continue to perform at the same level he's been performing at over the past few years.
We'll do our defensive scouting report and preview the matchup with the Bowling Green Falcons as we continue. Counting you down to kickoff right around an hour away. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
How are you the ultimate Michigan fan?
Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right?
Yes, you look really sick. What doctor would even do this?
Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still.
Wait, what?
Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up there? What about some chamomile tea? Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Wolverines fan. Just go to WolverineCards.com.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream. For whatever your day brings, choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Non-stop fun and entertainment is closer than you think at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Whether you're an experienced gambler, sports fan, or food enthusiast, we have something for everyone to enjoy. Place your bets on over 45 live table games or spin to win on over 1,700 slot machines. Plus, enjoy live entertainment every weekend and one of the region's only Forbes 4-star steakhouses, Final Cut Steak and Seafood. It's all right here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
It's Toyota Truck and SUV month. With more all-wheel drive choices than any other brand, your Toyota dealer has something for everybody. Like the best-selling RAV4. Now through October 3rd, you can get 3.99 APR financing on a new 23 RAV4 and 4.99 APR on the electrified RAV4 Hybrid. With approved credit through TFS. Excludes RAV4 Prime. Plus, you get 2 years no-cost maintenance included. Get complete details at buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
For just the third time ever, two schools separated by just 70 miles will square off. Michigan and Bowling Green tonight. Kickoff less than an hour away. Let's get into our defensive scouting report. And while Michigan's front seven has been rolling with most of the individuals you'd expect to see out there when a game is in flux, the secondary has dealt with plenty of injuries and absences. Michigan has been without Rod Moore and Amorion Walker in each of the first two games. Same deal for those two today. They are listed as out. Makari Page started the opener, missed last week. Questionable tonight. And the star of the show, Will Johnson, did not suit up in the opener. He played 8 snaps last week. And to explain the value of that, here's Michigan defensive coordinator Jesse Minter.
We wanted to try to get him in there a little bit, kind of make sure he got really, really warm before we put him in, which I think he did. I think anytime you go play coming off of any type of deal with yourself where you miss a game, it's like just going out there kind of brings that comfort back, and so kind of builds confidence that his body's getting closer to being where he wants it to be, where we want it to be, and I'm excited to see him, I think get back to peak level here over these next couple games.
And John, other than the secondary, Michigan has been pretty healthy so far this season, but for the Wolverines to reach their ceiling, they need the Will Johnsons, the Rod Moores, the Makari Pages of the world to be right.
Yeah, you got to have your top-end talent. And the guys that are supposed to lead this team on and off the field ready to roll. And the beautiful part is they haven't been forced into duty. They haven't been asked to come out and play in a game less than 100% because we knew we needed them to win a game. And that's what you get when you have a weak non-conference schedule.
So, other than that secondary, of course, Michigan, with that health, they will have to face off with a Bowling Green team that is 1-1, has put up 24 and 38 points in their first two games. Jim Harbaugh very impressed with the type of offense that the Falcons run, saying he'd like to steal some of their ideas offensively. So, what are some of those ideas? Here's Jesse Minter when he sees and studies Bowling Green.
I think they do a really good job marrying their run game and their pass game. So, a lot of their boots, play actions, they just time up well. They got really good levels to their routes. They have challenging routes where they'll flood one side of the field, try to drain people out and hit guys on the run. So it's a big eye discipline game. They also have a lot of good quick game, and they have a lot of good complements with double moves off of their quick game. So it's just I would call it like a super complementary offense that a lot of their plays are set up by previous plays, and it's well designed, and it's going to be a big challenge for us.
It's a fascinating coincidence to this. Of course, Michigan saw Connor Bazelak, the starting quarterback for Bowling Green, last season when the Wolverines won in Bloomington. Jesse Minter will see him for a third consecutive season in a third different uniform because it was 2021. Jesse Minter was at Vandy, and Bazelak was at Missouri, which is crazy, but it's kind of the reality of college football these days, right? So What do you see from Bazelak? What have you seen from him in the past and this Bowling Green offense as a whole?
Well, a guy that is obviously well experienced, and he's going to make good decisions. And when you're talking about good decision and you hear Jesse Minter talk about that quick game, all right, they're going to try and get the ball in and out of his hands because they understand the pass rush that they're going against. And then you start to, a couple of 3-4 snaps like that, maybe one of the guys in the secondary is just say, I can't take this anymore. They break character, they break patience, and they try and get something. And all of a sudden you see one of those double moves, and then there's a big play. That's the patience you got to have from a quarterback facing this Michigan defense, and it's also the patience we have to see from our secondary. Don't bite on that. Hey, you're okay with some of those things. Just wait for the plays that are there to be made. Don't force something.
That'll be the assignment coming up for a Wolverine defensive front that has dominated through 2 games, including 5 first-half sacks last week against UNLV. One of the key cogs up there, whom Minter said really has taken a physical jump between spring ball and fall camp, and is now one of the top D tackles in the nation. That is Mason Graham, a true sophomore. He'll join us next as we gear up for Michigan and Bowling Green. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Michigan versus Michigan State. Mays out. Chrysler Center. You don't want to miss one of the biggest games of the season for Michigan volleyball, Friday, September 22nd at 7 o'clock. Not only are the Wolverines eyeing a win over the rival Spartans, but they're hoping to set a new home volleyball attendance record. So be part of it all for as low as $6 at mgoblue.com/tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets for a Michigan volleyball maze out against Michigan State on Friday, September 22nd.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
It's caught by Olave, but it's 5 yards short of the first down. That'll do it. Ohio State is vanquished.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's Ford SUV season. Time to gear up for adventure on or off-road. Get great deals on our capable lineup of Ford SUVs, including Ford Explorer, Ford Bronco Sport, and Ford Edge, all designed with technology to give you the confidence on the road. Returning AZ plan lessees can lease a 2023 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $349 a month for 24 months, with $3,429 due at signing. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 trade assist. Offer ends October 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Lease a 2023 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend today for $349 a month during the Ford SUV season. See your Southeast Michigan Ford dealer today. Think Ford first.
We're continuing to count you down to the Wolverines and Bowling Green here tonight at the Big House. And sophomore defensive lineman Mason Graham is alongside. Mason, 5 sacks in the first half for your defense in that battle against UNLV, none against ECU. What changed? What was different about UNLV's approach that kind of allowed you guys to get those sacks going?
Yeah, I just feel like UNLV compared to ECU was getting the ball out quicker. Like we came back on Sunday, watched the film and all that. Like we were back there, just the ball was getting out, but UNLV gave us some chances to get on the ball, to get some production, so it was a good change up.
I bet. Now, you guys have had some praise coming your way on that defensive front, deservedly so, but I know you all are perfectionists. So what are areas that you and the rest of that line are trying to improve for this week and beyond?
Yeah, just taking that next step in all of our pillars of our defense. You know, people are going to try to run the ball on us, knowing that we have a good D-line trying to test us. So we just got to stay stout in the run game, and then all the passing, all that stuff will come out after that.
Talking with Jesse Minter about your growth physically, can you take fans through kind of what you did this past offseason? Because he said he noticed a huge change in your work with Ben Herbert and his staff. Mm-hmm. What was the offseason like in that regard for you?
Yeah, the off season I really focus on my nutrition more, what I was putting in my body. I cut down a little weight. Last year I was around 320, 325, but now I'm 310 this year, 310, 315. So I'm feeling better. Just Herb and the staff always get us ready for these moments on Saturdays when the lights are the brightest.
Have you noticed that difference when you've gone out there and played, when you've practiced? Do you feel different with all that work?
Yeah, I definitely feel a big difference. Just all the stuff is all coming together more. The game's slowing down for me. I just feel stronger at the point of attack, too, so that's a big thing for me.
You were such a breakout star. You were one of the first true freshmen who were talked about last offseason. How different has it been a second year to know kind of what to expect, the rigors of college football, the challenges of classes, and all of the attention that comes with playing at Michigan? How have you better acclimated yourself to playing college football this year?
Yeah, I feel like in my second year I've just became more comfortable with the defense, the scheme, what we want to do out of different looks, what we're expecting out of this defense. So just stuff like that, just taking it in more, processing more information faster, and just stuff like that.
It's been interesting to watch the secondary because with some injuries, there's been some young guys who've been shuffled in, and it seems like they've really held up. How has that secondary helped make things easier for you guys in the front seven?
Yeah, it definitely helps us a lot. Even that extra second or 2 seconds that they give us, it's a big difference in our pass rush and what we can do. Just stuff like that. But we've seen all the young DBs work throughout fall camp and stuff like that, so this is what we expected.
Lastly, just your impressions of Bowling Green. What have you seen? Coach Harbaugh said that he likes some of their pass concepts so much he might steal them one day. What stands out about the Falcons to you?
Yeah, I mean, just something we were talking about as a defense. They're kind of similar to our offense. Just kind of like a Big Ten offense. They want to run the ball. They want to be physical, so stuff like that. That'll be a good test for us going into these Big Ten games.
Well, good luck with that test. Thanks, Mason.
Thank you.
There's Mason Graham from the Michigan defensive line. Much more to do on the pregame show, including Jack Miller and Jason Avant's thoughts next. You're listening to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Subscribe to the official podcast home of Michigan Athletics and Go Blue Podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
The Auto Show sales event is on now at your Detroit area Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram dealers. Amazing deals all month long on some of our hottest selling models, like the Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab, named America's best light-duty pickup for new vehicle quality by J.D. Power, and Jeep Compass Limited with over 80 standard and available safety and security features. Even the most awarded SUV ever, Jeep Grand Cherokee L, featuring 3 rows of seating. Hurry in to a Detroit area Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram dealer.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do. Ever just want to start over? Take a mulligan in life? With a smooth, clean Barbasol shave, every day is a clean slate. So who cares if you put all your money in crypto and called your boss an idiot? Start fresh with Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Counting down to the Wolverines and the Bowling Green Falcons. It's time now for the Michigan Answer Spotlight from Michigan Medicine. September is National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, so we welcome in Dr. Rajan Modi, pediatric oncologist and division director for pediatric hematology oncology at University of Michigan Health, C.S. Mott Children's Hospital. Dr. Modi, thanks so much for joining us. Can you just tell fans how common childhood cancer is?
Thank you, Brian, for having me on this very important month for our childhood cancer awareness. Childhood cancer, fortunately, is not very common. We are all thankful for that. About 16,000 children will get diagnosed with new cancer under the age of 21. Put it other way, 1 in 300 child will develop cancer in North America before 21.
So what are some examples of how funding for pediatric cancer has already changed treatment options? And with additional funding, what more could be accomplished?
Funding is such an important topic for pediatric cancer researchers and doctors like me. Pediatric cancer does not generally get a lot of funding compared to some of the adult countertypes. And pediatric cancer in general receives about 4% of the funding from the National Cancer Institute and National Institute of Health. So we are extremely grateful to many foundations who actually have helped pediatric cancer researchers like me around the country and around the globe. Chad Carr Pediatric Brain Tumor Center, with the resources they have provided, we are really making big difference in the life of pediatric brain tumor, especially DIPG, a tumor which is still, as of today, is incurable. But with the increased funding, we see a first ray of light and hint that the survival is increasing from 10 months to 18 to now about 2 years.
So, Dr. Modi, what are other ways the community can help in this matter?
Thank you, Brian. That's such an important topic. I think in an age of social media, each individual has a lot of power at their hand. First of all, I would say awareness. Just spread awareness. Childhood cancer, even though uncommon and rare, is a very important cause. And people have this impression that, childhood leukemia is curable. There are so many incurable pediatric cancers. So spread awareness of the existence and the plight of the children. Individual can do a lot by spreading awareness, advocacy, supporting the local hospitals. And in general, a family who is going through, just reach out and say, how can you help them?
For more information on how you can block out cancer, visit blockoutcancer.org. Dr. Modi, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, absolutely, Brian. Thank you for having me.
And Michigan Medicine is our game sponsor here tonight, so thanks to Dr. Modi for his time. Getting you ready for Michigan and Bowling Green. Before we continue on the pregame show, let's pause 10 seconds. Let our stations identify themselves as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield. Back here at the Big House, gearing up for a night kickoff, 7:45 to be exact, for Michigan and Bowling Green. And let's start Jason down on the sideline. We're with Jason Avant, Michigan sideline reporter, former wide receiver here, and a great one. And, you were talking to a fellow great Michigan Wolverine last week, Jason, in Blake Corum, about Mike Hart becoming the first black head coach in Michigan football history. Tonight, Sherrone Moore will be the second. And you could tell in that conversation with Blake and some of the others who discussed it just what that moment, that opportunity for Coach Hart meant to so many.
Well, he gushed about it. He was very excited. Corum was. But I'm going to tell you what it means. Michigan has been around 206 years. The football program has been around 144 years. And it means hope. It means innovation. It means progress going forward. And it's like marketing. When you see something on television, it inspires someone else to do it in the future. So a lot of black boys and girls are dreaming big because they saw these two guys, coach for the University of Michigan.
Yeah, and obviously so awesome to see Mike Hart, a great representative of this program, as is Sherrone Moore, and we'll hear from Coach Moore a little bit later with Doug Karsh here on the pregame show. And I'll tell you, Jack, you can tell the excitement level that these players have for their, whether it's offense or defensive coordinator or their position coach, and their shuffling that goes on, not just with those elevated to acting head coaches, but Kirk Campbell getting a chance to call plays in the opener. I loved what Jay Harbaugh said about this last week. This is an opportunity for the coaches to live up to a next man up mentality that they preach to the players. And boy, the players not only have responded, but they're so excited for those opportunities for some of the guys who maybe don't get the type of credit that they should, all things considered.
No doubt about it. I think one of the keys to success over the last couple of years for Michigan has been the assistant coaches that they've brought in, how relatable they are to the players that they're coaching. A lot of times, programs that, if the coaches and players have a distrust or maybe they're not on the same page, they don't see eye to eye on certain things, there's just not that chemistry, there's not that bond. And you see time and time again when coaches and players do have that, it tends to work out in your favor. Things tend to go the right way, particularly in college football where you have to go recruit 17, 18-year-olds, right? So the buy-in that these players have had with their coaches, the love that they have for them, we saw it last year when Mike Hart went down with a medical emergency against Indiana, the passion and the support and the care that the players had for Mike Hart in that instance, but all of these coaches, that goes a long way. Guys want to play harder, they want to play better, they want to make their coaches happy when they care about them, when they're relatable, and seeing them have those opportunities, seeing the coaches live out that mantra of, hey, it's next man up, when it's your time, you better be ready to go. Well, now they get to prove it. They have in the first couple games. Sharon Moore's chance today to do the same thing, and that's a really fun thing, I think, for these players to watch.
So let's get into this opportunity for Michigan to close non-conference play against Bowling Green. Let's start with Jason. Areas you want to see improvement from for this team, with this being the last tune-up before Big Ten play starts?
This team has been playing outstanding. There's not many areas that you can improve with how accurate J.J. McCarthy has been. I think John said it earlier in the broadcast. You want to see who's going to emerge. Tyler Morris had a very, very good game last game. And you want to see these young guys, see if they can take a next step as far as the receiver. And we still want to see who's going to be that third running back, just in case something happens. Something happened last year. We want to see if it's Mullings or if it's going to be Stokes or whoever it may be. We want to see that third guy step up.
And today, out C.J. Stokes and Benjamin Hall, so there will be some other opportunities. You mentioned Kalel Mullings, who I think is probably the guy if you had to pick somebody right now, but maybe further down the depth chart, something to monitor. Jack, what are you going to be hoping for tonight?
I want to see the run game get going, all right? I mean, John and I, both former offensive linemen, that's something that everyone's waiting to kind of click. I think it's a byproduct of the defenses that we've played thus far, daring J.J. and the offense to throw the ball and air it out. They've done that successfully. They've made that work well. I want to see the running game get going. I'm making a prediction. I think it's a coming-out game in the 2023 season for Blake Corum tonight. I want to see Donovan Edwards get going, too. He's so dynamic. They can use him in so many different ways. I think they've not struggled to, but they're still trying to figure out where to put him, how to get him utilized and maximized to his potential. You can put him all around the field. He can do so many good things. If they get that running game going, they figure out how to use Donovan Edwards. We've seen the pass game work so far. That'll continue to progress. Let's get the ball rolling. Let's own the line of scrimmage. Get Blake Corum and number 7 Donovan Edwards going.
You also want to see those tight ends as well. You want to see what Barner has, and you want to see Colson Loveland go to that different level. So that's another area as well.
No doubt. Others who are out today per that availability report, no Darius Clemens, no Morion Walker. Once again, no Rod Moore in that Michigan secondary. Questionable. Will Johnson, who had 8 snaps last week. Makari Page is questionable. And Jack Tuttle, who took a pretty big hit in the second half last week. He is questionable for this one. Wolverines and Bowling Green readying for their third all-time meeting. We'll get Jack and Jason's post-game predictions in the pregame show when our pregame coverage continues. Next, you're listening to Wolverines football from Learfield.
No matter where you're headed, Citgo is a good place to start. And whether you're crossing the state line or just going cross town, Club Citgo can save you money on every fill-up along the way. Like 3 cents off every gallon every day. Download the Club Citgo app and start saving instantly at the pump. Whether you're heading into work or just to work out, when you start with Citgo, you're good to go. Savings good up to 30 gallons, only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
It's good! Remy Hamilton has done it!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better for you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
KFC's new chicken nuggets. Hand-breaded, original recipe, 100% white meat chicken nuggets. The perfect back-to-school dinner option for...
Are those chicken nuggets?
Yeah, I was thinking we could...
Chicken nuggets! Chicken nuggets! Chicken nuggets! Chicken nuggets!
What is happening?
It's dinner time. Order KFC original recipe chicken nuggets, 10 pieces for just $5. You've never had nuggets like these. That's finger-licking good. Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Today's broadcast is presented by the experts at University of Michigan Health. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To learn more about Michigan's best hospital, visit MichiganAnswers.com. It's a September Saturday in Ann Arbor. Welcome back to our coverage of Michigan and Bowling Green.
More on that momentarily. The great folks at University of Michigan Health doing tremendous work as our thoughts go out to the Howard family and the head coach of Michigan men's basketball, Juwan Howard. He underwent a successful heart procedure yesterday at the Samuel and Jean Frankel Cardiovascular Center. Had a routine medical checkup, and some conditions that were of concern were identified, and the surgery was scheduled as soon as possible. He will be away from the program in the interim. It'll be Associate Head Coach Phil Martelli taking over. He's expected to recover, Juwan Howard is, in 6 to 12 weeks. Could return to the program in as early as 4 weeks if everything goes smoothly. So again, our thoughts go out to Coach Howard, and boy, what a blessing that we have Michigan Medicine, we have University of Michigan Health here on campus, that they were able to find that and get rid of it quickly. Transitioning to this one as we get you ready for Michigan and Bowling Green, and let's talk about what we think we're going to be seeing here and talking about after the ball game. Jason, to start with you, what are some of your post-game predictions here in the pregame? We have some issues with Jason. Jack, what do you think we're going to be talking about?
Well, I've been asking for the run game to get going. I'm predicting it's going to be a good night for Blake Corum, a coming out party in 2023. You don't want to give him too many touches, maybe 15 touches, over 100 yards. You know, part of that is those breakaway runs, right? Can they part the seas? Can they get him going downhill? Get those big, explosive chunk plays to get Bowling Green's defense on their heels. I think Blake Corum has a good night. And I think we finally get some turnovers. I think we pop a couple fumbles, maybe an interception over the middle, something like that to spark up this crowd, a night game, the energy, right? Some big turnovers, something that's going to swing the momentum early in Michigan's favor. Hopefully that'll lead to a runaway-type performance from Michigan tonight, but it's Blake Corum and some turnovers.
And, from Blake Corum's standpoint, he's got more touchdowns now than he had through 2 weeks last year. Now, he kept that pace going all year, right, which is pretty remarkable. To me, I'm really curious to see how, if at all, this team tries to get Donovan Edwards going. There is absolutely no need to worry about him. But, Donovan's a competitor. He joked after the opener that he looked at his numbers at halftime and said, wait, what? I only got that? He's somebody who has high expectations of himself. Obviously, he is going to have to be great for Michigan to realize its potential this season. And it's an opportunity here today for him to maybe get some of that. He still hasn't found the end zone this year.
You can put him between the tackles and let him run downhill like a true running back. He's so fast and elusive. Jet sweeps, screens, slip screens when he's out at wide receiver. He can even run routes like a true wide receiver. So I agree. I think that's a missing component so far to the team right now, is how to get seven going. If he is electric the way we know he can be, this offense, the sky's the limit, right? So you get that running game going, you get Donovan Edwards going in any which way possible that fits this offense, fits this team this year, and the offense can do basically what they want. The way they're throwing right now, sky's the limit.
It's been interesting watching this front seven. We talked a lot about the fluidity to Michigan's secondary, and that will continue here tonight with Rod Moore out once again. Noah Morion Walker, Makari Page, questionable. Will Johnson has only played 8 snaps all season. But that front seven, it was so interesting hearing Michael Barrett, who is kind of the old soul among all the young grasshoppers here for this Michigan football program. But he said that the defensive line, and particularly the interior guys, their speed surprises him. Yeah. I think that's been one of the standout performances from this team, is what that defensive line has done.
And it's hard to point to just one guy, which is great, right? Because that means the depth that they have. They can rotate guys in and out, so they're fresh, they're playing well. They're all very talented guys, all have a different style of play that they come in with. But to his point, fast, strong, aggressive. If they lock up that offensive line, that's a linebacker's dream. They can just run sideline to sideline, make tackles, get the glory. But the big guys in the middle doing all the dirty work is what's leading to all that defensive success so far.
And I mentioned that secondary. Last week, the top 3 guys in terms of snap for Michigan's defense was Keon Sabb, Mikey Sainristil, and Quentin Johnson. Yep. Now, Sainristil obviously a lot of playing time, but playing true cornerback as opposed to being sprinkled in nickel packages. But for Sabb, for Johnson, for some of these other younger guys, invaluable experience, and that could continue tonight.
Well, and that's the benefit of some of these early season games, not high-profile opponents that we've had to play thus far, obviously, but it's a good training ground, right? They get a chance to get out there, get reps, get some experience. The coaches get the opportunity to see them on film, how they respond, what coverages certain players are more adept to than others, what certain guys like, and really where to place guys. As we get down the stretch here, we get into late October, November, where it really matters. They'll know where to put the pieces of the puzzle together to hopefully be very, very successful.
Should be a fun one here tonight. Michigan and Bowling Green, 2 teams separated by about 70 miles linking up here at the Big House. Much more to do on the pregame show. We'll hear from Rob Joyce in the network studios with an update of the out-of-town scoreboard, including a blowout in progress in East Lansing. And then Doug Carr sits down with Michigan's acting head coach here tonight, Sharon Moore. Kickoff at 7:45, and we're taking you up right to it as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Champion Circle's mission is to empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL and ensure Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. Visit championscircleufm.com to learn about exciting upcoming events or to contribute to Michigan student athletes' NIL platforms. That's championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan athletics.
Michigan football and Founders Brewing Company are teaming up for another exciting season of championship football. Together, we're launching a new social media series, In the Vault, where we'll recount classic Michigan games, moments, and rivalries using archived footage, broadcasts, and images. Check out the Wolverines' social media before each Big Ten game this season to catch each episode of In the Vault, presented by Founders Brewing Company. Founders, born and brewed in Michigan.
Wolverines football plays here.
Fires to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Wolverines.
Right here on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
This is University of Michigan football, live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depends on us.
As the Wolverines get ready to close out the non-conference portion of the 2023 football season, we're joined by our weekly guest on the pregame show, Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Hello, Andy.
Hi, Doug. I'm highly in favor of a big, easy, and relaxing Michigan win today. Nothing stressful, please.
Andy, we all have more than enough stress in our lives. That's something so many of us are familiar with. relaxation is a bit more elusive.
You're right about that, Doug. In our everyday lives, we all have things that pop up unexpectedly, and those things tend to cause us stress. The good news is that our bodies are designed to handle sudden stress, which usually goes away pretty quickly. But when stress becomes persistent or chronic, something that's always there, it can be harmful to our mental and physical health.
Chronic stress is on the rise in the U.S. A recent survey by the American Psychological Association showed that more than 25% of adults feel so much stress that it's difficult to function normally. And more than 75% of people surveyed say they've experienced at least one stress-related symptom in the last month.
And those symptoms are common, Doug. Headaches, fatigue, anxiety, nervousness, even feeling depressed or feeling like things in our lives are spiraling out of control. Our medical director at Blue Care Network and Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan points out that stress is unique to each individual but tends to fall in three categories: emotional, work-related, and relationship stress.
Andy, sometimes all three of those categories of stress gang up on us simultaneously. Fortunately, there are things we can do to manage stress.
You're right. Getting daily exercise, practicing deep breathing during our day, keeping close contact with our friends and family, and creating a healthy sleep routine. These all provide stress relief and are key factors in building a healthy lifestyle.
Chronic stress is something we should all be aware of, and it's good to know Blue Cross is ready to help with lots of information at mibluesperspectives.com. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you, Doug. Go Blue.
Counting you down to Michigan and Bowling Green at 7:45. Rob Joyce back with you in the Learfield Network studios with a look around the rest of college football. Starting in the Big Ten, we'll start in East Lansing. Michigan State is getting mollywopped. Washington early third quarter leads MSU 38-0. Husky quarterback Michael Penix in the first half alone had 375 yards passing and 4 touchdowns, as it's all UW over in East Lansing. Elsewhere, Ohio State up comfortably on Western Kentucky, 63-10, 3 minutes to go in Columbus. Iowa with a comfortable 34-10 lead against Western Michigan, 5 minutes to go in Iowa City. And early on, Nebraska has scored first. Huskers lead Northern Illinois 7-0. Game just over 5 minutes old. Just wrapping up in the last little bit. Rutgers 3-0, downing Virginia Tech 35-16. Minnesota falls at North Carolina 31-13. And Northwestern takes a 38-14 defeat at the hands of Duke. Finals from earlier this afternoon in the conference include a Big Ten opener for both teams in Champaign. Penn State forced 5 Illinois turnovers in a 30-13 drubbing of the Illini. Outside of league play, Indiana lost to Louisville by a touchdown, 21-14. Hoosiers had 4th and goal from the 1 in the fourth quarter. It got stopped, never saw the ball again. And Wisconsin, a big second half to dispatch of Georgia Southern, 35-14. Badgers D for 6 turnovers in the win. Still to come, about to kick off at 7:30, Purdue hosting Syracuse. That's the only other game tonight in the Big Ten that is yet to begin aside from ours. That's the day in the Big Ten. Nationally, no ranked versus ranked matchups on the docket. Some notable games. 10th-ranked Alabama hasn't lost consecutive games since 2007. Lost last week. Lead just 10-3 at South Florida with 9 minutes to go in Tampa. Upset scares from earlier. Top-ranked Georgia trailed by double digits at halftime. Come back to beat South Carolina 24-14. Number 3 Florida State surviving an upset scare as well. At the hands of Boston College, Seminoles survive 31-29. Again, it's Michigan and Bowling Green. Pregame continues. We'll get the thoughts of tonight's acting head coach, Sharon Moore. He chats with Doug after this as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace!
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
he can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with the bold design and amazing strength of the Chevy Silverado. With 9 models to choose from, Silverado is the perfect tool for all your jobs. If life takes you off-road, there's the first ever ZR2 Silverado. Add in features like the available multi-flex tailgate or 8 available cameras, and you'll be Silverado strong whatever road you travel. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup for the 2023-24 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite school or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. That's thedirectorscup.com and L Directors Cup on Twitter. Trophies will be awarded in June 2024 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Counting you down to kick off Michigan and Bowling Green, and we're joined by the acting head coach of the Wolverines, Sharon Moore. Gets his turn this week. Let's just start with being the head coach. How's it feel?
It feels awesome. It's just really a blessing, but again, it's not really about me. Just excited for our players and the team to go out there and have a great game.
As offensive coordinator, O-line coach, and head coach, how do your duties change today?
Biggest thing for me is that, just being able to, bounce things off with the defense, special teams with Jay and Jesse, have full trust in them and what they're going to do and how they're going to call the game. So just excited to be able to listen and hear their input in the game.
Okay, your offense, through 2 games, the passing game. How has JJ, the receivers, the protection, which is allowed no sacks, how is it graded out?
Really, really well. A+. These guys done a great job. And there's always room to grow, so probably more of an A. But been explosive, been consistent, and just excited about where it's going.
You've got an emerging number 3 receiver in Tyler Morris. You had the 2 veterans back, Cornelius Johnson and Roman Wilson. Who else is starting to step their game up as you move forward and are going to need some of that depth?
Yeah, obviously we have the tight ends, but from a receiving standpoint, probably the freshman Fred Moore has done a really good job through camp, made plays. Samaj Morgan and Carmelo English, so all 3 guys that have really stepped up.
All right, let's talk about the run game. Room for improvement there, I'm sure. But you're the 2-time winning Joe Moore Award coach. It's your position group, so nobody better to address any issues. What do you want to see happen today?
Just consistency, finishing on all levels, all positions. That's the big thing that you see on film. If we're consistent in those big runs will happen. And we're as close statistically as we were last year at this point. We actually have, Blake actually has more touchdowns than he did at this point last year. So excited to see, how it all works out today.
All right, defensively, Mike Elston, your D-line coach, said this week that with all his years at Notre Dame and coaching, this might be the best defensive front he's ever coached. You see him in practice every day. Tell us a little bit about that group up front.
Man, explosive, powerful, play with great fundamentals, play with great energy and burst. Love how they play, love how they impact the game. And then, there was battles throughout training camp, and we're excited to watch them on the field every game.
You've got a consistent performer in the middle of the defense that I feel like doesn't get enough love. Nobody talks about him. He's just out there doing the job every single game in Junior Colson. Tell us a little bit about what he means to this defense.
It means so much. He flies around and plays with such great energy. Maybe not necessarily what he says, but how he does it every game. You just see him show up over and over and over again. So just love watching Junior play. He's an exciting player and with a bright future.
And what about Mike Barrett, like the old man of the crew, 6th year? And what does he bring into this team other than his play?
Yeah, experience, knowledge, leadership. You can lean on him for anything, on and off the field. Shoot, I talk to him like he's one of my friends. I've known him forever. He's been here since I've been here. It's crazy me and Chris Partridge talking. Chris left, came back, and Mike Barrett's still here. So just excited for Mike and just playing really good football right now.
Now, your secondary's been bagged up. You might be getting some guys back in the coming games, but that group, it doesn't look like they've missed a beat. People have stepped up. What have you seen in the secondary play?
Yeah, first Coach Klink and Coach Jay, they just do such an unbelievable job with those guys, push them. There's no room for error. Those guys are always, there's a high standard. It doesn't matter who's in the game, but those guys are just covering guys up left and right. And we haven't even been playing a lot of tight man coverage, so to watch them in zone coverage do what they've done has been really awesome.
All right, we'll come back and talk about the Bowling Green Falcons, today's opponent. That is straight ahead. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine and visit michigananswers.com.
It's Ford SUV season. Time to gear up for adventure on or off-road. Get great deals on our capable lineup of Ford SUVs, including Ford Explorer, Ford Bronco Sport, and Ford Edge, all designed with technology to give you the confidence on the road. Returning AZ plan lessees can lease a 2023 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $349 a month for 24 months, with $3,429 due at signing. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 trade assist. Offer ends October 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Lease a 2023 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend today for $349 a month during the Ford SUV season. See your Southeast Michigan Ford dealer today. Think Ford first.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
In the coach's office prior to Michigan and Bowling Green, and we've got Sharon Moore, acting head coach today, and let's talk a little bit about the Falcons. First of all, their quarterback, Connor Bazelak. This kid, you saw him last year at Indiana. Jesse Minter, your defense coordinator, saw him when he was at Vanderbilt and coached against him at Missouri. You probably have a pretty good read on what he brings to the table.
Yeah, smart, tough, dependable. He's going to operate at a high level. He's not going to make a lot of mistakes. So we just got to do a good job containing him, using different things to confuse him and keep him in check.
He was a transfer from Indiana to Bowling Green. You have a quarterback transfer from Indiana to Bowling Green and Jack Tuttle. How much has Jack helped? Has he been part of game planning?
No, not really. Our defense does such an unbelievable job with game planning, so I'm sure, the conversations have been had on the side, but he has been heavy into the game planning.
All right, let's talk about their pass game. Odu Hilaire for them. 37 games in a row he has a reception. I don't know if that's something that goes up on the wall in the defensive back room, but do those guys see that as a challenge to try and bring that streak to an end?
Yeah, 100%. I think he's a really good player. Plays with great fundamentals, great sound and fast, and a great route runner. So just excited to watch our DBs against him today.
Last week, they had a tight end and a running back go over 100 yards receiving. The running back, everything was completed behind the line of scrimmage. Does your defense prepare for a lot of quick passes to him?
Yeah, I think they know, especially with the rush that we have, that the ball's going to get out fast and be able to rally to a guy like that. You're not going to stop him all the way, but you got to contain him and make sure that we can rally him and let the first tackler make the tackle. And if it's not that one, it's got to be the second one to get him down fast.
And they've got a running back on special teams who last year led the country with 3 block punts. Any team that's looking for an upset wants to win in special teams. How much attention is paid to making sure he doesn't block one today?
Yeah, I think in the last 2 years they've had 11 or 12 block punts, and last year it was 6. So he's blocked 3 of them, which is pretty impressive. So we're on high alert of where he is and how this team works.
Any nerves, butterflies, or are you just ready to go?
Ready to go. Feel very prepared. The players make it so fun and make it easy for you. So just excited for the opportunity.
Sharon Moore, good luck.
Thank you very much.
That's the Michigan acting head coach. We'll have the kickoff when we continue. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Olga's Kitchen is bringing their great Mediterranean flavor to Michigan Stadium. Enjoy Olga's in the Big House on the second-level concourse at Gate 9, where Wolverine fans can get favorites like the original Olga, the Philly Olga, and Olga's Snackers. Can't make the game? Visit one of Olga's 24 restaurants to enjoy these classics or new items like the 3-cheese dip, Hellfire Detroit wings, or Brussels sprouts. Having a party? Go to olgas.com for wing platters and hot buffet catering. The best fans in the world deserve the best bread on the planet. Olga's Kitchen, the restaurant you know and love, is more than you remember.
Bogut Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, we're inviting those already retired or nearing retirement to attend our second annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, October 12th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and get exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Basketball season is right around the corner, and Michigan women's basketball season tickets are on sale now. Head coach Kim Barnes-Arico and the Wolverines are eyeing another NCAA tournament appearance, and you can experience the action live at Chrysler Center throughout the regular season. To secure your season tickets and guarantee your seats for all the big games, head to mgoblue.com/tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to lock in your women's basketball season tickets.
The passing game is just lights out. J.J. McCarthy, phenomenal.
The way J.J.'s playing, the way the receivers are getting open, it's unbelievable.
He prepares. He knows what the defense is going to give him. He knows where to go with the ball fast. He's not taking sacks.
Sometimes you feel like it's a video game. Like, man, you call this pass, it's going to work.
When a guy like J.J. throws you the ball, I just got to make an opportunity and make something happen.
Roman Wilson goes up and gets it. Touchdown, Wolverines. Wow, what a throw from J.J. McCarthy downfield. Roman Wilson inside the 5. Skips into the end zone for a Michigan touchdown to the 30, down the near sideline, 20, 10, 5. Roman Wilson, touchdown, Michigan. J.J. McCarthy to Roman Wilson for the 5th time this year.
I feel like I'm closing my eyes and throwing the ball because I just know where they're going to be, and I know how they run, know their speed, know their cuts.
He's just doing a phenomenal job, and I'm just so happy for him because the sky's the limit for him.
The goal is for J.J. to be the best quarterback in the country and the best football team.
We have the potential to do it. We have the talent to do it. We have the dedication and commitment and hard work to do it. It's all about just putting it together and executing the plan.
Michigan football is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Coke Zero Sugar. Best Coke ever. And by the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Remember, don't regret the bet. Once again, here's Doug Karsch and John Jensen.
It's second-ranked 2-0 Michigan against Bowling Green. The Falcons come into Ann Arbor 1-1 out of the Mid-American Conference. A night game here at the Big House. The Wolverines in the all-blues, and we are seeing the debut of the new LED lights as we've got blue lights over the field, and John Jansen doesn't like night games but loves the atmosphere.
This is
I
pretty
gotta tell
sweet.
you, it looks pretty cool. A first for the Big House with the 56 colored lights using 30% less energy, more focused on the field. Pay attention after touchdowns tonight, fans, because you're going to see flashing lights like you never have before here in Ann Arbor. A $2.75 million project, and now they got them flashing right now, John.
I wasn't sure how I was going to feel about it, but this is pretty freaking cool. It is. I mean, and the guys haven't even run out yet. I can't wait till they do, and they get to experience this as well on the field. This is. They've just added a lot to an already great environment here in Ann Arbor.
Well, the Wolverines bouncing around in that tunnel on the eastern sideline as they're getting ready to pour onto the field and get it going here between Michigan and Bowling Green. Bowling Green coming in led by a former Wolverine and Scott Loeffler, one of the great success stories of a Michigan player turned coach. In fact, he was coaching Tommy Brady while he was still here in Ann Arbor. As here come the Wolverines pouring onto the field to the flashing lights at the Big House. And our guy number 8, Jason Avant, is down there in the middle of all that. How'd you like that presentation, Jason?
Oh, it was amazing. I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, where am I at? Look at University of Michigan stepping it up, baby.
That's exact. You know what? I bet there's a lot of people in the stands probably asking the exact same thing. And it'll be interesting to see how it's received, but I don't know how you can't think that that is just really cool.
And we're all about the recruits and all about the kids on television, marketing, and it's a great way to market.
In the meantime, Jason, we may have some late-breaking news prior to this one. You kept your eye on the Bowling Green warm-ups, and it looks like we may see QB2 tonight for the Falcons.
Yeah, it looks like Connor Bazelak has a right brace, a brace on his right knee, and it looks like Camden Orth will see him tonight. He was taking all the reps with the first team and also handing it off. So we'll see if he can get up or not. All right, we'll keep our eye on that. Bazelak, an experienced quarterback, a senior out of Dayton, 5 years of college football at 3 different places. But it looks like it'll be Camden Orth, who's played plenty for Bowling Green in a backup role. In fact, came off the bench last year in the Quick Lane Bowl. One of his highlights this year, Johnny converted a 4th and 32 at Liberty. His favorite athlete, Aaron Rodgers.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, we won't hold that against them.
We'll see if what Mr. Orth can get done in this one today. The Wolverines on the field. The band is leaving the field, and the Falcons slowly making their way out. As shortly we'll have our coin toss, which is brought to you by Rude. This Bowling Green team, offensively, a pro style, similar to what Michigan runs. Kind of an easy scout for Michigan since they've seen the look. They got a good boot game. They use the tight ends and running backs in the pass game quite a bit.
Yeah, and I think early on we're going to see a lot of quick passes. They want to get the ball in and out of hands of the quarterback, and especially if it's going to be a new quarterback, Camden Orth. They want to try and get the ball out of his hands as quickly as possible. Don't let that pass rush affect him. Find a rhythm, get some confidence here in the big house. And I think we're going to see a lot of the quick hitting runs as well as those quick hitters on the outside for the quarterback.
The Bowling Green defense, nothing particularly exotic, in fact, reminiscent of some Big Ten defenses. And the coordinator over there is Steve Morrison, a Michigan linebacker from 90 to 94.
Yeah, I just had a chance to see him. He's going to be in the booth right next to us. He was the senior captain here my freshman year. I learned a lot from him about how to operate as an athlete, as a guy at Michigan, and patterned a lot of what I did throughout my college career after Steve Morrison. So it's great to see him back here. And he mentioned, too, that he got a chance to see a lot of familiar faces here in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, I know. It's cool to see those guys back in town, and there's a lot of love between these two programs, and we'll get into that throughout the day. Bowling Green means a lot in the Harbaugh household, as Jim's parents met at Bowling Green when Jack was a player, running back down there. Captains have gathered in the center of the field. Michigan, of course, sending out Mike Barrett, Trevor Keegan, along with Zach Zinter. And Chris Jenkins speaking for the Falcons. Looks like it'll be Odu-Hilaire.
Heads. It's called heads.
Heads. And the official flips the coin. That's our referee, Larry Smith. And he turned his mic off. So, Jason, who won the toss?
That's one.
Michigan won.
We'll defer.
Right, gotcha.
Bowling Green will receive.
By the way, Jason again adorned in the Jordan 1s tonight. This is the black and light gray edition, matching his sweatshirt. Looking good as always, Jason. Yeah, I got to try to keep the swag going. I look good, play good, feel good, broadcast good.
Yeah, you can see it. He's dancing right on the sidelines.
That coin toss brought to you by Rude. You can rely on Rude. All right, the lights are out again as the Wolverines will kick off to Bowling Green in this one. And Bowling Green in the white jersey tops with white helmets, the brown pants, orange numbers, and orange highlights on the uniforms. Interesting color scheme down there. Must be an Ohio thing. Yeah. Cleveland Browns, same thing. The Wolverines, meanwhile, the traditional winged helmet, of course, the best helmet in all of college football. The maize lettering on a navy blue jersey and the blue pants tonight. John, I love the blue pants, but I especially love them on the road with the white jerseys.
Yeah. I mean, blue on blue is nice. Traditionally, we have the maize pants, but it always looks nice when they break these out, and we'll see what happens. They're not going to have a road game until they hit Nebraska in a couple of weeks, so we'll see what they travel with.
Wolverines' Tommy Doman will kick off. He's done so 11 times this year with 7 touchbacks. Jalen Embry and Tayron Keith are deep for the Bowling Green Falcons, as we're just about set to get underway here in Ann Arbor. John, first night game of the year. There could be others later in the season. We still have a bunch of TBAs on the schedule, but we like the noon starts, but it's definitely a great atmosphere, college football at night.
It is. There's always a build-up throughout the day, and you'd like it to be a little bit better of a matchup between Michigan and somebody other than Bowling Green, but this is the matchup we have tonight. The build-up is no less during the day. Tailgates have been going on since noon when the parking lots opened up, and this has just been it. Everything that goes around in Ann Arbor is focused on college football Saturdays, and this is the big payoff here.
They got Nick Mosley back there to return this kick along with Tayron Keith.
As Tommy Doman's put it on the tee, and we're ready to go from the big house as he approaches and puts his right foot into it. We're underway, game 3 of the 2023 season, as that one sails to the back of the end zone and out the back of the end zone, and that's where Bowling Green will take over. And we're expecting to see Camden North at quarterback, the senior out of Gainesville, Florida, getting his first start of the season for the injured Connor Bazelak. In the backfield, keep your eye on Terrion Stewart. He had over 100 yards receiving versus Eastern Illinois last week. All yards after catch. Every reception was behind the line of scrimmage. Also the tight end, Harold Fannin, heavily used in the pass game, over 100 yards receiving last week as well. He is their leading receiver. And we see shotgun for Camden North. The ball on the left hash. Falcons moving left to right. And the first snap of the ball game is Orth back to pass. The right-hander delivers. They're going to go deep on the first play, down the near sideline, right in front of the Michigan bench. And incomplete, laying out for that one was Odu Allaire.
Not going to shy away from taking the big shot early. Michigan's defensive line slanting from left to right. They brought Mikey Samerstill from the nickel position off of the left edge. Weren't able to get home, but put a little pressure on the quarterback and just couldn't come down with a nice pass. If it's just a little bit tighter, they make that one.
Makari Page is on the Michigan defense. His first playing time this year. He's been battling an injury. That was Keyshawn Harris, a great story. He was in coverage, and I think we're going to get a review as they're going to see if perhaps he caught that one. Did Allaire?
Well, it's hard to tell in real time if he came down with it or if the ball hit the ground. His feet were in. I don't think that's going to be the question. The question is going to be, as we love to say here in Detroit, did he complete the process of the catch? And we're not even really sure what that means.
This close shave replay review is brought to you by Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream. For whatever your day brings, choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do. John?
I don't think so. I think he's got possession of it when he initially hits the ground, but as he bounces along, it comes out. And again, this is going to be a determination of what is completing the process. Jason, do you have anything to add to it? Were you able to see this one?
Yeah, I was able to see it on the first replay on the field. I believe once he hit the ground, the ball moved, so therefore it would not be a catch.
All right. As long as if it never disengages with your hands, but I couldn't see from the one replay that I saw.
Well, it's on about the second or third bounce of his body. And again, it's going to be determining on when they're going to say the play is over.
I will say, Camden North, pretty good throw down that Michigan sideline.
Well, he had to come in the first game of the season. He threw a few good balls before he started to throw them to the other team. So he has a good arm. Hopefully he can throw it to us a few times.
Yeah,
that would be nice.
5 picks in that opener, did Bowling Green.
Yeah.
So right when it comes out, I'm not sure what if they're gonna determine that the ball was moving and he never clearly possessed it.
My experience is the longer these things take, usually means an overturn. Larry Smith down there is the official, as he's looking on the screen down there. But
hoping Larry does the right thing here.
Well,
after review, the ruling on the field is a completed catch. It will be 1st and 10 at the 45-yard line.
There you go. It's taking too long.
Definitely were right about that.
So a 20-yard reception. Check that, a 30-yard reception on the first play of the game as it's into Michigan territory down to the Wolverine 45-yard line.
Well, it's clear that Scott Loeffler wanted to send a message to his team that, hey, it doesn't matter if we're in the big house, we're against Michigan, we're little old Bowling Green, we're going to come out and we're going to hit them in the mouth, we're going to be aggressive. And I think Michigan needs to make sure that they're ready to handle that.
That catch by Hilaire extends his games with a reception streak to 38. Shotgun for Orth. He's got Stewart in the backfield, flanked to his right. Takes the snap, and he's going to roll out and fire underneath to a crossing receiver. Gets knocked out of bounds at the 40-yard line. That's the tight end, Fannin. Gain of 4. Junior Colson is the man that met him. Mark it at the Michigan 41.
Was a nice pass by Orth because Makari Page was right in the tight end's hip pocket, just wasn't able to get a hand up to deflect that ball.
2nd down and 6 for the Falcons. Ball on the right hash. They're at the Michigan 41-yard line. Orth in a shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass, fires once again, has Fannin, the tight end, met immediately as caught at the Michigan 39. Keyshawn Harris was there. Mikey Sanristel was there. Gain of 2, and it's going to be 3rd down for the Falcons.
Well, what we're going to see from this passing game is something I mentioned earlier. We're going to see a lot of those quick passes. Now, I was surprised, as well as Michigan's defense, on that, 5-step drop. Quarterbacks hit that 5th step, and he throws it up on that first pass to Allaire. But all of the passes since then have been quick timing routes, trying to get the ball out of the hand of the quarterback as quickly as possible.
Jason Patterson in the backfield as Orth's going to go under center on 3rd and 4. Takes the snap, play action, back to pass, and he loses the handle. The ball's on the ground. He picks it up, and he's going to go down back in Michigan territory. In the backfield, Keon Sabb, a blitzing safety. Credit him with the sack. And Bowling Green will be forced to punt after a big loss on 3rd and 4. 12 yards. The Falcons lost on that play.
Yeah, he just lost handle of the ball. When he took his drop and went to raise the ball up to throw, it just literally fell out of his hand before he even got it into the throwing position.
Sammy Sear will punt for Bowling Green. Jake Thaw with his heels on the 12-yard line. And Sear, a low, short punt. Thaw comes up and takes it, fair catch at the 23. And that's where Michigan will get their first possession of the night following the BG punt. And the Wolverines will have the ball for the first time. When we continue, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
He's Detective Carter. I need a woman gonna help me, though. I don't care nothing about fine.
Smokey. Beaumont Livingston.
Do some other stuff. You gotta be able to fill out a 1099.
He's Chris Tucker, and he's live Friday, November 10th at Soaring Eagle Casino.
You can help me out with my taxes.
Tickets start at $44. On sale now at the box offices or etix.com.
Do your own business. Be careful who you listen to.
Party hard, laugh louder.
Because that's the last time I let Wesley Snipes help me out with my taxes.
Chris Tucker, live Friday, November 10th at Soaring Eagle Casino.
What am I going to watch? What food am I going to order? Who am I going to unfollow? The internet is full of tough choices, but picking an internet provider isn't one of them. You gotta have good internet. Like super fast, extra reliable Internet 1 gig from WOW for just $50 a month. Choose your perfect plan today at Wowway.com. And for a limited time, get a free modem for a year and $200 on us. Limited to new customers with auto pay and paperless billing. Subject to change. Terms and data limits apply. Taxes and fees extra.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer on the Ann Arbor campus provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $75,000 who have less than $75,000 in assets. There is also tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
Hey, how'd you like to be able to listen to us while you're watching the game on TV? In the comfort of your own home, go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com. By the way, John, Jake Thaw coming up to field that punt, saved some yardage on the roll. It was a short punt, and that's always hidden yardage. When you let that one land, it can roll inside your 20. Michigan will take over on the 23 instead.
Yeah, and it's not easy, especially under the lights, in a new environment for them. Hey, you got to run up, make that catch. And that's one of the things Jake has done. Hasn't had a lot of opportunity to return punts, but he's done a good job of making that decision on when to fair catch it and when to field it.
JJ under center, Blake Corum in the backfield. First snap for the Wolverines from their own 23. It's Blake Corum up the middle, and he's got some room. Cuts back against the grain. Now he breaks a tackle to the 50. Can they catch him to the 40? Blake Corum to the 30, to the 25, where he is dragged out of bounds inside the 25. First snap of the game, it's Blake Corum in the open field. Vintage Michigan running game, and Blake Corum there.
It's a simple counter. They pulled Trevor Keegan from that left guard position, kick out, and then the rest of it was Blake Corum. Nice hole on the right side, right off of the right guard. But once he breaks through that line of scrimmage, you see exactly why it's so hard to bring down Blake Corum, making a safety miss. And I think it's safe to say they're well on their way to getting the run game going today.
53 yards for Blake Corum. Trente Jones is in, bonus offensive lineman here as Michigan from the Bowling Green 23-yard line, 1st and 10. JJ from a shotgun. Inside handoff to Corum. Now they go reverse. It's Donovan Edwards to the 20, to the 15, and knocked out of bounds inside the 15. 2 plays, and Michigan's knocking on the door here at the Big House.
Well, they ran the exact same motion. They pulled Trevor Keegan, brought Donovan around, and you got your quarterback there leading the way with a nice seal block, allowing Donovan to get to the edge.
I'm sure Bowling Green go high alert on Roman Wilson this part of the field as he's got all of Michigan's 5 touchdown receptions this year. JJ in a shotgun. He's got Blake Corum behind him, and JJ's going to keep it. Quarterback keeper zone read to the 10 and dives inside the 5 down to the 4-yard line. Looking at a 2nd and 1. Michigan knocking on the door. Darren Anders, the middle linebacker, on the tackle there. Gain of 8 for JJ.
Well, they brought Roman Wilson in motion. Started him on the right. They brought him in motion across to the left, and he was the guy that JJ ran behind. Nice block with Roman on the corner there, allowing him to cut up inside to gain some yards.
Shotgun pistol formation. Ball on the left hash. JJ takes the snap. Hands it off. Corum up the middle. Behind the offensive line. The blocking sled leads him into the end zone. Touchdown, Michigan. And there go the lights at the Big House as the Wolverines lead it 6-0. Just inside 11 minutes to go, first quarter. I think Sharon Moore would be pleased with that drive.
I do believe that the blocking will be one that the offensive line coach, and that being Sharon Moore, will look at and say, hey, nice job, guys. And I think also head coach Sharon Moore is going to look at that and go, hey, I really appreciate you guys going down on my first offensive series and scored a touchdown.
JT on for the extra point. Out of the hold of Tommy Doman. And the snap from Will Wagner. Snaps clean, hold down, kick is up, and the kick is good. 4 plays, 77 yards in just a minute and 52, all 77 yards on the ground. Wolverines lead at 7-0, 10:44 to go. Quarter number 1, you're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win.
And every time we step on the field,
it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Lobs it up in the end zone around Tree. He adjusts to the ball. He's interfered with. He makes the catch.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's Ford SUV season. Time to gear up for adventure on or off-road. Get great deals on our capable lineup of Ford SUVs, including Ford Explorer, Ford Bronco Sport, and Ford Edge, all designed with technology to give you the confidence on the road. Returning AZ plan lessees can lease a 2023 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $349 a month for 24 months, with $3,429 due at signing. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 trade assist. Offer ends October 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Lease a 2023 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend today for $349 a month during the Ford SUV season. See your Southeast Michigan Ford dealer today. Think Ford first.
Seven 0 Michigan on top of Bowling Green. 10:44 to go, first quarter. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. That 4-yard Blake Corum touchdown run brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Well, I really like the way that they set up each one of those plays. One played off another. It was a really good flow in that first drive.
Tommy Doman's kick goes out of the back of the end zone, and Bowling Green will once again take over on the 25-yard line. All pass plays in Bowling Green's first possession. They did get it into Michigan territory before their drive stalled. And the Wolverines will send out a defense. And it features Jalen Harrell and Derek Moore at the end spots. Kenny G in the middle of that defensive line, along with Mason Graham, You got Junior Colson, Mike Barrett, the linebacking spots. Mikey Samristel, Makari Page, Keon Sabb, Josh Wallace making up the secondary. For the 25-yard line, Bowling Green. Their first play, back to pass is Orth, fires, and it's caught and immediately met at the line of scrimmage by Mike Barrett.
When you have linebackers that can run like this group of linebackers does, Mike Barrett was about 8 yards from the tight end when he caught that ball, and the closing speed, whether it's Junior Colson, Mike Barrett, Ernest Hausman, when they stick their foot in the ground and they come up to make a play, they get there in such a hurry.
They give Levi Guzeric 1 yard on the reception. 2nd down and 9 for the Falcons. Ball at their own 26-yard line. They go heavy set, 2 receivers split to the left. Overload to the right side of the offensive line. Tayron Keith in the backfield next to Camden Orth, who takes the snap. Back to pass. Looking, and he's going to go down in the backfield. Wow. Mikey Samristel blitzing. Didn't give Orth a chance. A loss of 7, and the 2nd sack of the game for the Michigan defense.
Anytime you put a running back on Mikey Samristel, they're going to have to face him up. He took a dive, tried to cut him. Mikey Samristel sidestepped him, coming from that slot nickel position off the right side. And at the very first play of the game, he came off the left side, and we see a very similar, although different result for this play.
3rd down and 16 for Bowling Green. Shotgun for Orth. 2 receivers split right, 1 split left. Back to pass. Here comes the pass rush. He steps up in the pocket, looking. Now he's going to run. Flip a ball to a receiver. That's a forward pass beyond the line of scrimmage. And there's no flag, John. He was 5 yards. Jason, was he 5 yards downfield when he did that?
Yes, he was 5 yards down the field or so, and it looked like a forward pass. They may have said it was sideways. Oh, there's a flag on the field now.
It took a minute.
Yeah,
it was definitely a forward pass. Where he released the ball and where it was caught, it was certainly a forward pass.
Illegal forward pass. Offense, number 12. 5-yard penalty for the spot of the foul. Loss of down. It will be 4th down.
Yeah, he saw how fast those guys were coming and decided not to take the hit. That's what happened.
Yes. Here, you take it.
Yeah. Well, he's already QB2 as their starter is out. And we got Tyler Morris deep to field this punt from Sammy Sear, who, John, guess what country he's from?
Costa Rica.
Australia. All punters are
close.
from Australia. Don't you know this?
I don't care where kickers are from.
Tyler Morris fields it on his 35, running towards the Bowling Green sideline, cuts upfield to the 50, breaks a tackle to the 45, and is dragged down on the far side of the field at the Bowling Green 41-yard line. We see the youngster with the ball in his hands looking dangerous in the punt return game.
And a nice job by the return team of not hitting anybody in the back. A couple of guys pulled off when they saw the nameplate and prevented a nice return from being called back.
Sean, so on brand, dismissive of the punter.
Costa Rica. Who the hell plays football in Costa Rica? American football.
Wolverines lead at 7-0, 8:36 to go first quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Online betting can be fun. It's kind of like whitewater rafting. The rush of excitement, the thrill,
Well, until your raft is heading straight for a huge waterfall. For tips that will help keep you afloat, go to don'tregretthebet.org. Sponsored by the Michigan Association of Broadcasters and the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
The Wolverines non-conference finale is on the air. It's Michigan and Bowling Green, live from the Big House. Today's broadcast is presented by the experts at University of Michigan Health. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To learn more about Michigan's best hospital, visit michigananswers.com.
John, I really thought it was an easy one. Last year, Michigan faced 8 punters from Australia or New Zealand. They all were at Pro Kick Australia, a program that seems to send punters over to play college football.
Nobody from Costa Rica?
And I thought it would be real easy. Hey, what country is he from, do you think, John? Last year we saw 8 of them.
I really could care less what country
clear.
kickers are coming from.
He's a 27-year-old Australian punter, but not the oldest player in college football. We'll get to that later. Wolverines from the Bowling Green 43-yard line. JJ in a shotgun. 3 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. JJ back to pass. Fires. He's got Cornelius Johnson at the 35. Cuts inside to the 30. And a first down for Michigan from the Bowling Green 30. Gain of 13. Jordan Oladokun on the tackle for BG. Move the chains.
Well, we've seen this a number of times. Roman Wilson and Cornelius lined up on the same side. Roman runs everybody off. And even at the snap of the ball, they're really concerned about Cornelius going deep because they gave him about a 15-yard cushion. And it baffles me the amount of cushion that some of these corners will give wide receivers.
Inside 8 minutes to go, first quarter. Wolverines up 7-0. Toss sweep to Blake Corn. Makes a man miss in the backfield. Cuts upfield. Short gainer there as Bowling Green stacked them up. Evan Branch Haynes leading the BG tacklers. Miles Myers, the presenting sponsor of the 2023 Michigan football season and a proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest.
Max Bredesen came across the formation. We've seen him do it so many times and be effective. And it's not that he didn't get a decent block. I think he just was not expecting to have to make his block so quickly as the defensive end swam the front side tight end, and it was right there in Max's face.
Inside handoff, Donovan Edwards breaks a tackle down to the 20-yard line. Good to move the chains. That was the lightning personnel package. Mike Hart said that's what they call it when they have Corum and Edwards in the backfield at the same time. Lightning personnel, and this time it was Edwards for first down yardage. Gain of 10.
And they went old school with that Lightning personnel because they pulled both Carson Barnhart, the left tackle, and Trevor Keegan. We don't see that often. Mentioned that they usually use Max Bredesen as the second puller, but they pulled both offensive linemen in very successful play.
Edwards remains in the ball game next to J.J. McCarthy out of the shotgun. J.J. back to pass. Fires, and it's got his man, Roman Wilson, inside the 10. Steps out of bounds there. And the Wolverines knocking on the door again. They're going to mark it just outside the 10 at the 10.5-yard line, shy of the first down.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen Carson Barnhart take a false step. And there was no hand laid onto J.J. McCarthy, but that ball was thrown about a half a second, I think, earlier than J.J. wanted to throw it. Last week we saw that ball hit Roman Wilson in stride. This one, it brought him back, and by doing so, it ran him out of bounds.
Matthew Hibner in the ball game at tight end for Michigan for the first time tonight. JJ under center will turn and hand it to Donovan Edwards, who hesitates and then fires through a hole inside the 10 down to the 9-yard line. I believe it'll be enough for a first down, a 2-yard gain. Trent Sims on the stop for Bowling Green.
Well, they're going to use that pulling guard on both, and rightfully so. When you have Trevor Keegan at one guard, Zach Sinter at another guard, in different publications across the country, both of these guys are preseason All-Americans, and they're going to utilize them in a lot of different ways. That time it was Zach Sinter pulling left.
Oh, they go Wildcats. Direct snap to Donovan Edwards, who carries the ball up the middle, and he gets it down to the 5. J.J. went in motion out of the backfield. Gain of 4 on first down for Michigan. 5:19 to go, clock running, first quarter. Michigan up 7-0.
Don't be surprised to see Donovan do that a lot more, but also, I mean, we saw the Big Ten championship game 2 years ago, and Donovan talks about, hey, I've got the best QBR in Michigan football history because of that one pass that he threw, but nobody covered J.J. when he moved out to a wide receiver position.
Getting a little tricky there, huh? J.J. in a shotgun, back to pass on 2nd and goal, fires into the end zone. It's intercepted. Wow. Miscommunication there as Jalen Husky in the end zone. That was a pretty easy INT as J.J. either overthrew Hibner or underthrew Roman Wilson.
Well, I think there was a wrong route run by one of those guys, and I'm going to guess it was Hibner because you don't have Roman Wilson screaming down the back of the end zone there and a tight end hooking up in front of him. I think there was a miscommunication, and Matt Hibner was in the wrong place at the wrong time, drawing his defender in there.
We'll check in with number 8 on that in a moment, get his 2 cents. But first, let's throw it to the update desk for a check of the scoreboard with Rob Joyce.
Thank you very much, Doug. 3 games still in progress tonight across the Big Ten. Washington blowing out Michigan State early fourth quarter in East Lansing. It's 41-0 Huskies. It was 35-0 at halftime. Michael Penix, the Washington quarterback, nearly 400 yards and 4 touchdowns in the first half alone. Elsewhere, Purdue trails Syracuse 7-0 late first quarter at Ross-Ade. And Nebraska has a 7-3 lead against Northern Illinois midway through quarter number 2. Everything else is the final for the day. Penn State forces 5 turnovers in a 30-13 win at Illinois. Bunch of games between Big Ten and ACC teams. Rutgers handles Virginia Tech 35-16. Everyone else came out on the losing end. Minnesota lost at North Carolina 31-13. Indiana couldn't overcome a 3-touchdown deficit. Got stopped 4th and goal from the 1 in the fourth quarter. Lost 21-14 against Louisville. Northwestern whacked by Duke 38-14. Outside of ACC opponents, Ohio State East past Western Kentucky 63-10. Iowa rumbled past Western Michigan 41-10. And Wisconsin a 35-14 win over Georgia Southern. That's your Big Ten scoreboard, brought to you by Absol Pure Water, celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. We'll run through the top 25, give you the first half highlights and more during the Jermaine Alexis halftime show. For now, back to Doug and John, guys.
All right, Wolverines on top 7-0 following the J.J. McCarthy interception. Bowling Green will take over on the 20-yard line. They are showing off the lights here as they've gone all blue. Okay. Everybody's got their cell phones out. Great look here in Ann Arbor.
Definitely cool.
Yeah.
Cool atmosphere.
They got the lights going. They got Charles Woodson on the big screen. They're showing off the lights and the new boards. It's a pretty cool environment, and they're going to have to get this thing fired up because that was not a great ending to that drive, obviously with the interception in the end zone, but I really think that somebody was in the wrong place. Jason, did you see that route?
I saw it. It was a great play by the defender. It was Jalen Husky. He hid behind Barner, which is 6'5", and he had Barner in man coverage, so J.J. couldn't see him. It was a great play by him. He had to get that ball to Roman quicker.
All right, so Bowling Green will take over on the 20-yard line. They go 3 wide, all split to the right. It's Orth in a shotgun. Takes the snap. They go inside handoff to Terrion Stewart. And not much running room there. And Michael Barrett leading the tacklers, no gain. Jalen Harrell in there as well.
It's going to be tough for Bowling Green, who's really outmatched, especially on the interior of that offensive line versus Michigan's defensive front. When you got guys in there like Mason Graham, Chris Jenkins, they're going to plug things up pretty tight, and there's not going to be much running room in there for Bowling Green.
Ernest Hausman is checked in for the Michigan defense, the transfer from Nebraska. As Bowling Green goes bunch formation to the right, one receiver split left. Back to pass is Orth. under heavy pressure. They're setting up a screen, and Orth overthrows his intended receiver, Tayron Keith.
Great job by Mason Graham of reading that one, smoking it out, and the reason that ball was overthrown because he had to try to get it over top of Mason Graham, who put the brakes on immediately, put a big ball up and distracted the receiver, the running back, but really made the quarterback overthrow that ball.
Mason Graham, who was referred to by his head coach as a gift from the football gods, he and Kenneth Grant, when they came into ready-to-play defensive linemen.
That's Kenny G.
Kenny G. You don't see that from freshmen, and of course now in their sophomore years. 3rd and 10 for Bowling Green. Orth back to pass, standing in the pocket. It's going to fire it deep. He's got a man out there, and it is juggled, and was it caught?
I think it bounced into his hands.
Wow. What a play there into Michigan territory. Yeah, their officials are talking it over, and they're going to say it's a catch on the 48-yard line.
That was really good coverage by Samuel. Just unfortunate bounce from Michigan.
Abdul Fattah Ibrahim on the catch there, the transfer from Alabama A&M, good for 33 yards. And looking at the replay, the fans tend to think that maybe it wasn't caught. Sam are still in coverage. That ball is just teetering on touching the ground after it was tipped. Jerome Moore is not throwing a challenge flag, and Bowling Green now under center is Orth. Puts a man in motion from left to right. Play action, back to pass. Heavy rush, nowhere to go. Down he goes. The Wolverines' 3rd sack of the game. It's Cam Good and Chris Jenkins meeting at the quarterback. And a loss of 8 on 1st down for the Falcons.
Well, that was 4 guys winning one-on-one matchups immediately at the line of scrimmage. Cam Good, Kenneth Grant beat the center with a little punch, pull, and was immediately by him. Cam Good got the swim on the outside. He was just the first one to get there.
2nd down and 18, ball on their own 45-yard line. Bowling Green trailing 7-0, 2:33 to go 1st quarter. Orth back to pass. Again, stepping up in the pocket under duress, fires underneath. He's got his tight end, but the Wolverines are there to corral him and drop Levi Gazarick for a short gain on 2nd down and long. Keon Sabb leading the Michigan tacklers.
When you have the ability to win immediately at the line of scrimmage, those one-on-one matchups that we saw with Good, with the rip, and Kenneth Grant with the punch and pull, it allows you to drop 7 into coverage, and there's really little space for the quarterback to find. You're going to get a lot of those checkdowns, and we talked about it earlier, the speed of the linebackers covering ground.
3rd and 15 for Bowling Green from their own 48-yard line. Orth in a shotgun, on for the injured Connor Bazelak. Back to pass as Orth fires underneath. He's got his man at the 40, and he spins forward. That might be good for 1st down yardage, depending on the spot. And it looks like it is going to be a 1st down. It's Guzeric again, the tight end. They love their tight ends down in Bowling Green, and 1st down for the Falcons.
It's a nice read by their quarterback, Orth, who saw the overload blitz coming from his right. Tight end was open just for a split second, and he hit him immediately on just a little in route. It was just a nice read by the offense.
15 yards on 3rd and 15. 1st down Bowling Green inside Michigan territory. Pass into heavy coverage. Mike Sainristil still there for the Wolverines defense. Check that. Keon Sabb incomplete. It'll be 2nd down and 10 for the Falcons.
There's been a lot of guys get some good time. Keon Sabb is one of them. We've seen Keyshawn Harris. We've talked about him a lot. You don't have to talk anymore about Mikey Sainristil. We know what he could do on the defensive side of things. But Josh Wallace, the transfer from UMass, has been able to get a lot of good time when you've got other guys that have been injured. They've really stepped up and played well.
3 receivers split to the left for Orth from the Michigan 37-yard line, 2nd and 10. They're going to go inside handoff and a little bit of running room there. And, a touchdown-saving tackle by Junior Colson as Teron Keith weaved through the Michigan defense and was seeing end zone. A gain of 10 there on 2nd down, and Colson saved a touchdown.
Yeah, Makari Page came up from the safety position when he saw it was run, identified it, filled the hole, and just unfortunately dipped his head. Just, first of all, unsafe for him. But when you do that, you lose track of where the running back is, and he just whiffed. Thankfully, Junior Colson was there, as you mentioned it, touchdown-saving tackle.
Shotgun for Bowling Green from the Michigan 27-yard line. Jason Patterson, the running back, to the right of Connor Orth. 2 receivers split right, 1 split left. Falcons back to pass is Orth. Looking, he's going end zone. He's got a man out there. Wow. Wide open, and he dropped it, John. Oh.
Well, thankfully he dropped it. Josh Wallace got beat on a double move.
And it's their best receiver. Odu Hilaire was there, and that should have been 6.
Yeah, we've seen him make a number of really good catches. I think, well, actually, you were showing me one this week. We caught not just the ball, but his helmet.
Yeah, his helmet popped off. He had the ball in his left arm. His helmet popped off against Eastern Illinois, and he caught it in his right hand.
Yeah.
So he had the ball in the left and the helmet in the right.
Josh Wallace, just after we got done talking some nice things about him, bit on the post fake, and Hilaire cut it back outside, and there was nobody there to help out.
2nd and 10, 8 seconds to go first quarter. And we're going to get a timeout by Bowling Green.
Timeout, Bowling Green. So the first of the half will be 30 seconds in length.
Hey, while we have this moment, our thoughts today are with Michigan basketball coach Juwan Howard.
Yeah.
Had a heart procedure, was successful. We understand he's resting comfortably, and wish nothing but the best for Coach Howard, who my years of doing sidelines, was always in the front row.
Yep.
Always arguing with officials. I don't know, Jason, if you saw that last year down there.
Well, he sits right in the middle of the field, and he's always talking to his recruits, and I always say hi to him each and every game. He's so kind, so nice, and loves Michigan football, so I'm glad to hear that he's okay.
Thought on a couple occasions he might have gotten teed up by the officials, because he likes to give them a hard time. But certainly all our best to Juwan Howard. All right, 2nd and 10 for Bowling Green following the timeout from the Michigan 27-yard line. Orth back to pass out of a shotgun. Pump fakes. Now he's going to step up and run down to the 22-yard line, where he is dragged down by the Wolverines on the final play of quarter number 1. Mike Barrett, Wolverines leading tackler, in on that one, a gain of 6. And it'll set up a 3rd down for the Falcons when we get to quarter number 2. Michigan on top 7-0. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine and visit michigananswers.com.
44 Big Ten championships, 11 national titles. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Focus Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, we're inviting those already retired or nearing retirement to attend our 2nd annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, October 12th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and get exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Feel the sun on your face and enjoy the ride in a brand new Silverado from your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. With 9 models to choose from, Silverado is the perfect tool for all your jobs. And with features like the most functional bed of any pickup or the available multi-flex tailgate, you'll always be Silverado strong. Whatever road you choose to travel, Silverado will take you there. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Michigan football sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all. From mental health resources to exercise routines, Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. All right, John, quarter number 1, missed opportunity for Michigan with the interception in the end zone. Now Bowling Green trying to make it interesting here, as they've got it 3rd down and 5 from the Michigan 22-yard line when play continues here in quarter number 2. First quarter, Bowling Green not even really trying to run it. They've got 88 yards through the air, -4 rushing, total of 84 yards. Michigan 115 yards, 6 first downs for the Wolverines, 4 for the Falcons. 1 turnover, the story of the game right now. And Michigan leads at 7-0.
And it's really been 2 big pass plays, a 33-yarder to Ibrahim and a 30-yarder to Allaire on the very first play of the game. They've got to find a way, and let's not forget that Allaire was open in the end zone. They could have hit him for a touchdown earlier. It was a drop ball. It was a double move on Josh Wallace. Michigan secondary, they need to pick it up. This is the one drive right here where you could start to raise some questions of, we need to see some better performances back there.
All right, 3rd and 5 for the Falcons from the Michigan 21-yard line. 2 receivers to the right. Orth back to pass. He's looking to the right. Fires. He's got his man short of the sticks and dropped immediately is Allaire. And we're going to have to wait and see what Scott Loeffler decides to do on 4th and a long one.
That was Josiah Stewart from his rush edge position out there to make the initial play. And then Mikey Samerstill came up to make sure that they weren't going to be able to convert that into a first down, and they will go for the field goal.
Alan Ania, the kicker, on here is 2 for 2 on the year, and this will be a 36-yard attempt from the right hash to the end zone to our left. That's the north end zone. Snap is good. The kick is on its way, and the kick is good, and Bowling Green is on the board. So 3rd down stop there forces a field goal attempt for the Falcons. And Michigan leads at 7-3 with 14-13 to go here in the first half.
I tell you this, guy, Scotty Loeffler is calling a hell of a game right now.
Well, they're just letting it fly, right?
Yeah, well, he's letting it fly, but it's the personnel changes. It's also the formations. It's a bunch of things that he's doing and trying to keep Michigan off balance. And Michigan's got to think about coming up to prevent some of the free access outside, what John was talking about. They give him a lot of a cushion, and usually the more dominant team has better athletes, so you can play them man-to-man a little bit more.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about different formations, different personnel groups. They're trying all they can to get Allaire in a man coverage position. They want to get him one-on-one with a corner. They want to get him one-on-one with the safety. They feel that they can win that matchup. And quite honestly, so far today, they've got the advantage right now.
Yeah, they have. We don't have Will Johnson out there, which is tough because Allaire is pretty fast.
Yep. Jack Sauter will kick off for the Falcons. He's yet to have a touchback this year, and he goes a little pop-up kick short, and it's fielded by one of the up man at the 23. And he's got some room running to his right, puts his head down, and he fumbles. And the ball's recovered by the Falcons. John, you see that frequently with an up man on kickoffs. And the Wolverines have turned it over for a second time today. It was Max Bredesen. Helmet was directly on the football. And Bowling Green will have it in Michigan territory following the Max Bredesen fumble.
Yeah, and I mean, Max is obviously very comfortable with the ball in his hands, but not in that situation. It is a completely, I think Jason could probably speak to this. Jason, returning kicks and having guys run at you from that far away is completely different than it is catching a ball out of the backfield.
Totally different. 5 yards in a normal situation. Those guys have 30-yard head start, so it's way different. You got to put 2 hands on the ball.
Camden North out of a shotgun. 3 receivers split to the left from the Michigan 33-yard line. They go inside handoff to Jason Patterson. Short gain there, down to about the 30-yard line, gain of 3.
This is where the whole team concept, and you talk about complementary different situations, defense for the offense. The defense needs to step up and bail out Michigan's kick return team. They've got to find a way to take a stand here and even push them out of field goal range. They're probably right on the edge of it right now. If they could find a way to pressure the quarterback, don't allow some of those quick passes to the edge, and push them back a little bit, it'd be big for trying to make up for that fumble.
13:20 to go, first half, 7-3 Michigan. Second down and 7 for the Falcons from the Michigan 30-yard line. And they're going to hand off again. And hesitating in the backfield is Jason Patterson. He battles down to the 25, 24-yard line, gain of 6. And it's going to be 3rd and short. He was was dead to rights in the backfield. I believe it was Jalen Harrell back there, but Patterson escaped that.
And Kenneth Grant had stoned the center. What he's got to do, he's in position to make that play. He just didn't shed the block to be able to get off and make it at the line of scrimmage. Those plays are there to be made right now, and Michigan's just not making them.
Teron Keith, the running back, and Scott Leffler wants to take a timeout on this 3rd and a long one.
Timeout. Bowling Green. The second of the half will be 30 seconds in length.
All right. So, John, oftentimes when you see the anatomy of an upset, the underdog wins the battle of special teams. And they're looking to create big plays out of special teams. And you got to credit Bowling Green there for getting a helmet on the football. And it's going to be a 3rd and 1 when we continue. Michigan on top 7-3, but a big play when we come back. 12:34 to go first half. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Hey drivers, Ball's here, and so are 2 quick tips to keep you driving safely. Tip 1, swap out those worn out, streaky wiper blades. Rain or leaves, you'll see clearly again. Tip 2, brighten up. Clear headlights cut through fall's early darkness. Stay safe with new blades and bright new lights. Your autumn essentials from your locally owned Auto Value Auto Parts store or by shopping online at myautovaluestore.com. Come see us. Auto Value, where service is the difference. We get it.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain, and at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, we're giving you 2,500 reasons to choose Lexus. Right now, get up to $2,500 off MSRP on a new NX, RX, or ES, all in stock and available today. Come experience amazing at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started at lexusofannarbor.com. Exclusions apply. See dealer for details. Available to qualified customers on approved credit.
Michigan versus Michigan State. Mays out. Chrysler Center. You don't want to miss one of the biggest games of the season for Michigan volleyball, Friday, September 22nd at 7 o'clock. Not only are the Wolverines eyeing a win over the rival Spartans, but they're hoping to set a new home volleyball attendance record. So be part of it all for as low as $6 at mgoblue.com/tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets for a Michigan volleyball Mays out against Michigan State on Friday, September 22nd.
Big 3rd and 1 here for Bowling Green at the Michigan 25-yard line as the Falcons trail at 7-3 here with 12:34 to go first half. Shotgun for Orth. Terrion Stewart, the running back, to his right. Now they motion Allaire into the backfield. Snap. And they're going to run option right and pitch it to Allaire, who gets tripped up and short of the first down. Wow, good play in there by Josh Wallace, firing into the backfield to trip up Allaire. And it's going to be 4th and a short one, and we'll see what Scott Leffler decides to do.
Very interesting decision. He's been very aggressive calling this game with some of the deep routes, and it looks like he's going to go for it.
Going for it.
Yep. It is a short one here. Small gain there. They're going to put Orth under center. Teron Keith, the lone setback. Wolverines stacking the middle against the quarterback sneak. They bring Allaire in motion. And maybe they are just not going to snap it. Now Allaire in motion back the other way. Play clock winding down, and Scott Leffler's going to take a timeout. The Wolverines disciplined defensively. Didn't jump there. And Scott Leffler uses their last timeout here in the first half.
Yeah, trying to draw them off sides, trying to get a cheap first down. And Michigan didn't bite.
Good job by Michigan. I want to go back to that play in the backfield with Jalen Harrell when he had the guy dead to right for a tackle for loss. As a defensive end on a running back, you always close the ground. He stopped his feet. The quicker guy's always going to win that. That's why you continue to press and close the distance.
Wolverines lead at 7-3. It'll be 4th and short for Bowling Green. See if they'll kick or go for it. When we continue, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Over 100 years ago, Pioneer State Mutual Insurance Company started with the simple idea to help our neighbors. That attitude shaped who we are and drives how we do business today. Our employees and independent insurance agents are Michiganders just like you. We know the state and your insurance needs. Insurance can be confusing, but with Pioneer State Mutual, it doesn't have to be, because you're buying our promise to put you first. Visit psmic.com and give one of our 230-plus agents a call. Pioneer State Mutual, insuring Michigan since 1908.
The winningest program in college football. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
The Auto Show sales event is on now at your Detroit area Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram dealers. Amazing deals all month long on some of our hottest selling models, like the Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab, named America's best light-duty pickup for new vehicle quality by J.D. Power, and Jeep Compass Limited with over 80 standard and available safety and security features. Even the most awarded SUV ever, Jeep Grand Cherokee L, featuring 3 rows of seating. Hurry in to a Detroit area Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram dealer.
4th and 1 for Bowling Green when we pick up play here. Wolverines on top 7-3, 11:44 to go in the half. Fogus Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, they're inviting retirees and pre-retirees to attend the 2nd annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, October 12th. Visit mgoblue.com/bighouse for more details. All right, Jason Avant says it's about 18 inches, but it looks like they aren't going to go for it.
I'm surprised.
As they bring on Ania, the kicker. And this will be a 42-yard attempt from the right hash, if they indeed follow through on it.
Oh, you calling for a fake?
No, you never know. Snap, good. The ball's put down. Ania's kick is on the way, and it is good. And Bowling Green has cut the Michigan lead to 1, 7-6 here with 11:39 to go in the half.
Doug, you were mentioning just a few minutes ago about winning or losing special teams. Special teams has been such a weapon for Michigan. And Scotty Leffler, that coaching staff, first of all, they've come out and they've tried to be aggressive offensively by going downfield. They've also tried to change things up and make Michigan do something in terms of special teams. Jake Thaw trying to run up, make that fair catch, saving some yardage. You throw a short, not a squib kick, but a pop kick to Max Bredesen, a guy that's not normally carrying the ball in that situation. You create a turnover. JJ with the turnover. Not only are they losing the special teams battle, they're obviously losing the turnover battle right now. And you talk about the anatomy of an upset. Both of those things right now are not in Michigan's favor.
So the Wolverines leading at 7-6. And deep to field the kickoff is Khalil Mullings, and they go pop-up kick again. And this one's going to be fielded by one of the up men and dropped again. I believe it was Braden McGregor, and there's a scramble for the football, John. This is
recovered
not good.
it. It looks like he recovered it.
Thank you, Jason.
Well, this is, obviously, Max Bredesen is used to carrying the ball. Braden McGregor is not.
And it was McGregor who recovered his own fumble, but on that, the Wolverines will get pretty decent field position as the ball will be put on the 37-yard line. And Jay Harbaugh, Michigan special teams coordinator, might want to look at putting some guys more familiar with the football to catch some of these short Pepsi kicks that Bowling Green is.
Well, here's the thing that was so much more challenging about that one for McGregor. He had to run to get it.
Wolverines hand it off to Donovan Edwards, who hesitates and then has to put his shoulder down and drive forward for a short gain on an inside handoff on first down. Joseph Sipp leading the tacklers for Bowling Green.
Well, here is the first little bit of challenge that Michigan has faced this year. This is where J.J. McCarthy, the offensive captains, have to step up and say, hey, enough's enough. We're not going to let this go any longer.
2nd down and 8. Michigan on top, 7-6, 11:02 to go, first half. 4 wide now for Michigan, 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. That's Cornelius Johnson. Donovan Edwards continues in the backfield from a shotgun on 2nd down and 8. J.J. back to pass. Looking. Plenty of time. Now he's going to roll to his right, still looking downfield. Fires underneath, and he's got his man, Cornelius Johnson, right at the sticks at the 47-yard line, and they're going to say first down.
Nice job of C.J. giving his quarterback an outlet, an option, staying in bounds, being right there to pick up the first down.
Great job by the O-line. Barnhart, Keegan, Nugent, Zinter, and Hinton. Giving the quarterback time. And eventually somebody worked their way open, and it was Cornelius Johnson. First down for Michigan on their own 47. They lead at 7-6. JJ's going to take a snap from under center. And go handoff, Blake Corum, and weaving through traffic into Bowling Green territory to the 45-yard line. Inside the 45, where Patrick Day, the safety, brings him down. A gain of 9 on first down for Blake Corum.
An opportunity for this offensive line to impose their will. Little game on the right side. Offensive line did a nice job of sorting it out, picking up the bodies as they showed up. Steve Morrison, the defensive coordinator, is doing a good job of, 1, disguising coverages, changing them at the snap of the ball, but also moving that defensive line.
Wolverines go lightning personnel, but they split Donovan Edwards out to the left. They go inside, handoff to Corum, and again, he's working his way through broken tackles inside the 40, down to the 38-yard line, where Devon Ferguson, the nickelback, brings him down, gain of 6 for Blake Corum, who is having a good night here in the early going with 5 carries and 68 yards.
Nice job by Miles Hinton as they shifted at the line of scrimmage, not getting distracted by a 3 technique showing up in his gap, and the outside edge rusher just goes upfield. He completely runs himself out of the play. Miles Hinton does a good job of not chasing him and open up a nice hole.
Again, lightning personnel, back to pass is JJ. Under heavy duress, going to fire down the middle, and this one's underthrown and intercepted. Bowling Green intercepts inside the 10, returning it the other way to the 25, out to the 30, and brought down at the 34-yard line is Jordan Oladukan, and Bowling Green, another turnover, the 3rd of the game for Michigan.
Well, Jason, what'd you see on that? I don't know what JJ was seeing.
Cornelius didn't continue on with the play. He thought it was over because the guy was in good position. That's why you got to keep running as a receiver. He could have broke that pass up if he continues to run.
Yeah.
Oladukan with a 34-yard return, and Bowling Green will take over 1st and 10, trailing at 7-6 with 8:50 to go in the first half. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Hey, Wolverine fans, it's tough to win without teamwork. And Rocket Homes and Rocket Mortgage are a championship team. Buy with Rocket Homes and finance with Rocket Mortgage, and you could get up to $10,000 toward closing from Rocket Mortgage.
Now that's what I call teamwork. Yeah.
It's like having a great coaching quarterback duo on your team. Visit onlywithrocket.com today. Rocket Mortgage, proud mortgage provider of Michigan Athletics.
For purchase transaction only, call 1-8337-ROCKET for conditions and restrictions. Equal housing lender, licensed in all 50 states, NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Let's talk numbers. The money you pay to keep your home warm in cooler weather, and the money you can save with a new heat pump from your local Ruud dealer. Give them a call and ask about the benefits of an energy-efficient, climate and budget-friendly heat pump system. Your family will stay comfortable, and the numbers will look good when your utility bill arrives. Stay warm for less. Visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to find a dealer near you. Ruud. Rely on Ruud.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Bowling Green from the 34-yard line. Orth back to pass, fires underneath. He's got his running back out of the backfield who slips out of one tackle before he's knocked out of bounds for a short gain out to the 36-yard line. Teron Keith, the receiver there, gain of 2 on first down for the Falcons. 7-6 Michigan on top. 8:32 to go first half. Wolverines have turned it over 3 times. We're seeing Hayden Timoshak in the ball game, the 6'7" redshirt freshman. He is going at quarterback now for the Falcons. And a snap, a short. He had to field it off the ground, hands it off to his running back running left. We get flags in the backfield. Yeah. And it was Teron Keith again. Mikey Sanristo on the tackle.
It's going to be a hold on the left tackle. Stewart.
Holding. Offense, number 76. 10-yard penalty, second down.
Hayden Timoshak, QB3 for Bowling Green, transfer from Purdue, taking snaps now for the Falcons. Jair Hill makes his first appearance for the Michigan defense, backing up Bowling Green 10 yards to their own 26-yard line. It'll be second down and 18. Timoshak in a shotgun. Now empty backfield. 3 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. On second down and long. Back to pass. Timoshak fires over the middle and it's dropped. Although good coverage there by Josh Wallace, graduate transfer from UMass, helping force that incompletion to Abdul Fattah Ibrahim. And it'll be third down and 18 for the Falcons.
One thing we got to keep an eye on, that's 2 snaps in a row for 6'7" quarterback Timoshak that were down around his shoelaces. Anytime a quarterback has to take his eyes off of the defense and make a rushed throw like that, it's going to be a little bit off the mark, and Michigan should take advantage and hopefully pick one of these off.
Third and 18. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. They go inside handoff to Teron Keith, who's got some running room, but he's dragged down from behind, well short of the first down by Josiah Stewart. 8 yards on third and 18, and it'll force a Bowling Green punt. And that'll bring in the Australian, Sammy Sear.
Nice shot by Josiah Stewart. He came off the left side. Couldn't make the play in the backfield, but pursued downfield is the one that makes the play. And whether it's him, whether it's one of the guys in the secondary, somebody needs to step up and start making some more plays.
Jake Thaw standing on his own 27-yard line as Sear puts his right foot into it. Thaw comes up and will field it near the sidelines, jump over a defender, and is knocked out of bounds at the 32-yard line. 40-yard punt by Sear. And that's where Michigan will take over. They lead at 7-6 with 6:57 to go. See if they can put something together here. 6:57 to go in the first half. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Intercepted by Charles Woodson. Polish on the Heisman.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's Ford SUV season. Time to gear up for adventure on or off-road. Get great deals on our capable lineup of Ford SUVs, including Ford Explorer, Ford Bronco Sport, and Ford Edge, all designed with technology to give you the confidence on the road. Returning AZ plan lessees can lease a 2023 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $349 a month for 24 months, with $3,429 due at signing. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 trade assist. Offer ends October 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Lease a 2023 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend today for $349 a month during the Ford SUV season. See your Southeast Michigan Ford dealer today. Think Ford first.
Well, the visitors from Bowling Green giving Michigan a hard time, and the Wolverines helping them to do so. The last 3 Michigan possessions, interception, fumbled kickoff, if you even call that a possession, and then another interception. And Bowling Green is right in this one, 7-6. And Sharon Moore is going to have to do something that none of the previous acting head coaches have had to do, and that's get into the guys a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is, hey, you call up the captains, you call up the seniors and say, this is unacceptable. This is something that we as coaches can correct. We can put you guys in good position, but you as players got to make sure that you get the guys going. You've got to find a way to fight through this. It's tough to be down 0-3 in the turnover column, but right now they're fortunate to be up 7-6. We've got to find a way to put more points on the board.
From the 33-yard line, JJ in a shotgun. Turns and hands it to Blake Corm, who breaks a tackle in the backfield and somehow squirts through a host of defenders for a gain of 6 on first down before Darren Anders, the middle linebacker, brings him down.
Yeah, a little penetration on the left side. We've got a edge guy coming out. Fullback going, tight end going across to try and kick him out, and they just got to take a better angle.
JJ will take a snap from under center. 2 tight ends to the left. Lone running back is Blake Corm. Everybody jammed in tight here on 2nd and 4. Hand off to Corm, and he fights forward close to the first down. Looks like he's going to be just short. Gain of 3 for Blake Corm, and the Wolverines looking at a 3rd and very short. Let's go down to number 8.
Yeah, when you have this situation where JJ is struggling, have a few interceptions, you want to give him an easy pass, something like a quick screen, something like a slow screen, something like that in order to get his confidence back. It's like a free throw in basketball.
Yeah, throw it out to an easy receiver, let him, wide receiver screen, something like that.
They're going to go shotgun here on 3rd and less than a yard, but they bring everybody in tight and go handoff up the middle to Blake Corm, and he powers forward for a first down out to the 45-yard line. Move the chains with 5:38 to go here first half. Michigan leading 7-6.
Yeah, Michigan went jumbo on that when they brought everybody in and just said, hey, we're gonna redefine where this line of scrimmage is supposed to be and get an easy pickup for Blake.
Donovan Edwards now checks into the Michigan backfield. They go extra offensive lineman with Trente Jones coming in. John, how do you feel about that, the 6-0 lineman?
I love it. I mean, let's go 7 if we can. Why not?
Frederick Moore into the game, the freshman wide receiver for the first time. JJ under center, and we're going to get a whistle and a timeout. There's 4 seconds on the play clock. But Sharon Moore saw something he didn't like.
Michigan, the first of the half will be 30 seconds in length.
Well, you mentioned that offensive lineman. Obviously, I love having as many offensive linemen out there as possible, but what it does is, and it'll be interesting to see how they use it to their advantage in regards to, we mentioned it earlier, they didn't have Trente Jones on the field, but they pulled guard and tackle. If you're going to find different ways to break tendencies, you've set up a number of them by running to that extra offensive lineman time and time again. One time last week, it was when JJ stuck the ball in there, read option, he kept it around the edge. You've got to show that you're going to have something off of that.
First and 10 for the Wolverines following the timeout from their own 45-yard line. Two receivers split to the right. Now Roman Wilson in motion to the left. JJ play action fake to Blake Corum. Back to pass. He's going to let it fly. He's got his man, Colston Loveland, inside Bowling Green territory across the 35 and down to the 34-yard line. There he is, the co-offensive MVP from the Sawtooth Central Conference in Idaho. Big gainer there, 22 yards. First down, Michigan.
Boy, he answered the critics on that one, going back to what we've seen the previous 2 weeks of being accurate, throwing it just on a little bend route for Colston Loveland, outside of the corner and in front of the safety.
First and 10, Michigan from the 33-yard line of Bowling Green. Pistol formation. JJ play action fake to Corum. Back to pass. Going to go over the middle. He's got Roman Wilson inside the 5, into the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines. Roman Wilson's 6th touchdown reception of the season for 33 yards, and the Wolverines lead at 13-6.
Well, if you take out the previous drives, other than the first drive of the game, take out those interceptions, this little space in time that we just saw from this Michigan offense, being able to run the ball with Blake Corum, showing that extra offensive lineman. This is what play action will do. It'll push your receivers one-on-one, make those linebackers play up, and give you a very clean look downfield.
James Turner on for the extra point out of Tommy Doman's hold. Snap is good. Kick is up. Kick is good. Michigan extends the lead to 14-6 here at the Big House with 4:15 to go in the first half. That 33-yard touchdown run, or touchdown pass rather, to Roman Wilson, brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Let's go down to number 8.
Talking about two great throws. That throwback pass to the tight end in between two defenders, a very tough throw, and then also a dime there to Roman Wilson. Talk about Roman Wilson, amazing this season.
Yeah, it was a really well-run route against man coverage. And just as he broke back over the middle, JJ delivered it right on the number. Number 1 got into the end zone with ease.
Well, I tell you what, I'll take Roman Wilson one-on-one with just about any corner or safety in the country. And if you can run the ball like they did there and have that play action threat of being able to pull those linebackers up and get them out of that deep picture, again, you put Roman Wilson and his speed and JJ throw it with the action he has, that's going to be a huge weapon for Michigan.
Tommy Doman's kickoff goes just into the end zone, and Bowling Green will gladly let it land and take the ball at the 25-yard line. Before we continue, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Will continue with Timoshak at quarterback. Ball be placed on the right hash. They go 3 wide. Teron Keith, the running back, flank to his right on 1st and 10. 14-6, Michigan on top. 4:15 to go here in half number 1. 3 turnovers have helped Bowling Green hang around in this one. And there's another one of those short snaps. Timoshak now is under heavy duress, and he's going to scramble and get what he can out of it just across the line of scrimmage. That is the 3rd time Alex Padgett has sent the ball back to Timoshak's feet, and he's 6 feet 7 inches tall, so he's got further to bend over to get it than most.
And normally I would say, hey, it's Kenneth Grant or it's Chris Jenkins, Cam Good terrorizing the center, but there was nobody lined up on the center. That was just a low snap.
So second of the half.
The Wolverines will take a timeout with 3:54 to go.
To 4:06.
Now with 4:06 to go. And Michigan on top 14-6.
Yeah, Michigan wants to force a punt here. They want to try and get a shot at another score.
Thank you.
We got the blue lights again here.
Oh, this is amazing.
You're having fun down there, aren't you?
This is great. What school is this right now?
It is a completely different look and feel and environment here in the Big House with these lights, isn't it, Jason?
Yeah, I think the baby boomers are going to...
Careful, Doug might get offended.
Easy, easy.
Doug, I didn't mean to laugh that hard.
Second and 8 for Bowling Green. From their own 27-yard line. Timashak back to pass. Here comes the rush. He's going to fire it in the flat. He's got his running back out of the backfield, and he fights forward to the 34-yard line where Jair Hill runs Teron Keith out of bounds. They're going to give him the 35. First down for Bowling Green. 3:55 to go in the first half. 14-6, Michigan on top.
It's just an easy pass for the quarterback. He's been, we mentioned those low snaps. He's thrown off his rhythm. They're trying to get that rhythm back for a quarterback who, it wasn't him, it was Orth that had those nice long passes. Curious as to why. Jason, do we have any idea why they've made that change?
I have no idea why they made that change. I'm headed over there to their sideline now.
Timashak in a shotgun, 1st and 10 from their own 35. Again, another short snap, and he's going to try and run, and he's got nowhere to go as he is dragged down in the backfield by Mikey Sanristel. Loss of 1, and they're having real problems with the shotgun snap from Alex Padgett.
Yeah, I don't know what is going on, because when Orth was in there, I didn't notice any low snaps, bad snaps. They haven't made a change with the center position, simply the quarterback, but those balls are coming back and they're at his shoelaces, they're at his toes. One of them has been on the ground.
2nd and 11 for the Falcons. Clock running, 2:50 to go first half. Michigan on top, 14-6. Shotgun for Timashak. Takes the snap, back to pass, steps up, fires. He's got his man at the 40, and he'll go down right there at the 41-yard line. And he'll set up a 3rd and medium for the Falcons.
Should be a big 3rd down for Michigan. If they want to get more points in this half, with approaching 2:20 left in the half, they're going to have to find a way to get a stop here on 3rd down. 3rd and 4 should be one of those down and distances that Michigan should have the advantage, whether it's stopping the run on the inside or pressuring the wide receivers on the edge. Can't leave a big cushion on this one.
2:12 to go here first half. Hogan in the backfield to the right of Timashak. 3 receivers, 2 to the right, 1 to the left on a big 3rd down play here for Bowling Green late first half. They trail 14-6. Michigan is going to bring a blitz. Timashak back to pass. His O-line picked it up. He'll deliver it. It's intercepted. The Wolverines stepping in front of it, come up with the interception. It was right in front of the Michigan bench. We await to get a number. But the 2nd interception of the year goes to Clinton Johnson, the graduate, 5th year out of Silver Spring, Maryland. The first of his career, and Michigan will be in business from their own 45-yard line. Well, that was timely.
It was, and Timashak, I mean, he couldn't have telegraphed that one anymore. Quentin Johnson's reading the quarterback's eyes, knew exactly where that ball was going to go, and made a great play on the ball, just stepped right in front of the receivers. An easy interception for him.
Minute 51 to go. The Wolverines have 1 timeout from their own 45-yard line. They go 4 wide. JJ in a shotgun. Takes the snap, inside handoff. Donovan Edwards hesitates in the backfield and fights forward across the 46 to the 47-yard line. Anthony Hawkins, the nose guard, with the stop. Gain of 3 on first down. Wolverines go no huddle. Minute 37 to go, clock running. Same formation, 4 wide. Edwards in the backfield off the left hip of JJ. From a shotgun, back to pass. JJ looking, he's going to fire deep, and he's got a man wide open. And it's Tyler Morris who can't come up with it. Oh, just overthrown. JJ had his man, and that would have been 6. Morris with a heck of an effort. Incomplete. It'll be 3rd down.
That looked like one of those passes from last year where JJ's trying to throw the ball just so accurately, where Tyler Morris had his man beat so much. There wasn't anybody within 10 yards. Just put a little air and let him run underneath it.
It's a hard thing for a quarterback to kind of judge the different receivers. Roman Wilson's much faster, probably ran under it. You have to know your personnel.
Yep.
3rd and 7 for Michigan from their own 48-yard line. 3 receivers in a bunch formation to the left. JJ back to pass under heavy duress, and he's going to be dropped. Back at his own 32, something went wrong up front, John.
Oh, man.
And a big sack there, but Bowling Green's out of timeout, so Michigan will let the clock run.
Yeah, and it's 2 guys lined up in both A-gaps, both linebackers. They brought both of them. Nugent made the call. They picked up one of them, and when that happens, you got to slide everybody in. You're going to have to bring someone else in. You got to make the call to the running backs. You got to find a way to. You can't allow 2 guys to come through the A gaps.
Wolverines had their first turnover of the year. Now the first sack allowed on the year. And now the first punt tonight for Tommy Doman. Standing on his own 20, snap is good, puts his right foot into it, and gets off a high punt, fielded at the 18-yard line, and immediately met back there is Jalen Embry, the return man for Bowling Green. And with 29 seconds to go, we'll see what Bowling Green tries to come up with. 47 yards on the punt. Good coverage downfield.
Yeah, that sack was so unnecessary. And if they're going to commit that much to rushing the passer, it's okay to hold in another blocker, whether you're bringing a tight end into the formation or running back coming up from behind. You got to find a way to block those A gaps. There's no quicker way to the quarterback. It's just a miscommunication up front.
Wolverines lead it 14-6, and Bowling Green's going to take a knee and head up the tunnel here, as that'll be the final snap of the first half. First half filled with mistakes, and I imagine this is going to be a bit of a feisty locker room. And Sharon Moore, who's, hey man, you're the acting head coach.
Yep. Got to get him squared away. Got to get him zeroed back in.
I've seen Sharon down on the sidelines get into guys when necessary. And now he's got a whole football team that he's probably going to have a lot to say.
I was told by Scott Leffler's dad that Orth went into the medical tent.
All right. Thank you very much. That's why we're seeing QB3 for Bowling Green. And Hayden Timoshek, the transfer from Purdue. So the score at the half is 14-6. Michigan on top. Lots to do here at halftime, including scores from around the country and analysis from Jack Miller, Brian Bush. All that straight ahead as we continue from the Big House. 14-6, Michigan on top. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. And at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, we're giving you 2,500 reasons to choose Lexus. Right now, get up to $2,500 off MSRP on a new NX, RX, or ES. All in stock and available today. Come experience amazing at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started at lexusofannarbor.com. Exclusions apply. See dealer for details. Available to qualified customers on approved credit.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Donovan Edwards.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do. Ever just want to start over? Take a mulligan in life? With a smooth, clean Barbasol shave, every day is a clean slate. So who cares if you put all your money in crypto and called your boss an idiot? Start fresh with Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Just like your favorite sports team, you need a solid defense to protect your home and family. Whether you're tackling unexpected accidents, fouls, or fumbles, Lake Michigan Insurance Agency and Michigan-based Frankenmuth Insurance are on your team. Visit Lake Michigan Insurance Agency today at www.lmiainsurance.org. That's www.lmiainsurance.org.
Let's break down the first half of action. Welcome to the Halftime Show, driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Online at lexusofannarbor.com. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rob Joyce.
Sloppy first half from the Big House, but Michigan leads Bowling Green 14-6. Time to recap the opening 30 minutes. Falcons got the ball first in this one, actually crossed midfield on the game's very first play. Went backwards from there, though, wound up punting, and the Michigan offense went to work. Remember when the run game was struggling through 2 games? Well, first play tonight, Blake Corum, 54 yards into plus territory. 2 plays later, he finishes the job from inside the 5.
Ball on the left hash. JJ takes the snap. Hands it off, Corum up the middle, behind the offensive line. The blocking sled leads him into the end zone. Touchdown, Michigan. And there go the lights at the Big House as the Wolverines lead it 6-0, just inside 11 minutes to go, first quarter.
4 plays, 77 yards. Short touchdown for Corum opens the scoring 4 minutes in, and after Bowling Green went 3 and out and a nice punt return by Tyler Morris into Bowling Green territory, you think Michigan is off and running. First time this year, though, a mistake in the pass game, and then it snowballs. Wolverines would easily drive inside the 10-yard line. Then J.J. McCarthy throws an interception. No points. Gives Bowling Green some life. A drive inside the Michigan 25 to start the second quarter. Wind up kicking a field goal to make it 7-3. Ensuing kickoff, Michigan fumbles, recovered by the Falcons. Leads to another field goal. 12 minutes to halftime. 7-6 Maize and Blue. They'd actually fumble the kickoff again after the second field goal, but this time Michigan would recover. Again, no mistakes. 4 plays gets inside the BG 40, then a deep shot doesn't pay off. Another J.J. McCarthy interception, the third turnover of the half. Defense forces a 3 and out midway through the second quarter. Still deadlocked, 7-6 Michigan. And finally, that offense will get going again. A deep pass to Colston Loveland for 22 yards. Then the man who's lived in the end zone through the first 2 weeks of the season returns home.
1st and 10 Michigan from the 33-yard line of Bowling Green. Pistol formation. J.J. play action fake to Corum. Back to pass. Going to go over the middle. He's got Roman Wilson inside the 5. Into the end zone. Touchdown Wolverines. Roman Wilson's 6th touchdown reception of the season for 33 yards. And the Wolverines lead it 13-6.
It was a 33-yard connection with 4 minutes to halftime. Makes it 14-6 after the point after. Quentin Johnson will come up with Michigan's 2nd interception of the year on the ensuing possession, but the offense cannot turn that into points, would wind up punching. Bowling Green kneels out the final 29 seconds, and at the half, it is Michigan 14, Bowling Green 6. Michigan outgaining BG 197 to 120, but again, the big key in this one, turnovers. 3 by Michigan, who won for the Falcons. Today's halftime show driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, online at lexusofannarbor.com. We'll take a timeout, come back, tell you what else is going on around the Big Ten. Busy Saturday, as well as around the top 25. It's coming your way next as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
The essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better for you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
At the half in Ann Arbor, Michigan leads Bowling Green 14-6. Time to run through the out-of-town scoreboard on a busy Saturday in the Big Ten, but only 2 games are still going on. We'll start at Ross-Ade, where Purdue trails Syracuse 21-7 at halftime. Turnovers, not only a problem for Michigan today, a problem for a lot of Big Ten teams. That includes the Boilermakers, who turned it over 4 times in the first half. Again, trail Syracuse 21-7 at the break. Meanwhile, Nebraska leads Northern Illinois 14-3. 6 minutes into quarter number 3 in Lincoln. Everything else is a final, including a massive blowout in East Lansing.
Huskies have first and goal at the 7-yard line. 12 seconds to go in the half. Snap to Michael Penix. Penix looking into the end zone. Fires. Caught Westover. Lowers the shoulder. Tumbles on in. Arms are up. Touchdown Washington. The Huskies pull a hat trick with Jack Westover in the first half. 6 seconds to go before the intermission. 34-0 Washington. And the senior from Mount Si with 3 touchdowns. Unbelievable.
Tony Castricone from Learfield. Washington blasts Michigan State 41-7. It was 35-0 at the break. Michael Penix threw for nearly 400 yards and 4 scores for Washington in the first half alone. Elsewhere, Penn State forced 5 turnovers in a 30-13 victory at Illinois early today in a Big Ten game. Then a bunch of games between the Big Ten and the ACC. It's not just Syracuse and Purdue. Rutgers, the only team to come out victorious in those battles thus far today, as they handled Virginia Tech 35-16. Scarlet Knights threw for 46 whole yards, then ran for over 250. Everyone else in these Big Ten ACC matchups today came out on the losing end. Minnesota lost at North Carolina 31-13. Indiana couldn't overcome a 3-touchdown deficit, lost 21-14 against Louisville. Hoosiers had 4th and goal from the 1 in the fourth quarter, got stopped, didn't get the ball back after that. Northwestern walloped by Duke and Durham 38-14. There was a Big Ten win over an ACC team last night. Maryland dispatched of Virginia. Other games against non-ACC opponents. Ohio State today east past Western Kentucky 63-10. Iowa rumbled past Western Michigan 41-10. And Wisconsin behind 6 takeaways on defense. Dispatch of Georgia Southern pulling away in the second half to the tune of a 35-14 win. Time now to look nationally at the top 25. Brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance. Games in progress include a surprise one in the SEC. Number 11 Tennessee trails at Florida 26-10. Gators have not lost to the Vols in Gainesville since 2003. Midway through the third quarter, that looks primed to continue. Elsewhere, number 4 Texas at home leads Wyoming 10-7 early on in quarter number 2 in Austin. 13th ranked Oregon, no issues with Hawaii. It's 31-0 Ducks early second in Eugene. And 17th ranked Ole Miss at the break leads Georgia Tech by a score of 10-3. Notable finals from earlier include number 1 Georgia trailing South Carolina at halftime by 11 points. Second half, different story.
13 yards and a first down. Cash Jones, Cash Money to the house, right side, touchdown! Broke out of a big hole on the right, sprinted to the pylon, and got in there standing up.
Scott Howard on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Georgia pitches a second-half shutout, gets just enough offensively, 24-14. Georgia defeats South Carolina. Elsewhere, third-ranked Florida State escaped Boston College with a 31-29 squeaker of a victory. Number 9 Notre Dame overpowered Central Michigan 41-17. 10th-ranked Alabama in a rock fight outlasted South Florida 17-3. And Missouri, a 61-yard field goal as time expires, upsets number 15 Kansas State 30-27. That top 25 scoreboard brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance, a Michigan tradition since 1908. Michigan 14, Bowling Green 6. Brian, Jason, and Jack break down the first half next as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Michigan football season is here, and the MDIN, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics, is ready to help you suit up in officially licensed gear from brands like Nike, Jordan, and Lululemon. We have everything you need to rep the maize and blue. Shop the largest selection of Michigan gear online at MDIN.com or visit the MDIN location nearest you today. The MDIN on State Street, on Main Street, or at Briarwood Mall in Ann Arbor. The MDIN at 12 Oaks Mall in Novi, or the MDIN in Detroit on Columbia Street. Get your game on with gear at the MDIN. Go Blue.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
That ball is intercepted. Michigan wins the football game.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Whether you're ready to laugh or to rock the house, Motor City Casino Soundboard is your destination. Come down and let loose with the comedic stylings of Eddie Griffin on October 14th. Join us for back-to-back classic rock tribute tours. Led Zeppelin's Get the Lead Out on October 15th, followed by Pink Floyd's Floyd Nation on October 29th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Foguth Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, we're inviting those already retired or nearing retirement to attend our second annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, October 12th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and get exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Welcome back into our halftime show driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, lexusofannarbor.com. Certainly not what many Michigan fans anticipated here tonight under the lights at the Big House. Wolverines leading just 14-6 on Bowling Green. Brian Bush, Jason Avant, Jack Miller back with you. And let's kick it off, guys, with our halftime adjustment brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Jason, I'll keep it broad, my man. There's a lot to adjust. What are you zeroing in on for this team?
Well, I'm going to zero in on bringing our defenders up. We have played zone and played soft zone, and it's made the quarterbacks a little bit comfortable. So if we can play man-to-man and get in their faces, I think it will slow them down just a little bit defensively.
Yeah, Jason, just to go off that, obviously the secondary struggled a little bit there with the big plays from Bowling Green, but at the end of the day in football, you can't turn the ball over. 3 turnovers, a quarter and a half in the game, no matter how good you're playing or not, is obviously going to be costly. Got to shore that up. JJ, some good throws out there, some not so good throws, a special teams turnover. Line of scrimmage moving okay at times. Running game looks like it was in sync, but never could really get going all the way down the field, and then some errant throws from JJ really cost them. So, here's the good news. It's 14-6, right? Things could be worse. Everything's all right. You go regroup at halftime, come back out, make some adjustments, and try to get it right in the second half.
Jack, I understand from a player's perspective, I kind of understand both interceptions. The first interception, a defender hid behind his man coverage responsibility, and JJ didn't see him. So I kind of understand that. The one with Cornelius Johnson, he just stopped running. You can't stop playing football. So that last interception kind of made me mad a little bit.
So, Jack, let's talk about the running game and the offensive line push. You had that incredible start with Blake Corum breaking off a 54-yard run. And after that, for Michigan, not a whole lot going. 15 rushes. If you take out that Corum 54-yard run, 15 rushes for, about 60 yards. So it's been a bit of a struggle since then. What have you seen, and how different, if at all, is that running game and offensive line push from the first 2 games?
I think Bowling Green deserves a lot of credit. Sure. I think they've had a really good game plan coming into this game. Obviously, Coach Scott Loeffler knows this Michigan program, what they want to do, and how to defeat it at times. But I still think the running game is what you have to rely on. It's going at times, even without that 54-yard run. Blake Corum still averaging close to 4 yards a carry. You'll take them the first half. I think you leave your ego at the door, forget the scoreboard, continue to do the things that are going to work for you, which when you're a Michigan football team, you got to run the ball. You got to play better. I don't think the defensive line has played all that well. So it's like we talked about in the beginning of the game. The trenches are where it's won and lost. Get back to that. Get back to your bread and butter. Everything else will start to take care of itself from there.
Today's halftime adjustment brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. And Jason, I'm curious, the reaction on the sideline to the second fumble on special teams. Michigan got back on it. It was a nice play by Braden McGregor, but basically Bowling Green went with that short kickoff back-to-back times. It's one thing to have the mistake the first time, but to not learn from it, I'm sure, has to really perturb Jay Harbaugh and that special team staff.
I'm pretty sure, and you got to expect things like this. You know that Bowling Green is undermanned when it comes to talent in comparison to Michigan, so you're going to see some trick plays, those squib kicks and those high kicks on special teams. You kind of expect that, and the sideline has been encouraged for most of the time. Like they got down a little bit when JJ threw his second interception, but I saw a bunch of guys come over to lift him up, and like I said, Cornelius Johnson had to do a better job in that play.
Look, here's the reality. It's 14-6. Things could be worse. You have not played a good football game to this point, but it's a mature team. It's an experienced team with a lot of veteran leaders. Just settle into your game. Get some adjustments at halftime, get everyone on the same page together, keep encouraging each other, and get this thing right in the second half. Should be okay.
It's about making the most of this situation, isn't it, Jason? This was not what we expected, but the Wolverines are going into halftime not feeling like, hey, let's see who we can get in for this second half. Let's see how much fun we can have watching some of the guys further down the depth chart. They got to make real-life adjustments and come out here and play better, or this could be a four-quarter game.
You know what? You want things like this to happen earlier in the season. Later on in the season, but right now it kind of builds your morale. It kind of builds your toughness. And I think this is good for our team. We're going to see a bunch of these guys see what they're made of going forward in the second half.
Yeah, it's not what you want, certainly. Nobody likes that first half of football from Michigan. But to your point, Jason, it's a little bit of a gut check. What are you going to do about it, right? Not ideal, but you got to overcome adversity. Whether you're playing Ohio State or Bowling Green, doesn't matter. Things don't go your way all the time in this game. Football is a game of mistakes. Made a few. Can you recover from that? That's going to be the key to success for the rest of the season. Let's see how they do in the second half.
Great stuff from Jason Avant down on the sideline. He'll continue his reporting throughout this second half. Jack Miller and I will be back during our SeatGeek postgame show. At the break, it's Michigan 14, Bowling Green 6, and this has been the halftime show driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor. Stay tuned. Doug Karsch, John Jansen, and the aforementioned Jason Avant bring you the second half next as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better by Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Non-stop fun and entertainment is closer than you think at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Whether you're an experienced gambler, sports fan, or food enthusiast, we have something for everyone to enjoy. Place your bets on over 45 live table games or spin to win on over 1,700 slot machines. Plus, enjoy live entertainment every weekend and one of the region's only Forbes 4-star steakhouses, Final Cut Steak and Seafood. It's all right here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
It's Toyota Truck and SUV Month. With more all-wheel drive choices than any other brand, your Toyota dealer has something for everybody. Like the aggressively sophisticated Toyota Highlander. Now through October 3rd, get low 3.99 APR financing on a new 23 Highlander and 4.99 APR on the electrified Highlander Hybrid. With approved credit through TFS. And every new Toyota comes with 2 years no-cost maintenance included. Get complete details at buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Today's broadcast is presented by the experts at University of Michigan Health. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To learn more about Michigan's best hospital, visit MichiganAnswers.com. Welcome back to a non-conference clash between Michigan and Bowling Green. For more, let's return to Doug and John.
And Jason Avant, who's down on the field. Wolverines lead it at the half, 14-6 over Bowling Green. Michigan will get the football to start the second half. In the locker room, Sharon Moore talking to his team. And Jason, what did he have to say?
For the offense, he wanted to tell the team that you have to be more physical and also eliminate the mistakes and let's punish them running the football. This is our second half. On defense, we have to compete with the 50-50 balls. Keep your eyes in the spots that they need to be. They have 4 plays for 90 yards and 26 plays for 30 yards. So we have to eliminate the big play and attack the football. As a team, let's dominate the next 30 minutes.
Attacking the football is something that they were able to do and get the interception there right before the half. The first of the career by Quentin Johnson.
Yeah, I think it's going to be first of many. I really like how he's progressed. But in talking about this team as a whole, you got to play more discipline. You can't have those turnovers. You can't have, the mistakes on special teams. Defensively, 26 plays they played well. The rest of them still do count, and you got to make sure that you are consistent on every single play.
Bowling Green's gone with the Pepsi pop-up kickoff, and Michigan's moved their deep man up to the up position. And this time they're going to go squib kick, and it's going to bounce to Joe Taylor. He's going to bring it back across the 20 to the 25. And that was Jake Thaw, out to the 25-yard line, but hey, they hung on to it.
Yep.
And Michigan will take over there. If you're just joining us, Michigan fumbled 2 kickoffs in half number 1, recovering one of them.
Yeah, and combine that with the 2 interceptions. On Michigan's scoring drives, both of them, the first one to start the game and then the one that we saw in the second quarter there, very efficient, and it looked exactly what you would think a Michigan offense would look like against Bowling Green. But those other ones have really held them back.
2 tight ends as they go handoff up the middle to Blake Corm. He's got a little bit of room, spins across the 25 out to the 26-yard line. Short gain on first down for Michigan. Jalen Husky from his defensive back spot to make the tackle.
Yeah, Bowling Green is starting to load the box a little bit, and they're gonna make Michigan at some point go to the air again and test JJ, see how confident he is, see if he's been able to settle down and make some corrections in the pass game.
2nd down and 8 from the 26-yard line. JJ in a shotgun, everybody jammed in tight. Wolverines moving right to left. JJ claps his hands, back to pass, fires, and he's got his tight end, Colston Loveland, out near the 30-yard line.
McCarthy's pass.
Short gain as he is knocked out of bounds. It'll set up a 3rd down. Trent Sims up from a safety spot for the tackle.
Michigan's only been in a 3rd down situation twice so far today. They're 50%, 1 of 2 on the conversions, but I would really hope that they'll be able to put together a sustained drive here to start the second half, so a big conversion coming up here.
3rd and 6, 3 wide for JJ in a shotgun. From the 28-yard line, back to pass. And pump faking is JJ. Now he's going to run, weaving between defenders, and he gets hit, and down he goes, and the ball comes out, but they're going to say he was down as Bowling Green scoops it up and takes it to the house, but the officials all over that said he was on the ground. Nonetheless, Michigan's going to be forced to punt. This is not what Sharon Moore had in mind coming out of the halftime locker room.
No, and I think Steve Morrison, the defensive coordinator for Bowling Green, is doing a good job of disguising some things, changing things at the snap of the ball. I think JJ was anticipating that the defender over top of Roman Wilson was blitzing. When he didn't, that's where JJ had to pump. Roman Wilson ended up falling down on his cut, so there was nobody to get the ball to, and it's just losing rhythm here in the first drive.
Tommy Doman puts his right foot into it and gets off a howitzer back at the 16-yard line. It's fielded back there by Jalen Embry, and he is dropped immediately. Good coverage downfield. Tommy Doman, who's got one of the best hang times in the country at 4.46 yards per kick, 52 yards, and they gave the Wolverines time to get down there and cover it, and Bowling Green will take over inside their 15-yard line. Caden Colasar leading the Michigan tacklers.
Well, it's a nice job of flipping the field. And anytime you get a chance to back your opponent up inside the 20, starting at the 15, I don't see Bowling Green going the distance on this defense. Now it's a matter of how can they give the offense back with the short field, possibly creating a sudden change situation here.
Hayden Timoshak at quarterback, continuing for the Falcons. They go 4 wide with Teron Keith in the backfield off the right hip of Timoshak, who's back to pass on first down, setting up a screen, fires it, it's intercepted! Intercepted by one of the defensive linemen for the Wolverines, down to the 1-yard line. It's returned by Chris Jenkins. Comes up with a huge play on the first snap of the second half for the Falcons. The senior, Chris Jenkins, out of Olney, Maryland, takes it back to the 2-yard line.
That's we talk about that sudden change opportunity. Given the offense on a short field, it's hard to get shorter than 2 yards when you get the ball back. But great job by Jalen Harrell of putting pressure on the quarterback. That ball was thrown before he wanted to make that pass, and Chris Jenkins right there to pick it off. That was gift wrapped for him.
Just underway in the second half, and the Wolverines have it 1st and goal from the 2. J.J. McCarthy under center, I formation. Blake Corum takes a handoff, running to his right, puts his shoulder down, and powers into the blue. Touchdown, Wolverines, and Michigan extends the lead to 20-6. What a turn of events there.
When things are tough, you depend on your seniors, your veterans, your captains. Chris Jenkins coming up with a big play.
The biggest play of the ball game so far for Michigan. And Blake Corum with his second touchdown run from 2 yards out. That Wolverine touchdown brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. James Turner on for the extra point. Will Wagner with the snap. Tommy Doman the hold. Snap is good. Doman puts it down. The kick is up, and the kick is good. Michigan leads 21-6 after a 2-yard touchdown run for Blake Corum. And the Wolverines will kick it back to Bowling Green. Good start in the second half, sparked by the defense and Chris Jenkins. The second interception of the night for the Wolverines. 21-6. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Some things are just made for each other. Chips and dip, socks and shoes. YouTube TV and WOW Internet. It's the ultimate bundle. Super fast WOW Internet and an amazing live TV experience from YouTube TV. Watch 100 plus channels, live sports, and unlimited DVR space included. For a limited time, get super fast internet and YouTube TV starting at just $82.98 per month. Sign up for our fastest speed and get $300 on us.
Wow.
Limited to new customers with auto pay and paperless billing. Subject to change. Terms and fees apply. Additional YouTube TV terms and conditions apply.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning. But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Friday, October 27th, TVs and Practical Jokers are up to their usual tricks.
If you're not here, you are missing out.
It's the Tenderloins at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Sal, James, and Brian for 2 shows and twice the laughs. 7 and 10 p.m. Tickets start at $59. On sale now at the box office and etix.com. Don't miss the Drive Tour with the Tenderloins, October 27th. Party hard, laugh louder. Details at SoaringEagleCasino.com.
21-6, Michigan on top of Bowling Green. 12:44 to go, quarter number 3. Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. Michigan football is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. And how about the big fella, Chris Jenkins, coming up with the big play as he goes high. And he wanted to get into the end zone. He pulls that interception out of the air on the screen pass, takes it back to the 2, setting up Blake Corum's second touchdown run. Blake now 90 yards on 10 carries.
You know, I'm just glad he wasn't looking at the end zone too early. How many times have we seen defensive linemen drop those balls? He actually had to go up a little bit to get it.
Yeah.
He does. He pulls it down, and then his focus becomes the end zone and rumbling, stumbling, and stumbles on the 2-yard line. But what a great turn of events for Michigan to start the second half.
You know, it kind of starts with a great punt from Tommy Doman, putting Bowling Green deep in their own territory, and great coverage by the punt coverage team. And Doman puts his right foot into this kickoff and sails it midway through the end zone, and it'll be a touchback, and Bowling Green will take over on the 25-yard line. They came out firing, but their last 2 passes have been intercepted. Quentin Johnson at the end of the first half, and then Chris Jenkins there to start the second.
Yeah, and they're still going to take shots. That's where Michigan has to be consistent on defense, of being able to pressure the quarterback. That last interception, that was generated by Jalen Harrell. Now all of a sudden, you got to find ways to continue to create that pressure, giving the secondary an opportunity to pick off some balls.
Timoshak in a shotgun, ball on the left hash, 3 receivers split to the right. Jason Patterson in the backfield. And Timoshak will roll, looking downfield. He's got nobody to go to, and he's going to get met in the backfield and dropped. It's Junior Colson.
Great job. Great open field tackle. Nowhere for Timoshak to go with the ball. And even though Timoshak is not the most elusive of quarterbacks, great job of Junior Colson settling down and making that play for no gain.
Fell forward, put him at the line of scrimmage. As you mentioned, no gain. 2nd down and 10 for the Falcons. 3 receivers split to the left. Timoshak in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Back to pass, under duress, and a pass is batted down, and the Wolverines jump on it, but I believe it's going to be ruled incomplete. Jalen Harrell, the man in the face of the 6'7" quarterback, and they're going to say Michigan football. The official, the line judge, coming in and saying it's the Wolverines.
Yeah. Jalen Harrell grabbed his arm before it was coming forward. Now, we'll get a chance to take a look at this one. I think the officials probably will as well. But Jalen Harrell came screaming off the edge. We mentioned the pressure he applied in the Chris Jenkins interception. This one, he came around the left defensive side, right offensive tackle.
Well, look at the replay. Jason, did you see it?
I saw the hit, but I couldn't see if it was coming forward or not.
Well, it looked like the ball was tipped, and it was coming free before he started to move forward. His arm did eventually come forward.
Or was his hand empty? That's always the question.
No, that's definitely a fumble.
Mike Barrett's the man that jumped on it. He will take the turnover buffs from Chris Jenkins, who had him for about 3 minutes. And the Wolverines will start in plus territory once again. And I think we might get a review. Everybody milling about. The official, Larry Smith. He's going to say play on.
I think it's been confirmed, yeah.
Wow. All right. So Michigan from the Bowling Green 26-yard line. They got the Lightning personnel in there. And it'll be JJ back to pass, looking downfield. Now he's under heavy duress, and he's going to weave through some defenders and escape out of there, but we got a flag down in the backfield. And this one's likely coming back as Bowling Green had that one covered. They ran Donovan Edwards out into the flat. JJ pump fake to him, but it didn't fool anybody downfield. And then he had to try and make the most of it.
Holding, offense, number 89. 10-yard penalty, first down.
It's A.J. Barner, the transfer from Indiana. First penalty of the ball game on the Wolverines.
Looked like Trent Sims is down, the safety for Bowling Green.
He's getting looked at by the Bowling Green trainers. And if they already brought out the cart. I hate to see that.
Yeah.
We'll get an update on his condition as soon as we can. As we'll take a break with 11:46 to go here in quarter number 3. Michigan knocking on the door again. They lead at 21-6. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
They will not catch Donovan Edwards. He will score.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the attention-getting Chevy Blazer. Blazer is the mid-size SUV you've been looking for. Its bold design and athletic stance will turn heads wherever you go, and its roomy interior offers seating for up to 5 passengers with plenty of space for cargo. Chevy Blazer. It's the SUV that has it all. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
KFC's new chicken nuggets. Hand-breaded, original recipe, 100% white meat chicken nuggets. The perfect back-to-school dinner option for...
Are those chicken nuggets?
Yeah, I was thinking we could...
Chicken nuggets! Chicken nuggets! Chicken nuggets! Chicken nuggets!
What is happening?
It's dinner time. Order KFC original recipe chicken nuggets, 10 pieces for just $5. You've never had nuggets like these. That's finger-licking good. Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
During that TV timeout, they honored Lamar Woodley and Sierra Romero, Michigan football and softball respectively, who goes in. They both went into the Michigan Sports Hall of Fame this week, and congratulations to them. They got a warm Wolverine applause.
How big is Lamar Woodley?
Big man.
He was a big dude as a player, and I think he's still, it almost looks like he can still play.
We got Ladarius Henderson in for the first time at left tackle for Michigan on this second down, 1st and 20 rather, and JJ's going to go deep down the near sideline. It's Tyler Morris into the end zone, but he couldn't hang on to it. Got a hand on there. Good coverage downfield. by Jalen Husky for the Falcons.
That was a very good ball. Tyler Morris has to learn to look up in the air, keep his shoulders down the field, and don't look back at the quarterback. It's where the ball is going, not where the ball came from.
We got Carson Barnhart at right tackle and Ladarius Henderson at left tackle, the transfer from Arizona State. 2nd down and 20. JJ from a shotgun, back to pass. Going to fire underneath. It's tipped and caught by Colston Loveland, and he's dropped immediately at the 30-yard line. Demetrius Hardeman, the man on the tackle, gain of 6. It'll set up 3rd and long.
I think we got another Falcon down.
Officials timeout for defensive injury.
I hate to see that. It's Hardeman, who's laying there, and now he's moving a little bit.
Nice concentration by Colston Loveland to catch that ball. It was tipped at the line of scrimmage. It was number 55, Branch Hayes, Evan Branch Hayes, who got a hand on it.
As they address the injured Falcon, we'll take a break with them. 11:19 to go. Michigan on top, 21-6. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
If Big Ten football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM Big Ten Radio is what you need to listen to. We're talking conference and team previews, plus hear live games, news, and analysis from experts like Anthony Harris, Jake Butt, Mac McGloin, and Ben Hartsock. Go in-depth with your favorite team with coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big Ten football like nowhere else. Seize your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app and start streaming.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace!
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
you can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine and visit michigananswers.com.
We're live at Michigan Stadium for the Wolverines and the Bowling Green Falcons. Today's broadcast is presented by the experts at University of Michigan Health. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To learn more about Michigan's best hospital, visit michigananswers.com.
Everyday style is easy, with favorite looks for family fun and saving a ton. Whether you're savoring summer or gearing up for fall, we've got you covered. Shop Kohl's and Kohl's.com today. All right, they've got the card out there for injured Falcon Demetrius Hardeman, the senior, who made the tackle, and they brought the backboard out. We've seen him move his legs, but hopefully this is just precautionary.
Yeah.
They've got the card out there, and a whole bunch of medics have gathered around him.
Yeah, they're cutting his face mask off and also his jersey off. It doesn't look good at all. Everyone is pretty worried and concerned.
Yeah, the Wolverines have all, on the Michigan sideline, they've all taken a knee out of respect for the senior linebacker. Oh, I hate to see this.
Yeah, they're showing the replay now, and gosh, it doesn't look like it's a hit but he definitely is not responsive when he hits the ground. I mean, his head was up. It wasn't like he hit with his head down.
Well, this will cast a pall over a football game, a stadium.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see this.
Great job by both medical teams. Yeah. Bowling Green immediately asked for Michigan to come over and bring the cart. And
right, and this is the
working together.
The risk that everybody, you understand it is. You could do everything right, and it looked like he did everything right in terms of the way he was going about tackling Colston Loveland. And you still have that risk of injury, and we sure hope that these are just precautionary measures. We did see him move his lower extremities.
Yeah, he definitely moved his legs.
Well, again, better safe than sorry, and there's a world-class hospital just the other side of campus over there, so hopefully he'll get the best of care and nothing too serious for Demetrius Hardiman. Wolverines lead at 21-6 here, early third quarter. And again, just an innocent-looking tackle.
Yeah. On a tip ball that Colston Loveland caught.
Yep.
And was tackled. And again, it looked like the head was up. Didn't look like there was any great impact to his head or his neck.
Scariest moment I remember happening to a Michigan player. Remember Zia Combs?
Yeah.
Oh, that was so scary.
Was that when you were playing, Jason?
Yeah, I remember that play.
That or Dadrian Taylor in 97.
Wow. Didn't that end 2 careers?
It did, both the tight end and Dadrian.
I think it's Stevenson. I remember Walter Cross, who eventually came to Michigan, was at Penn State on a visit, and he said later he saw that hit and he thought, I want to go play with those guys.
Good choice.
Yeah. They've got Demetrius Hardiman up and on the cart, and they will take him up the tunnel. And the entire Bowling Green team has made their way out to the middle of the field, and now some Wolverines are coming out. No surprise, led by Blake Corum, Colston Loveland, who was a man that was tackled, Trevor Keegan. They want to send their best. And just look for some sign from Hardiman.
Yeah, as they get him on the cart.
Man.
Yeah, what a class act by those players from both teams.
Never a scene that you want to see on a football field. It is the nightmare of every football player and parent of football players.
Sure. So Hardiman on the stretcher. Now they've loaded him onto the cart. And talking with Scott Leffler, who's out there. Now we see Terrion Stewart with some words for Hardiman as they start the cart towards the tunnel. Now you got to refocus and try and play football, which is never easy.
No, it's not easy for both teams, but obviously for Bowling Green.
Now we see a thumbs up. Oh, that's encouraging. Yeah. And you hear the fans. They are applauding Hardiman as he is taken up the tunnel. I mean, you guys know, you guys played in the game. Something like this happens. How do you carry on? I mean, it's got to be tough.
Well, it is, and it's going to be much tougher, obviously, for Bowling Green as Scott Leffler has his team gathered around him, talking to them about the moment and the fact that there's still game left to be played, and it seems very heartless to say there's still game left to be played, but and we're seeing them going up the tunnel with the new cameras in the tunnel as well.
So the Wolverines are looking at a 3rd and 13 from the Bowling Green 30-yard line, leading at 21-6. Clock running now. Once again, 11:15 to go, third quarter. JJ in a shotgun. He's got Donovan Edwards in the backfield. 2 receivers split to either side on this 3rd and long. And JJ's going to look over to the sideline. There's still 24 seconds on the play clock. He's got all kinds of time. Now we're ready to go. A.J. Barner comes in motion. And they go inside handoff to Donovan Edwards, who gets it down across the 25, down the near hash to the 23-yard line. A gain of 7 on the play, but well short of the first down. And we're going to see James Turner on to try a field goal.
Yeah, it kind of feels like that play was just simply to get in a little bit more comfortable field goal range.
This will be a 42-yarder for James Turner. He's got a long of 50 this year. He's 1 of 2, hit 47 of 59 attempts in his previous stop at Louisville. This ball's on the left hash. Again, 42 yards away. Snap is good. Ball is planted down by Tommy Doman. The kick is up and the kick is good. James Turner from 42 yards gives Michigan a 24-6 lead.
Well, I mean, to say that drive was disappointing after the turnover created by Jalen Harrell, the sack fumble, and to only get a total of, you run 4 plays, you gain 2 yards, you take 1:43 off the clock. You would expect to try and capitalize on some of that momentum against this Bowling Green team, that you'd be able to mount a little bit of a better effort.
They're just off tonight. I mean, sometimes you're not playing your best. You're not as sharp as you're expected to be, and you got to find a way to power through and get some rhythm going. And we'll continue here in a moment, but first let's go to the update desk for check on the scoreboard with Rob Joyce. Rob?
Thank you, Doug. This Big Ten scoreboard update brought to you by Abso Pure Water, celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. 2 games still in progress in the league. Purdue has cut into its deficit, now trailing Syracuse 21-14, 4:28 to go in the third quarter from West Lafayette. And Nebraska leads Northern Illinois 21-3 in Lincoln early on in the fourth quarter there. Everything else is a final. Washington pounded Michigan State 41-7, the final in East Lansing. Penn State went to Champaign, knocked off Illinois 30-13, 5 Illini turnovers today. Bunch of games between the Big Ten and the ACC. Rutgers handles Virginia Tech 35-16. Everyone else today has lost. Minnesota falling at North Carolina 31-13. Indiana couldn't overcome a 3-touchdown deficit, losing 21-14 against Louisville. Got stopped 4th and goal from the 1 in the fourth quarter. Northwestern whacked by Duke 38-14. Non-ACC opponents, it was Ohio State taking care of Western Kentucky 63-10. Iowa, no issues with Western Michigan 41-10. And Wisconsin, a 35-14 victory over Georgia Southern. Now let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. We'll run through the rest of the Big Ten of the top 25, give you the highlights from this one, and get post-game reaction from the locker room, all coming up on the SeatGeek post-game show. For now, back to Doug and John, guys.
Thank you, Rob. So, John, the Michigan defense has come to play here in the second half, creating 2 turnovers on Bowling Green's first 2 possessions. That's turned into 10 points for Michigan, and they've extended their lead to 24-6. And I know the coaches say they like to have stuff to work on, and there's plenty to work on.
Yeah.
As they get ready for league play next week.
Well, there's plenty to work on offensively. The run game has been a little bit better today, but not as consistent as you'd like it. Obviously, the turnovers in the passing game is something that they're going to have to address.
Tommy Doman's kickoff will sail over the head of Teron Keith and into the end zone, and Bowling Green once again will take over from the 25-yard line.
Honestly, defensively, they've looked pretty good other than those 2 pass plays earlier in the game.
Where both were reviewable. One of them got reviewed and overturned and called a reception. The other one, that tip ball, that didn't get reviewed, was awfully close to hitting the turf.
Yeah, but it's still a completion.
Yep.
And you got to find ways to, and there was the incompletion in the end zone where a guy was wide open. There's some things in the secondary that they're going to have to iron out.
Bowling Green from the 25-yard line. Timoshak in a shotgun. They trail it 24-6. They go inside handoff to Keith. Check that, Terrian Stewart, and he gets dropped in the backfield for a loss of 2.
I tell you one thing that's you're going to be hard-pressed to find areas where they need to improve on, and that's the run defense, the run wall. It's been really good so far this year, and tonight Bowling Green has only rushed for 13 yards so far.
Terrian Stewart brought to the ground there by Chris Jenkins. Stewart is a strong running back. He weighs 225 pounds, and if you're looking at him, it looks like 200 of those pounds are in his thighs.
He's got some big legs.
He has not missed leg day. 2nd and 12 for the Falcons from their own 23-yard line. They go inside handoff again, and it's Stewart across the 25 out to the 27-yard line. Gain of 3, Cam Good brings him down for the Wolverines. That'll be 3rd down and 8 for Scotty Loeffler's team.
This is where Michigan has a clear advantage right now, especially here in the second half. They've been able to put pressure on by Jalen Harrell 2 times, creating 2 turnovers. And now 3rd and 8, it's a clear passing down. Michigan should have their ears pinned back, ready to go. We saw earlier in the game them use Mikey Samerstill from the corner position. We haven't seen that yet this year. Some of the blitzes added in from the secondary.
3rd down and 8 for the Falcons. Ball in the middle of the field. They go inside handoff again, and no running room for Terrion Stewart as Junior Colson leads the Michigan tacklers. Another short gain on 3rd and 8 as Bowling Green puts it on the ground 3 times and now will punt. And they're sending Tyler Morris deep for the Wolverines.
They've only got 3 runs over 5 yards so far today. And I think by going 3 runs in a row right there, they clearly don't have a lot of confidence right now in their pass game and their quarterback, Timashek.
Tyler Morris with his heels on the 31-yard line. He had a 22-yard return earlier, and he's going to signal for a fair catch, and it's going to bounce short and out of bounds at the Michigan 40-yard line, and that's where the Wolverines will take over, leading this one 24-6 with 7:58 to go here in quarter number 3. Now, to be fair to this Michigan team, Georgia was trailing at the half by 2 scores. Alabama, I heard Rob Joyce describe it as a rock fight, beats South Florida, University of South Florida 17-3. Penn State took a while to pull away from Illinois.
Yeah, Penn State was able to, force 4 interceptions from their Illinois starting quarterback. And it's not always going to be pretty.
No.
But you got to find a way to fight through some of those moments. And so far, Michigan's been able to do that tonight.
JJ will take a snap from under center. He's got Blake Corum, the lone running back, from the 39-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Wolverines. They go handoff. Huge hole for Blake Corum, who cuts back against the grain and weaves through the Bowling Green defense out to the 47-yard line. What a well-blocked play there, John.
Yeah, it really was. And when you have a monster hole like that, everything collapsed down, and they ran right behind that extra offensive lineman. Trente Jones lined up at the left tight end. The whole offensive line was able to make the right defensive line disappear. And I would love at some point to put a camera on top of Blake Corum's head to find out what it is that he's looking at, because I thought that there was a gigantic hole there, and he saw something else backside to pick up more yardage.
He's got 98 yards rushing now, and now he'll get the ball again and run through a tackle out to the 50, put him over 100 yards rushing for the day. 3-yard gain. Joseph Sipp, the linebacker, took down Blake. 1st down, Michigan, as the ball be spotted right at the 50-yard line.
Blake Corum is one of those running backs where even if he gets hit a yard behind the line of scrimmage, at the line of scrimmage, he's so powerful that he's always going to be able to pick up 2-3 yards.
12 carries, 101 yards on the night for Blake Corum, who continues in there for the Wolverines. Single setback, JJ under center from the 50. They're going to go flea flicker with Blake. JJ back to pass. He's going to fire it deep. He's got a man out there. Cornelius Johnson underthrown. Tip.
Oh, wow.
Cornelius Johnson comes up with the 50-yard touchdown. What a juggling act. And the Wolverines extend the lead to 30-6.
And that's why you keep running and playing football, baby. That's why you keep running and play football.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. It's hard to even describe that one. Obviously, the flea flicker, JJ showing really good arm strength, but it was well defended by the Bowling Green defense. And Cornelius wasn't in great position originally to catch that ball, and it bounced off the Bowling Green defender. Bounced around a couple of times, and he eventually came down with it.
Wow. What a play. Cornelius' first touchdown of the season comes on the flea flicker from 50 yards out, and James Turner's extra point is up and good. And you got to credit Devon Ferguson was the man in coverage there. It was stride for stride with CJ, and JJ threw it up there, and his receiver went and made a play.
Yeah, he made a play. I go back to the earlier interception on CJ. Coach Bellamy got after CJ on the sideline, and I'm pretty sure JJ told him he was coming back to him, and the result was a touchdown.
Yeah, that ball bounced off of a hand, off of a face mask, up in the air, and CJ was able to come down with it. That was It's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, a receiver, if you're one-on-one, you're wide open, baby. That's how it is. It's one-on-one. You're wide open. Who is that guy out there? We don't know who he is. I didn't see him.
But Cornelius getting some of the love, too, from JJ. Roman Wilson had the first 6 touchdown receptions for Michigan this year, which, by the way, was the most ever by a Michigan wide receiver through the first 10 quarters of the season, tying Desmond Howard, who did that in the first 3 games of the season back when he played. That drive, 3 plays, 61 yards in 1:29, and the Wolverines, after James Turner's extra point, lead at 31-6. And Turner's going to kick off here for Tommy Doman. And that kick will also sail out of the back of the end zone. Wow. They got depth everywhere, John.
Yeah, we might not have to actually put a kickoff coverage team out there because every kick could go back through the back of the end zone.
Bowling Green will scrimmage from the 25-yard line, trailing it 31-6, 6:28 to go in the third quarter. This place still buzzing about that Cornelius Johnson touchdown catch. 3 wide for Bowling Green. Timoshak in a shotgun. They went 3 and out with 3 run plays their last possession. Not a lot of good has happened when they put it in the air, and they're going to run it again. And this time up the middle is Jason Patterson. That's Payshawn Wimberly.
Well, I can understand why Bowling Green is a little bit pensive in wanting to throw the football. Their last 2 passes have been interception at the end of the first half and the second half. They've also, every time they've dropped back, it's been a sack fumble as well. But they are right now at 18 yards on the game running the football. And it just, I don't know how they feel like they're going to gain any yardage or first downs by running the ball.
2nd down and 8 for the Falcons. 3 wide again. They go inside handoff to Jamal Johnson. Again, there's no room. Swarmed under by the Michigan defense.
Yeah, I know Scott Loeffler, and if he doesn't trust you throwing the ball, you're going to get a bunch of runs for the rest of the game.
Wow.
That's just how he's always been.
You look at this, okay, it's 18 yards, and, their average yards per rush doesn't really go down. I guess it does go down. It's 0.8 yards per carry right now.
Mason Graham credited with the TFL. It'll set up 3rd and a little more than 10. The ball inside the 25-yard line. Bowling Green has to get it out to the 35. They go 3 wide. Well, they let Hayden Timoshak throw here. From a shotgun. On 3rd and long, takes the snap, back to pass. Here comes the rush, fires it to his running back out of the backfield. It's Teron Keith, and he's got no room, and he is dropped immediately by DJ Waller, the freshman out of Youngstown, Ohio, coming up to make the stop.
Well, it's not only the problems that they're having with the quarterback position of being able to throw the ball. They can't even protect him. That ball was in and out of his hands so quick, but Braden McGregor got a hit on him and almost caused another fumble.
It's going to bring on the Aussie, Sammy Sir, to punt for Bowling Green. We mentioned earlier he's 27 years old. He'll put a rolling punt and get off a low-line drive, and it's fielded by Jake Thaw at the Michigan 35-yard line, and he is swarmed under.
Hidden yardage.
Yep.
He's able to corral that one before it bounced any further. Nice decision by Jake.
39-yard punt.
So, Doug, who is the oldest player in college football? I know you're dying to ask me that question, and I have absolutely no idea, so I'm going to strike preemptively and say I have no idea, so I'm going to ask you, which I know you already know the answer.
Well, Virginia's got a kicker who's 34 years old.
It's a kicker. I asked for a football player. 27-year-old kicker and a 30-year-old kicker.
34-year-old kicker.
34. Is he from Australia as well?
I don't know. They go inside handoff to Donovan Edwards, who puts the Jets on through a big hole across the 40 out to the 45-yard line. A good run on first down. Gain of 8 for Donovan Edwards. We see Carmelo English in for the first time, the freshman wide receiver.
I'd really like this offense to find. We know that they can get the ball to Cornelius. We know they can get it to Roman. Colston Loveland's been very involved. They've got to find another target outside.
Wolverines with 4 wide here. Now they motion Colston Loveland back into his tight end spot. Handoff, Donovan Edwards. Across the 45 out to the 50. First down for Michigan. As Donovan Edwards gains 5 yards on 2nd and short. Brock Horn, a senior out of Romeo, Michigan, with the tackle for Bowling Green. Ball spotted right on the 50-yard line.
Trevor Keegan, the pulling offensive lineman on that one, pulling from his left guard position.
And Alex Orji in at quarterback for Michigan here. 1st and 10 from the 50-yard line. Orji in a shotgun. Kalel Mullings in the backfield, and they're going to run Orji to the left across the 50 down to the 47-yard line. Gain of 3. Short gain for the second-year quarterback.
He adds another element to this offense by basically, as you saw there, or you heard Doug call it, is snap and run. He's an extra. You get an extra blocker with that running back position, and you start to get more numbers in favor of the offense.
6'3" tall, 234 pounds. Quarterback. He'll continue and take the snap and run left, and he's got some room to the 40. Puts a stiff arm into a defender and drops that defender as he gets the first down inside the 40. Alex Orji with a couple of runs.
The student section love when the announcer calls Alex Orji. That's what's happening.
Yes, we could hear.
Yes. I'm still waiting to see him as a kick returner.
Well, Harbaugh, high praise indeed.
Yes, a lot of big proclamations to start the year.
Coach loves to praise his guys. Said Orji could be one of the best kick returners you've ever seen. JJ back in the game, takes a snap from under center. They go jet sweep with Samaj Morgan, who's met in the backfield, breaks a tackle, and gets it inside the 35 down to the 34. Remember, he broke a tackle on a kick return last week.
Yep.
Young freshman showing some toughness with the football in his hands. And what would have been no gain goes for +5.
Yeah, and that was an impressive tackle to run through because he got hit right at the kneecaps. Could have got down right away, but fought through it to pick up a few extra yards. Good balance, good toughness.
Samaj goes way back with Coach Ron Bellamy, who was the head coach at West Bloomfield, where Samaj came from. 2 receivers split to the left. JJ in a shotgun. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. JJ back to pass. Under heavy duress. He scrambles out of there. Now gets away from one tackler. Better throw it away, and he does, and it's intercepted. Throws it downfield. I think he was trying to throw that out of bounds, but he was really being pressured, and now JJ has thrown his 3rd interception of the ball game.
Yeah,
it's got to go out of bounds.
It's got to go out of bounds. I think he was actually trying to hit Colston Loveland instead of throwing it out of bounds, and just a very poor decision. It's one thing to be rolling to your right and try and throw a pass that needs to be right on the money. He overthrows it. He's rolling to his left, throwing across his body, sails it, and it's an interception. Nice catch by Bowling Green's defender.
Yeah, that was a poor decision by JJ. Let's get all of them out this game, JJ. Get them all out this game.
Avi McGarry credited with the interception, and Bowling Green will take over on the 20-yard line. Michigan leading it 31-6, 49 seconds to go here in quarter number 3. Timashak in a shotgun, 2 receivers split to the right. He'll go inside handoff, and it's Jamal Johnson. No, check that. Payshawn Wimberly out of Toledo. He's made a name for himself for the Falcons with 3 block punts last year. Cam Good leading the Michigan tacklers. No gain. He just got it back to the 20-yard line.
There's just nothing happening for Bowling Green in the run game.
And that'll be the final play of quarter number 3. As the clock ticks down, congratulations to Michigan softball coach Carol Hutchins. Legendary softball coach. They had a ceremony today and renamed Alumni Field Carol Hutchins Field, and deservedly so.
Yeah, a legend here in Ann Arbor, and a legend in the women's softball world. What she was able to do as a coach, the impact that she has had here, it's a well-deserved honor.
Congratulations, Hutch. That's the end of quarter number 3. Michigan on top, 31-6. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you?
Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
More Wolverines football is a minute away.
He bounces outside. He's got a hold. He's in the clear.
This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
It's Ford SUV season. Time to gear up for adventure on or off-road. Get great deals on our capable lineup of Ford SUVs, including Ford Explorer, Ford Bronco Sport, and Ford Edge, all designed with technology to give you the confidence on the road. Returning AZ plan lessees can lease a 2023 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $349 a month for 24 months, with $3,429 due at signing. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 trade assist. Offer ends October 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Lease a 2023 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend today for $349 a month during the Ford SUV season. See your Southeast Michigan Ford dealer today. Think Ford first.
Doug Harsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House, Michigan on top 31-6. As the students sing to Mr. Brightside, just about set to get it going here in quarter number 4. And John, a little bit sloppy tonight for the Wolverines, to say the least, but still getting the job done. Lots to work on, lots to clean up as we open up Big Ten play next week against Rutgers here at the Big House.
Yeah, there's going to be no shortage of coaching points, no shortage of corrections to make. And, I mean, Jason has said this before. Like, you know, you want to make sure you get these all out now. You want to find a way to, you know, get this out of your system. And the baffling part is in the first 2 games, JJ has been so good at making decisions, has been so accurate, and then to see, you know, whether it's rolling to his left, trying to make something happen there on 3rd down, overthrowing Colston Loveland, or the interception that was earlier down the field to Cornelius. If he just shifts his eyes to Roman Wilson is open. So there's just something that's going on with the vision of JJ McCarthy right now that he's just off.
Well, the bright side is it's 31-6 Michigan as we're set to go here in the 4th quarter. Bowling Green looking at a 2nd and 10 from their own 20-yard line. And the Wolverine defense has made some huge plays in this one with 3 turnovers, something that has to make Jesse Minter happy, the defensive coordinator. The Wolverines had just created 1 turnover through the first 2 games.
Yeah, it's always nice that whether it's through pass rush, pressuring quarterbacks, we saw a fumble, we saw a pressure lead to an interception, or it's just a safety that we saw make a really good play earlier, and in Quentin Johnson. And it's great to see those opportunities. It's great to see one side of the ball step up and cover another one. That's what you got to have throughout the college football season.
They got the 2 freshman corners in here, DJ Waller to the left, and that's the field side, and Jair Hill to the boundary side, the near side. By the way, 4 turnovers for Michigan tonight. The last time they did that at Wisconsin back in 2019.
Jason, who's going up the tunnel on a?
It's not a player.
Huh. It's weird they stopped the game to get the one of the carts, injury carts.
Doesn't look like a coach either. See if we can get an update. All right, here we go. As Bowling Green goes inside handoff, and in the backfield, it's Payshawn Wimberly, and he is dragged down by Josiah Stewart coming off the edge. Tracked him down from behind. Give Josiah TFL a loss of 1, and that'll set up 3rd and long.
Well, they tried to run that play that we saw Michigan do earlier by bowling both the guard and tackle, and Josiah Stewart got in the hip pocket of the tackle and made it to the hole before the tackle did.
Transfer from Coastal Carolina, Great speed off the edge, but Mikey Samristel said he'll take you for a ride, too. That's the 8th TFL for Michigan in this game. 3rd and 11 for Bowling Green. They go 3 wide. And they're going to run it again. Inside handoff and breaking tackles for the Falcons and getting out across the 30-yard line is Wimberly, and that's enough for a first down on 3rd and 11. Hate to see that. 12 yards.
Yeah, it's going to take their average up from 0.8 yards per carry up to about 1.1.
It's been tough sledding on the ground, but it looks like Scott Loeffler is happy just to get this one over with, really. Wimberly down the depth chart a little bit. Timoshak in a shotgun. Bowling Green has it, 1st and 10 from the 31-yard line. They trail it 31-6, 13:26 to go in the ballgame. Handoff to Wimberly up the middle, and he'll fight out to the 35, push forward to the 36-yard line. And we got a little bit of
little extracurricular activity.
The players kind of caught up, and a Michigan helmet goes flying towards the Bowling Green sideline. Is that Mason Graham's helmet?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think, well, Mason's going to have to come out for a play. Obviously, his helmet came off, but that first down, Doug, for Bowling Green, this protects the quarterback.
Oh, I love you guys.
You can get the football.
I love you guys, but you definitely have some shenanigans every now and again.
Hey, you go until the whistle blows, and then you might have just a beat or two after that where you can get away with something.
John Runyon right there.
2nd down and 4 for the Falcons from the 38-yard line. They go handoff again to Wimberly up the middle, and there's nothing there. Jamal Johnson correction on the carry. Dropped at the line of scrimmage. No gain. Junior Colson leading the Michigan tacklers. It'll be 3rd down and 4.
Jason, were you a teammate with John in Philly?
Oh, I love that guy, yes. I was teammates with him for years. I loved him.
Did you ever think that in retirement, John Runyon would be Congressman Runyon?
I would believe he was congressman before I believed that he was like the guy that's officiating penalties.
Yes, and personal fines, yeah.
3rd and short for BG. They're going to throw Timoshak on a slant. He's got his man Hilaire out towards the 50-yard line. Wallace brings him down. Josh Wallace. It's actually Finn Hogan, who's a sophomore from Maple City, Michigan, coming up with the catch. 12 yards and a first down for Bowling Green. How about Finn Hogan? Maple City. You ever been to Maple City, John?
I have not.
You ever heard of Maple City?
I have not.
Okay.
I'm guessing that maybe their specialty is maple syrup.
Could be.
I'm a big fan.
2 receivers split to the right, 1 to the left. Timoshak at a shotgun, 1st and 10, ball right on the 50-yard line. Bowling Green trails it 31-6. They're going to go inside handoff, and into the scrum goes, who is that? We're down the depth chart here a little bit. Mosley, Nick Mosley. Gain of 2 for Nick Mosley. That is the 6th running back to carry the ball for the Falcons tonight.
Another player is down.
Yeah, we got another Falcon down. Looks like one of their offensive linemen, doesn't it? Or maybe it's the tight end?
Yeah, tight end.
Great to see that. They love the tight ends at Bowling Green. We'll take a break with 10:30 to go in the ball game, and Michigan up 31-6. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
I've got a hot tip for you if you want to refresh your home for fall and save on it all. Get to Kohl's right now. I just shopped their limited time home deals, and not only did I save an extra 15%, I also got a great deal on a Ninja blender, an entire cookware set for under $60, and so much more. Plus Iron Kohl's Cash. So what are you waiting for? Get your home refresh done and set for fall fun. Get to Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end September 17th. 15% off end September 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families who meet the income, asset, and academic requirements, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn if you qualify at goblueguarantee.umich.edu. That's goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
Are you interested in a career in metals? Join the Alro team. We have over 3,000 teammates at over 75 locations and across 16 states. Our core values since 1948 include loyalty, honesty, and integrity. Careers at Alro begin with training for all levels. We offer competitive pay and excellent benefits. Apply today at alro.com/careers. That's alro.com/careers.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the big house. They've got the cart back out again for Levi Gazarek, the tight end for Bowling Green. And you hate to see this. While we have this opportunity, I want to plug something going on next weekend. A local nonprofit, the Miles Jeffrey Roberts Foundation, is doing great things working to empower youth athletics and mental well-being and suicide prevention. The MJRF was started by Jeff and Kristen Roberts after they lost their son Miles at the age of 15 to suicide. Miles was an athlete who especially loved hockey and football. My son Brendan played hockey with Miles. Jeff coached my son, and late in 2022, MJRF started the CHAMPS program, intended to be transformative in its approach for engaging youth athletes through trusted adults. In fact, one of their champs is Will Heinegger, former Michigan football player. And they have an event next Friday night at German Park in Ann Arbor from 6 to 11. The evening includes dinner, beverages, a silent auction, and music by Four Roses. And you can learn more about MJRF and buy tickets for the event or make a donation on their website, mjrfoundation.org. mjrfoundation.org. Great cause there. Certainly, Jeff was a great youth hockey coach for my son Brendan, and Miles a teammate of his. And they've got the tight end Gazarek on the cart. Wow, this is the second time we've seen a Bowling Green player have to leave with what appears to be a serious injury. We're working on an update on Demetrius Hardiman, who they had to stabilize his neck and spine earlier in the second half here, and we certainly hope for nothing but the best.
Yeah, we saw him as he was leaving give the thumbs up. Now we're looking at Gazarek, and he's sitting up, so it appears to be a lower body injury. But yeah, the second player carted off.
Let's go down to number 8 on the field.
Yeah, I was just told that Gazarek is going in for x-rays. He's not going to the ambulance. However, Hardiman left the stadium and went right to the hospital, so that's not great news. But as far as Gazarek, he's going into the locker room to get x-rays.
Okay, thank you, Jason. For Bowling Green, looking at a 2nd down and 8 from the Michigan 48-yard line. It's 31-6, Michigan on top. 10:30 to go here in quarter number 3.
Well, by the score of the game, you wouldn't necessarily know that Michigan has struggled the way that they have, but with the turnovers and the spotty play offensively, a couple of drives have been really nice.
Timashek in a shotgun, back to pass. He's going to go deep down the far sidelines. Got a man out there, but out of bounds. DJ Waller in coverage. He and Jair Hill continue at the corner spots. You know, I asked Jesse Minter, the defensive coordinator this week, about guys on the defense that we might not see a ton of, but he really likes. And he just started listing off all the young players in the secondary. Waller and Hill and Keon Sabb. He just loves these young players. They say Brandon Hillman, number 6, the safety and nickelback, they think he's going to be a great one.
Yeah, it's just some of these guys trying to break through. You got Mikey Sammer still in front of him, and it's hard to get time on the field when you've got such great players in front of you.
3rd and 8 for Bowling Green. They go inside handoff, and it's Nick Mosley with no running room. He is dropped at the line of scrimmage, and that'll set up a 4th down for the Falcons.
Yeah, a great job of Michigan's defensive front. They're only rushing 4, and with the patience and discipline, not over-rushing a draw to the running back, not running past them, but collapsing the pocket and making a play that's there to be made. Nothing special about it, but it's obviously on 3rd down. That's a big play for him to get off the field.
Sammy Sear back to punt. John, he was an airport cop back in his native Australia before coming over to play college football. The Melbourne airport.
You're a big fan, aren't you?
I love these Aussie players. And he booms another one that's going to land inside the 10 and get into the end zone. Got a timeout on the field, 9:10 to go in the ballgame. Michigan 31, Bowling Green 6. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
For high school seniors, the matchup of the year isn't on the field. It's actually online. That's right. When you fill out the FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, you could also be eligible for thousands of dollars in additional money from the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. Yep, nearly 80% of students who fill out the FAFSA may be eligible. Now that's a matchup we can all root for. Get started today at michigan.gov/achievement. The Michigan Achievement Scholarship. It's a game changer.
Subscribe to the official podcast home of Michigan Athletics and Go Blue Podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Feel the sun on your face and enjoy the ride with a brand new truck or SUV from your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Whether you're north, south, east, or west, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are in your neighborhood. From their impressive family of SUVs to the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers will put you in the driver's seat. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
By the way, the 50-yard touchdown pass to Cornelius Johnson earlier here in the second half was brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Wolverines taking over at the 20-yard line with 9:10 to go in the ball game, and Michigan up 31-6. We saw Alex Orji get into action the last Michigan offensive series, and now we see Jaden Denegal warming up down below. We'll see who's at the controls out of this timeout. John, what do you make of Bowling Green's uniforms and color scheme?
Well, I'm not a big fan of brown. And so the brown pants don't offer much, and orange is it's usually only used for hunting. And so on the sideline, it seems a little bit much.
Traffic cones?
Yeah, traffic cones, yeah. Construction.
Water boy Bobby Boucher.
There you go. Another great example.
Cole Cabana's in the backfield, the freshman out of Dexter, Michigan. And Denegal's in at quarterback. Everybody jammed in tight. They go handoff to Cabana, running left. Hesitates in the backfield now. Scoots through a hole out to the 25-yard line. Cole Cabana with a gain of 5, his first career carry.
The coaches are really excited. Freddie J, longtime running backs coach, now
analyst. Be fair, Freddie J's always excited about everybody.
Well, yeah, but you can kind of tell the difference when he's genuinely excited about a kid's talent, what they're bringing to the University of Michigan, and nobody knows running backs better than than Freddie J, and he really likes how Colt Cabana is built, how he moves. We just haven't seen him. He's been a little dinged up. He was in the spring. We didn't see him in the spring game, and now we're finally getting our first look at him.
Denegal in a shotgun. They better hurry. Play clock winding down. Takes the snap just before the penalty is thrown, and it's going to be Cabana up the middle for a short gain. Clock was going from 1 to 0 on that snap.
Don't forget about that extra beat.
That's right. One of the weirdest rules in sports is you get an extra beat.
Does that carry over in college as well, or is that just an NFL?
I don't know. That rule's frustrated me. 0 means 0.
Doug, I am 100% with you. I don't understand that one, but it is what it is.
Leon Franklin checks into the Michigan backfield. 4 wide for Denegal on 3rd and 5. They bring a man in motion. That's Carmelo English. Shotgun, Denegal. Goes inside handoff to Leon Franklin, and there's no room. He gets back to the line of scrimmage and fights forward for a yard. And the Wolverines will be looking at a 4th and 4. The punt team comes on. Reminder, when you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the new Varsity Network app. Available for both Apple and Android. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. It's a must-have for a college football fan on a Saturday.
Oh, the Varsity app?
Yeah.
Oh, there's nothing better. If you're driving around and you want to listen to any game, almost any game in college football, there's just so many available.
And Tommy Doman gets the punt off. Jalen Embry singling for a fair catch and makes it at his own 34-yard line. With 6:53 to go in the ballgame and Michigan leading 31-6. We'll take a break. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Champion Circle's mission is to empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL and ensure Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. Visit championscircleufm.com to learn about exciting upcoming events or to contribute to Michigan student athletes' NIL platforms. That's championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
He's Detective Carter.
I need a woman gonna help me, though. I don't care nothing about fine.
Smokey. Beaumont Livingston.
Do some other stuff. You gotta be able to fill out a 1099.
He's Chris Tucker, and he's live Friday, November 10th at Soaring Eagle Casino.
You can help me out with my taxes.
Tickets start at $44. On sale now at the box offices or etix.com.
Do your own business. Be careful who you listen to.
Party hard, laugh louder.
Because that's the last time I let Wesley Snipes help me out with my taxes.
Chris Tucker, live Friday, November 10th at Soaring Eagle Casino.
Olga's Kitchen is bringing their great Mediterranean flavor to Michigan Stadium. Enjoy Olga's in the Big House on the second-level concourse at Gate 9, where Wolverine fans can get favorites like the original Olga, the Philly Olga, and Olga's Snackers. Can't make the game? Visit one of Olga's 24 restaurants to enjoy these classics or new items like the 3-cheese dip, Hellfire Detroit wings, or Brussels sprouts. Having a party? Go to Olga's.com for wing platters and hot buffet catering. The best fans in the world deserve the best bread on the planet. Olga's Kitchen, the restaurant you know and love, is more than you remember.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup for the 2023-24 college athletic season? You can follow the standings of your favorite school or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. That's thedirectorscup.com and L Directors Cup on Twitter. Trophies will be awarded in June 2024 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Today's broadcast is presented by the experts at University of Michigan Health. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To learn more about Michigan's best hospital, visit MichiganAnswers.com. Welcome back to our coverage of Michigan and Bowling Green. Here again, Doug Karsh and John Jensen.
And Jason Avant down on the field. Michigan leading 31-6, 6:53 to go in the ball game. Bowling Green with the ball on their own 35-yard line, 1st and 10. Their third quarterback in, Timoshak, and he'll hand it off. Running to the left is Wimberly, the running back who's getting some run here in the second half. Gain of 2.
A lot of guys up front for Michigan's defense. We're getting a chance to see Rayshawn Benny again. We saw him a lot in the first couple of games.
You mentioned getting down on the depth chart for the Falcons. They now have 10 different players credited with a rush tonight.
Yeah,
You think that Scott Leffler is trying to get out of this game because of all the injuries. I'm pretty sure it kind of hit him hard with the injuries on the sideline and on the field today.
Yeah, they're starting to take a majority of the play clock down as well.
A couple of freshman defensive linemen in there, Trey Pierce and Eno Etta. There's a handoff to Wimberly running to his right, bounces it outside to the 40, out towards the 45-yard line where he's knocked out of bounds by DJ Waller. How about this for a freshman? 6'3", 195 pounds. Just a 3-star recruit, but they love him. They love DJ Waller.
Well, when you have a chance to come up and support the run, and you do it like that, I mean, it's easy to see why they do love him.
3rd down and 1 for Bowling Green. Wimberly now their leading rusher, 6 carries, 26 yards. Jamal Johnson in the backfield, however, here. 3 receivers split to the left. On 3rd and 1, Timashek in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Inside handoff to Johnson across the 45. He's got the first down, so he gets out to the 47-yard line. Rayshon Benny, the tackler for Michigan. It's time to spotlight today's best in the game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to be Wolverines. John, the best in the game for Michigan tonight?
Well, I think it's got to be the way that Jalen Harrell came out in the second half, putting pressure on a quarterback and forcing an interception that Chris Jenkins was the beneficiary of. And then on the very next series, a set of downs, obviously the sack fumble. The impact that he had to get the second half going, I think was very important for this game.
Timashek, quick pass out to the far sideline, is caught and immediately met there and dragged down by Miles Pollard. Gain of 2 for the Falcons. It'll be 2nd and long.
You know, the defense has been so good today. Other than those couple of pass plays early on that we've talked about. But, you know, when you give up a 33-yarder and a 30-yarder, that doesn't look great. But for the most part, they've played really good. The run wall has been exactly what we anticipated and expected after those first 2 games. But the ability to put pressure on the quarterback, the ability to affect the passing game and play at a high level when your offense is not.
Inside handoff for the Falcons into Michigan territory down to the 43-yard line, a gain of 10 for Nick Mosley with 3:37 to go in the ball game. Michigan up 31-6. First down for the Falcons. Bowling Green has only thrown 5 passes in the second half. And the first one was picked off. The last pass of the first half was picked off.
Yeah, you can tell that they don't have a lot of confidence in the pass game right now. And it's not all on Timashek. Those interceptions were those thrown by him. But it's also the inability of that offensive line to protect the quarterback.
1st and 10 for the Falcons. 3:06 to go in the ball game. They've got it at the Michigan 42-yard line. Timashek goes inside handoff, and bouncing the run outside for the Falcons is Johnson. We'll check that Mosley, and he's dragged down inside the 25, down at the 21-yard line.
Yeah, the officials might want to call it a night as well. It might have been a hold that somebody got away with there. A little suspect. But you got to find a way to get off of blocks. And right now, Michigan on this drive, it kind of feels like they're Velcro. They're sticking to the blocks. They're not finding a way to get off, not getting free, not making plays like we saw in the first 3.5 quarters.
Michigan's defense, amongst the best in the nation in scoring defense, allowing 5 points a game. They've allowed 6 here tonight. But Bowling Green knocking on the door. And they go inside handoff to Jamal Johnson, and he is met at the line of scrimmage. Check that Wimberly, short loss. Michigan's defense, Rayshon Benny in the backfield, leading the tacklers.
Yeah, Rayshon Benny just knifed right across the center's face, almost like he wasn't even there. Got in the backfield and made that play, 2 yards deep in the backfield.
Kayshawn Bennett's in the game, Reese Atterbury in the game. By the way, John, today they had the 10th annual Chad Tough Fun Run.
Oh, yeah?
Yep, I went down there. My wife ran.
Oh, you did?
Friends ran. I did not, no. Went for a bike ride. I was a little sore. But the Chad Tough Foundation, get this, has now raised $27 million for DIPG research.
It's amazing what Jason and Tammy have turned an unbelievable, an unspeakable tragedy in their life, and how many other lives they have affected, and the research on DIPG, $27 million, it's an unbelievable number.
3rd down and 6 for Bowling Green. They run it with Wimberly to the right. He's going to be met in the backfield and dropped. Caden Colasar got in there, the first to trip him up. And it's going to set up a 4th down, and it looks like Bowling Green's going to try and add to their point total with 47 seconds to go in the ballgame. 31-6, Michigan on top. And Alan Ania comes on.
Well, Michigan has, we talked about that run wall. When you only allow 1.5 yards per carry, you're doing a pretty darn good job. And that defensive front has been so effective. And we kids sometimes nitpick a little bit about guys being able to get off blocks, but they've done a really good job of stuffing the run through 3 games.
36-yard field goal attempt is on its way, and it is no good. Ania's kick is wide, and with 11 seconds to go in the ball game, the Wolverines' lead remains 31-6. Take one final timeout, come back and wrap it up from here at the Big House. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go, go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meijer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
31-6, Michigan on top of Bowling Green here with just 11 seconds to go in the ball game. Michigan will get one more snap from their own 20-yard line, and that's going to do it. Michigan, tight ball game early. And in fact, Bowling Green had it down 7-6 in the second quarter, but the Michigan defense really got the job done. 4 turnovers for Michigan tonight, which is something that you don't want to do very often if you're expecting to win football games. And got away with it tonight.
Yeah, you get away with it because you're playing a team like Bowling Green, and it's unfortunate you have those turnovers, but like Jason had talked about, we talked about earlier, you want to make sure you get those out of the way now.
Let's preview the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meijer. Rutgers next week, noon start, homecoming.
Hey, Big Ten, got to start this Big Ten season off. You know the target's going to be big on your back. 2-time defending Big Ten champs. Rutgers would love nothing more than to come into the Big House and try and disrupt that. And the Greg Schiano team, you always know, is going to play tough.
And they really like their young quarterback, Gavin Wimsatt, who's playing well for them. It's his job now. That preview of the upcoming schedule is brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2023 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Jaden Denegal takes a knee, and that's going to do it from here at the Big House as Michigan gets the win. Let's go down on the field to Jason Avant.
I am on.
Hey, boy, y'all boys saw Chris Jenkins pick. Oh, Chris Jenkins, that's what I'm talking about. You got to score. Man, Chris.
Donovan Edwards want to take over the interview. Chris, tell me about the win today. How do you feel about you guys' performance?
We had some good stuff going there. We got a lot of stuff to clean up as well. Biggest thing is we got to start fast, so we're going to look at the mistakes from early on, work on that. But biggest thing is, we were able to finish strong, so love to see that.
You got an interception that changed the momentum of the ball game. Talk about that play and everybody getting on you on the sideline about not scoring. I just saw that.
Sir, well, unfortunately I didn't score. My teammates said I didn't want it bad enough. But fortunately, though, we practiced the screens, all week through practice. We were prepared for it. So when the time came, fortunately enough, I was able to get the opportunity and try to turn it into a Madden moment, but I didn't finish. So, hopefully next time I can get one of them, take it to the crib.
Under the lights, the first time with all the fancy lights in University of Michigan, were you excited to play here tonight?
Absolutely. It's a beautiful scene. We still got them going on. It's amazing, man. It really brought out the energy with us, and it's just like the momentum is just insane, man. We love to see it. We're so grateful for it. And, yeah, man, just can't wait to have more night games here.
Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Jason, great job down on the field. The Wolverines get the win over Bowling Green 31-6 here in Ann Arbor to improve to 3-0 on the year. Bowling Green drops to 1-2. And yeah, Big Ten play starts next week as the Rutgers Scarlet Knights come in for a noon kick here in Ann Arbor. Michigan finishes with 312 yards of total offense to 205 for Bowling Green. Bowling Green getting some stuff done on the ground in the second half. Just 5 pass attempts in the second half. 81 rushing yards. Wolverines doing a good job defending the run and creating turnovers. 3 tonight. Michigan's got to clean up the turnovers on the offensive side of the ball and the special teams. 4 for Michigan in this game. But win number 992 in Michigan football history comes at the expense of the Bowling Green Falcons. Lots to do here on the post-game show, including a trip down to the Michigan locker room. We'll hear from acting head coach Sharon Moore. Have analysis as well from Jack Miller. Jason Avant will head up the tunnel and talk to some Wolverines up in the victorious locker room. 31-6 the final here in Ann Arbor. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.